Hello, 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 hello. How are you? It is I, Vitamin Key. How are you doing? I'm gonna move this back some. Yeah, I want to move the table back some. Hi, how are you? How have you been? It is Thursday. It is Thursday. Yesterday was my oldest. Oh, can you hear me good too? Yesterday was my oldest daughter's birthday. I know some people got it confused because I just said my daughter, and normally when I talk about my daughter, I'm talking about my younger daughter, because she's the one that actually lives here with me. But it was actually my oldest daughter's birthday. She turned 22. Um, while she is not here with me, I did not spend the day with her per se. We were on the phone for a long while, me, her, and my younger daughter, and me and her by myself. And we were just talking about a lot of different stuff and like remembering things and stuff as she grew up. Because I feel like we kind of grew up together. And so that was just a lot to process, and not like in a bad way, but just like it put me in a very thoughtful space. And so once I realized, like, yo, also not gonna lie, I had plenty of time though. I had plenty of time, like in terms of when I figured it out. I have to figure out what's going on with me and the days, because I swore again that yesterday was Tuesday, and I'm not saying that I'm here today because I think today is Wednesday. I'm saying that it was maybe around noon when I realized that yesterday was Wednesday. And then, but like I said, it was also my daughter's birthday, and I didn't realize that her birthday was going to fall on a Wednesday. Also, so basically, when everything was said and done, and I kind of got my bearings about what day of the week it was, and everything that was going on, I just was like, you know what, I'm going to give myself the rest of this day to kind of get myself together. And also, too, I was still kind of formulating what I was going to talk about, because sometimes, like, I'll collect clips and things throughout the week. Um, of stuff I might want to talk about. And then if I see like a trend emerging or whatever. So what I'm saying is that by the time I realized yesterday was Wednesday, I had something that I knew I definitely wanted to talk about, but I hadn't kind of sat with it long enough to be clear enough about like how I wanted to approach talking about it quite yet, to come on. Thank you, Ami. She did. She had a little party at her house. She threw her own little birthday soiree, little pool party, because her apartment complex has a pool. So she was really excited about that. She's actually supposed to be coming to visit me and her sister next week, and we're supposed to go to amusement park because that's something we like to do, and that's going to be a whole lot of fun. So I'm excited about that. What else is going on? Weather's really nice. I'm so grateful for that. I saw this thing though that made me really sad. Because this lady was saying basically like we've already known, I feel like for a year or two, that we are at the point of no return when it comes to certain ecological things that experts and scientists and stuff were trying to warn us about. And so it was Mel Hamlet. That's what it was. It was Mel Hamlet, and she was crying because she's in France. She lives in France, and she was at this place that had like all these birds, and they were doing this bird show, or whatever. And she was saying that she started crying when thinking about, number one, how those birds are in captivity, and the place that they were at is actually like a conservative a business that's owned by and run by like conservative people over there. And then she was thinking about climate change and how eco the e- the ecosystem is so badly damaged because they're having fires over there right now. And she was just, a lot of things were just settling on her, and she got emotional and she was talking about it. And so I've been thinking a lot about a lot of things in terms of, because I don't want to make y'all feel like I'm having a pity party, but just more so of the weight of, life is bittersweet. Life is about the balance of good and bad and happy and sad and all of that other stuff. And so while I'm the type of person that tends to opt into the more positive as a means of keeping myself going, as a means of, just believing that something is better as we move forward, sometimes I will, all that stuff will kind of catch up with me. And I think I'm recognizing like that stuff kind of catching up with me. And so I'm in a space where I'm like, I'm letting it catch up with me in order to actually process like how I'm feeling and what I'm needing, and figure out like what my next big burst of um inspiration and or energy is going to be, where I'm going to be putting that and all that other stuff. So it's been a little bit of like a downtime for me, not gonna lie. um but that being said, I'm glad to be back. I know last week we did the live, and I didn't come on because I was just like, I'm not putting on makeup and stuff like that. But I really need to kind of look into what's going on with me in terms of missing Tuesday. Just kind of comes and goes, or it gets lost in the week for me for some reason, and I'm not really sure why. I think too because maybe it is anxiety. I think like sometimes about the show and how I'm going to talk about things or what I'm going to talk about, or is it going to be a good show or whatever. And so maybe like I give my mind that kind of space of the a liminal space where Tuesday doesn't exist. I don't really know what's going on. I'm going to have to look into that for real, for real. But yeah, but here we are. It's Thursday and that's fine. And we're going to have a really meaty discussion. I'm wondering if I'm trying to think if there's anything that I wanted to get out of the way first in terms of just not gossip, but anything like that. I think, I was thinking about this and I think I want to go ahead and do it. So today's show is going to be about, we're going to talk at first about like the Samyra debate about Samyra that comes up every 6 months or so around something she said, people being mad that she says anything at all. But there's also a part where we're going to talk about like there's a conversation happening around biphobia and specifically Black women being biphobic for not wanting to date and or procreate with openly bisexual men, if they have the option to choose. And I feel like I probably should just wait until we get to that part because I feel like it would be really disjointed. I have personal experience kind of in that, even though I normally don't like to talk too much about things to do with sexuality. I guess I could kind of talk about that. I generally don't like to join conversations about gender and sexuality per se because I just feel like the subject matter is so convoluted in a general sense. Because as someone who looks at things from a perspective of capacity, like what it looks and feels like to make and hold and generate capacity to deal with the full breadth of circumstances. Like I think we talk about, thank you, Les. I feel like once I got finished and I looked at it, I feel like I am going to Baltimore to have big fun with the wretched. And I hope people get that reference. And that's like I was like, oh, okay, this is cute. But thank you. And I'm glad you're here. Um I don't like to talk because I feel like it's convoluted. And part of the reason I feel like it's convoluted is because there's so much that is not set in stone. Like there's plenty of stuff that's like this is this and that is that or whatever. But with all the fluidity and then people are trying to figure stuff out and then people want to be labeled as this or they don't want to be labeled as that, or it gets to a point for me where I'm just like, I don't see personally for me, I'm not saying anybody generally, but I for me don't see the benefit of me like getting involved and invested in having some of the conversations that are had around this subject. But there was something really triggering to me about the way this debate has evolved, devolved, matured, the point that it's gotten to and the tone that it's taken on and like the different things were happening. Because as usual, it starts with, you see one thing over here and it's just like, okay, that's happening. But like I said, for me, if I don't register it as something that has to do with me, then I just kind of observe and keep it moving. But then I started getting more and more and more of this stuff coming towards me of people talking about the conversation. And it was like the way that the conversation was being discussed, I started being, embodied in my own body. I started feeling like there's something about this that is triggering to me. There's something about this that I'm not liking. There's something about this that is speaking to something in me that I do feel like is important to note and or highlight. So yeah, we'll be talking about that. But anyway, I think I'm going to just get started Like I said, we're going to start talking about Samyra. So I'll go ahead and get the intro going, and then we can get into all of this. So sit back, relax, get your snacks, whatever. I'll be right back. This is a mother.
No problem. You in charge of the girls, right? I am in charge of the girls. Are you in charge of the girls? I am in charge of the girls.
I was about to be like, what is wrong with me? It's already been 20 minutes, but I forgot we were on and I had the music playing or whatever. Because I'm like, I know I wasn't talking for 20 minutes. I know I'm not that narcissistic that I was talking for 20 minutes and it only felt like about 5. But anyway, okay. So I'm going to play. If anyone doesn't know, I've been mentioning Samyra. Samyra is an advocate for plus size women, people, I think mostly women. Every couple of months or so, I say at least once a year, I feel like there is some kind of kerfuffle that goes on surrounding something she said or how she said it, or just the general notion that the things that she pays attention to are not important, that she just wants. We'll get into all that. Ami says the online discussion of bisexuality, especially in men, is just always weird and homophobic for some reason. Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. Um, but I'm gonna go ahead and play with Samyra said. Oh, basically she was saying, pointing out a small notation in the midst of all the other things that she does, all the other advocacy she does, all the other ways that she points out fat phobia and tries to fight against fat phobia. She happened upon the notion, and I also, I saw somebody say it. I knew I had seen this before, so I feel like she just reposted this because I know I had seen it before prior to this year, I'll say, that she had said this. And so I think this is when you on social media, they tell you like if something did particularly well, you should repurpose it and repost it at some point. So I feel like this is a repost. But she decided to point out something about the menu at Cheesecake Factory. And it has, I also need to note that this is coming on the heels of, I don't know if it was last week or the week before that, another creator, Davin Drew. And I think Davin Drew, yes, it was Davin. Davin Drew was the person who came at the other creator, Hannah, the biracial creator Hannah, about calling Beyonce a propagandist. And she said something, Davin said something to Hannah about suckling the teat of her oppressor because her mother is white. So if you don't know nothing about Davin other than that, you may have heard that in the internet street. So, but Davin had, from my understanding, had left. I don't know if she came back or not, but she left, took a break from the internet for a while because she posted, I've seen her, she posts like snack plates, and her snack plates are always like full of stuff. They'll have little cakes or little candies, fruit, all types of things. Like she always has a big tray, really, of various snacks and things like that. And my understanding, she says she has eating disorder. I never, like, I kind of see her in passing. I don't follow her. So my understanding of her eating disorder is probably that she just doesn't eat like on a regular basis or something, and which is something that I also deal with. I've never been diagnosed for eating disorder or anything like that, but I can tell you the first time I ate today was, it's 6:54 now, so I want to say it was around 3 p.m. and that's all I've had all day. And so like if using context clues, I'm guessing if she eats kind of like I eat, then suppose that her eating disorder is around like not eating as regulated as she should, as opposed to simply the idea of the amount of calories she eats or anything like that. But you know how people treat fat people and eating. So they saw her with this big old plate of food. Again, this is not the first time I've seen her with these snack trays, but because she called it a snack, they're associating her size with her idea of what a snack is, outside of the context of what she also mentioned in the thing, that she had not eaten all day. It was clearly nighttime at the time she ate. So basically they're saying like, oh, she's eating too much, not taking into account the fact that she hadn't eaten in the entire day. It was just a big massive thing. So I'm saying like we're in the thick of a lot of fat phobia right now. And then like right behind this, Samyra reposts, I believe, this thing about the Cheesecake Factory. And so now there's this whole kerfuffle. So I'm gonna go ahead and play Samyra's video, and I have some other clips, but this is the original video that all of this is over.
Factory's Skinnylicious menu is fat-phobic. The fact that it is named Skinnylicious because it has fewer calories and quote unquote healthier options, it is fat-phobic. That is not that is not an opinion, that is a fact. And I would say argue with your mama, but she probably fat-phobic too. And while we're chatting, Cheesecake Factory's Skinnylicious menu is fat-phobic. The fact that it is named.
So that's literally it. It's not even out. Is it 30 seconds? I don't know. But that is what she said. And that has sparked so many things. Now, I'll say this much. I didn't even see this until after I had seen so much discourse about her saying this. I'm going to go to the comments because I want to give you a really good idea of what we're doing, what we're dealing with in terms of the response to this. So they're saying, you didn't see the other 72 chunky licious pages. Is skinny dipping fat phobic? Is Slim Shady fat phobic too? Maybe you're skinny phobic. No shade, but the word skinny should not be triggering y'all this bad. Are skinny jeans fat phobic? The friend that's too woke. Do you think the human body is meant to be fat? Is the word skinny a slur now or something? Here she go, y'all. Not the search being Samyra complaining. Does this girl like anything? Cheesecake Factory can't even catch a break. I'm going to try and do. Are skinny marks fat phobic as well? You can order off the Skinnylicious menu too. It's not skinny only. So I'm just going to leave it at that for now. It's basically more of the same of that. Another one that really pissed me off. It triggered me because I'm a Wendy's person. They talk about is the biggie bag fat phobic. And that one pissed me off because I'm just like, the biggie is the bag. The biggie is the meal. People act like, hey, Kenny. People act like so much of the phrase, what's that called? Context clues is getting thrown around, like the lack of people being able to use context clues. Literacy crisis is getting thrown around because there's so much conflation and just, it's really ridiculous. Like, it's so ridiculous. I'm gonna go ahead and play this person who responded to the negative responses towards. Of course, she's being called everything but a child of God as well. But I'm gonna play this other person because, like I said, a lot of times I don't say anything online because so many people are saying the things that I already say, and she actually addresses the biggie bag situation too. So I'm just gonna go ahead and play it. Hold on.
It has given historical context to the Skinnylicious menu, so I'm going to do that today as your favorite lawyer. In 2010, about a third of our calorie intake was outside of the home. So a lot of us were eating at restaurants, fast food chains, etc. And those meals were high in calories, high in sodium, high in saturated fat. And there was a major concern that we were going to see an increase in cardiovascular disease, in type 2 diabetes. Congress decided we've got to do something about this. And what happened in 2010? The Affordable Care Act came out. And most of us know it as, healthcare reform. But there's Section 4205 of Title IV that focuses on public health and chronic disease. And Section 4205 did something very different from its predecessor. This section said, from now on, if you are a restaurant chain with 20 or more locations that has the same or similar menu items at all of your locations, and you're operating under substantially the same name, you have to disclose the calorie counts on each of your menu items. Oh yeah, baby. That included McDonald's, Burger King, Taco Bell, Pizza Hut, Domino's, and yes, the Cheesecake Factory. So companies were freaking out. They're like, wait, our meals are high in sodium, high in saturated fat, and high in calories. If we tell people how many calories are in our meals, they're going to stop eating here. We're going to lose money because remember, it's always about the money. Aha, the light bulb went off and somebody said, I know. We'll create low calorie menus so that people feel like they can still eat with us and they'll eat off the low cal menu, but then they'll order like a dessert or they'll order a soda or something. So they won't feel like they can't eat here because we've got other options for them. Okay, cool. Now, some companies decided to name their low cal menu something like the hidden menu from Panera Bread. I think Applebee's did lighter choices. Taco Bell had Power Menu or the Cantina Menu or Fresco Menu, something like that. And then there was Chili's Guiltless Grill. And then of course we have the Cheesecake Factory, Skinnylicious, because nothing tastes as good as being skinny. That's diet culture. For example, fast forward 16 years later, we are on this app and people are like, oh my gosh, Samyra's crazy. She's wrong. She has no idea what she's talking about. She's misusing her platform, yada, 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 yada. And yet Samyra's not even the first to make this claim. There were so many advocates in 2011, in 2012, in 2022, in 2024 who were making the same claim that the Cheesecake Factory's Skinnylicious menu, the name of the menu, was in fact a problem. They were openly critiquing this. So this is not a new claim that Samyra is making, although a good claim to be made. This is just something that we collectively, 16 years later, probably haven't heard because we were wee little babies when the ACA came out. Why do we care now? We care now because when you know better, you do better. Never stop caring because time has passed. We never stop caring because we've gotten used to the name. We've gotten used to the diet culture. We never stop caring because it's old news to talk about it. You should keep talking about it. And to all my girly pops who are asking, does that mean that Thin Mints are fat phobic? No, because the thin is describing the mint. Does that mean that Biggie Bag is fat phobic? The biggie is describing the bag. Does that make skinny jeans fat phobic? The skinny is describing the jean. Y'all can't see my partner in the background doing this. Turn it on. Is the skinny describing the licious? You see what I'm saying? Like make it make sense. They never said that this was healthy. Samyra gave us a number of examples in which case the Cheesecake Factory associated health, fitness, and New Year's resolutions with their Skinnylicious menu. It's okay.
Sorry, I stopped it because I was trying to find these particular clips that she put up and I couldn't, but I want to read them. So give me a second. Because one of the one of the main detractions that are being thrown out there against Samyra is arguing against the fact that Skinnylicious is meant to evoke the idea of health, even though a lot of these people, and we're going to read through these comments because this is a treasure trove of bullshit, her comments, people are talking about there's nothing wrong with the word skinny and then equating it to health in the next breath. So this is the Cheesecake Factory's tweets itself. Have a healthy New Year's resolution. Tweet it using Skinnylicious and you could win a prize to help you get there. So that is equating Skinnylicious specifically to health. Cheesecake Factory says work sent Jen Bush workout DVDs to help her fit exercise into a busy schedule. What is your Skinnylicious resolution? Let me go back a little bit. Hold on.
was healthy, Samyra gave us a number of examples.
Okay, our Skinnylicious menu, your New Year's resolution about healthy living plus fun prizes equals Skinnylicious resolutions. So that right there is the Cheesecake Factory themselves connecting the dots between the idea of their Skinnylicious menu being healthier. A lot of people in these comments are saying, here it is, the history is right on point, but Fat-Phobic is still a reach though. LOL, more like branding. Cheesecake can't control the major public favors being skinny. They are simply capitalizing on what is already existing social construct. And that was her whole point. Her whole point was not that the Cheesecake Factory invented the social construct, but that using this social construct in that way further perpetuates this social construct, which is harmful overall. I've seen a lot of takes on this. I fear a lot of people just wanted an excuse to be fat phobic. Yeah, that's true. I don't have my glasses on, so I'm reading some of them. Let me put my glasses on. I've been cute long enough. Okay. Also, Samyra backlash is just proof people lack critical thinking. They aren't willing to hear that from a fat black woman. Hold on. Here's one that's it. I still disagree, but truthfully, we have bigger fish to fry. That's something people do all the time. Oh, there's bigger, more important things to talk about. And I want to be clear. There's going to be some irony in the way I discuss the other subject I want to discuss in how I'm viewing this, and I'm putting that out there right now, and I'm accepting it. But I still stand by my opinions. I'm going to be honest. I still don't see why it's a problem. Y'all are mad over the name of a menu. There has to be bigger problems. Hold on. That still doesn't make it fat phobic. I don't know. Cheesecake Factory is known for having high calorie meals, which pushes a way more fit, healthy lifestyle crowd. So having the Skinnylicious menu is opening up their market to people who would otherwise not even look their way. I feel like everyone is projecting and getting offended over the word skinny, and I genuinely don't understand why. Someone explained because this video didn't help. Mind you, she gave you every example. First off, let me get big for this. I'm gonna hold on to this Val. I'm gonna just pin it. She said, "Bigger fish to fry." Yet you were here commenting, "Hey Val, how you doing? Hey, wake up." So, oh, I said I was gonna get big for this. Let me hide you. I've seen in going through the comments of these different things, because like I said, I was seeing people's responses to what Samyra said and to responses to what Samyra said, and I was reading the comments. The main detractors are saying one of about three major things. One is it's not that big of a deal because it's just a frivolous thing and she's just rage baiting or making it up. So basically, like, it's a non-issue that she's making an issue just so that she can be visible and have something to say. Another one is that she is attacking people's right and ability to have healthier choices out of jealousy or discomfort with her body or whatever like that. She's attacking the skinny people. And then the third one is that, hold on, I'm trying to amalgamize so many different messages that are all kind of like doing the same thing. Is that she doesn't have the range and she's not talking about the right things. She's just talking about these minuscule things when if she was a real advocate, she would be talking about the real things. So for instance, what is that lady's name? I might have to go look for her. Let me look for her. Dang, what is her name? Cindy. Cindy Healthcare. I'm gonna just search. Not healthcare, girl. Healthcare. Isn't that her name? Cindy? Maybe I got her name wrong. I don't remember, but I didn't have her thing. So another popular, I think she was part. Was she part of the Super Five? Not on here. She was part of like the grouping of special people on Twitter at one point. But anyway, she got on here to support Samyra, and she was like, the reason that Samyra's advocacy is so important is because I, being her, tried to get health care and they denied me for health care because I'm overweight, even though I've lost about 50 pounds. And so she was talking about that, and people were in her comments like, oh, see, Samyra should be talking about things like this. She's just talking about dumb stuff. And people were like, no, she actually does a lot of advocacy within her community in New Orleans and all types of other things. Mind you, she's a Harvard graduate. She has countless, she's in so many rooms and doing so much other work that is outside of just what she does on social media. And they're saying, oh, she's not a real advocate. She's just using this basically to platform herself and just be seen and have something to say. And I saw something somewhere where someone likened her to like Amanda Seals. Let me see here. You like the Cheesecake Factory? That's good. I'm trying to read comments and catch up. She said, I'm fat. I want to be skinny. Doesn't mean I will. I don't understand what it said. I do hear at times skinny people get hate. I think all groups get a level of hate. So BS. Yeah, it's some BS. She said, I remember people getting at skinny girls saying they're the size of the toothpick. They look like boys and they have nothing to hold on to. And yeah, that is a thing. Skinny people do meet certain things, but skinny people and fat people, the amount, number one, the amount of judgment skinny people and fat people get, I feel like is different. I mean, now I can't say that from the perspective, like if a skinny person is next to me and telling me about their experiences, I can't speak to that. However, skinny people aren't, I mean, people say, oh, you're skin and bones, you need to eat a little bit more. But in general, the problem is that people will look at a bigger person and make assumptions about their health and then feel like because of that, and not just fat. This is the thing about me, this platform, this channel, and how I talk about things. It's not necessarily about the things themselves. It's about the mechanics of how they work. And then when I'm into the mechanics of how things work, I look at why is it okay to view it from this perspective when we're on this thing, but when we're on this other subject, it changes. Right? Even though I do that myself, and I may do that myself, and I'm saying that because it's going to kind of flip a little bit for me when we go to the next conversation. But the idea around fat phobia, the thing that grinds my gears about fat phobia is there's so much talk about health, and it's done on the basis of health. If you are fat, you are inherently less healthy than someone who is smaller than you, when that is patently not true. Then when people are presented with actual information or something tangible that they can look at and say, oh, well, I actually don't know anything about this person's health. Case in point, before Lizzo actually noticeably lost weight to the point where she has now, she was doing things that people in way smaller bodies than her cannot do. Number one, going hours and hours and hours of stamina to do those shows she was doing, moving, dancing, singing, not sounding winded, playing a flute, shaking ass, doing all kinds of things. And the funny part about it, I remember this came up during that time. The funniest part about it was at that time, Saweetie was out there kind of making her rounds too. And they would show videos of Lizzo up, running, talking, singing, not winded. And then they would show Saweetie just walking, like not being able to generate enough air to keep a steady flow of her voice, which is why everybody is there to see it. You get what I'm saying? And this is nothing against Saweetie, but I'm just talking about the juxtaposition of how people view and talk about women in bigger bodies, people in bigger bodies. Same difference. Lizzo was on a treadmill. I've seen this. If I wanted to, I could pull it up. I don't feel like it, but you can look it up if you want to. Lizzo was on a treadmill. She was on a treadmill running at a moderate pace and singing. And her voice was loud and crisp and clear. And she wasn't panting and she wasn't gasping for air and she wasn't missing a note. She's doing all of these things that are showing you that her lung capacity, her cardiovascular health, all of these things are fine. And yet and still, any given day, if she went somewhere wearing something that people didn't feel like they wanted to see her in, all these talks about her being fat and promoting an unhealthy lifestyle. No matter who the person is, what they do. Samyra is an athlete. Samyra has played football. Samyra also sings. There is this idea around fatness that is about the person being lazy, the person being undisciplined. She's a Harvard graduate. She's not an undisciplined person in a general sense. And like I said, she played football. Now, mind you, there's a lot of big men that play football that aren't necessarily, if you get into their stuff, they don't necessarily have to be the most healthy. We don't know. But the thing is, nobody questions it. Nobody looks at a guy that's really, really big on a football team and goes, oh yeah, I don't know if his muscle mass to whatever is enough. I don't know if he's eating right. Nobody questions anything about why he's so big, how he's so big, or whatever, because he's expected to be big and to function in the way of a football player. So here's Samyra. And yes, she does. Hey, hi. Oh, I'm so happy to see you. I'm glad you're here. Kenny says, being skinny is not a difficult experience. People might make a comment here and there or try to feed you. But that's it. Well, that's nice, Kenny. And the thing is, now I will say there are some people who I have been around and met that are skinny to the point you can have a wonderful cardiovascular system and be bigger. Any and all of right now, I only have high blood pressure. That was from external stress. I did not have high blood pressure until I went through something. I'd always had stress in my life, but I went through something like particularly stressful, and it was just a bunch of things. And now I have high blood pressure. But prior to that, when I would go to the doctor, my blood work would be good. My heart, everything was fine. I've always been big. Since adolescence, I've always been big. Now, I wasn't running marathons or nothing. I'm not saying I can do everything that Samyra and or Lizzo can do. But I'm saying that if the measurement is health, I know less healthy than a lot of people my age in a general sense. And I know for a fact that I was a lot healthier prior to this. Like I said, that was stress induced. I know for a fact it was stress induced because I never had a problem. I've always been around the same weight. There were people who were significantly less healthy than me, that were smaller than me all throughout my life that I was around. So I'm saying that I know for a fact that health and weight are not always synonymous in terms of, oh, if you're bigger, you're automatically less healthy than this person over here who's not. And so it's frustrating to see people talk so confidently and be so dismissive of literally anything she says, that people keep bringing examples of how this is actually relevant. And I'm going to, what is this? I'm going to add something. We're going to talk about what diet culture is. Diet culture is a set of societal beliefs and norms that prioritize thinness and appearance over health and well-being, often labeling foods as good or bad. and moralizing body size. It portrays thin bodies as ideal and superior, while larger bodies are often stigmatized or seen as unhealthy or undesirable. This culture is reinforced through social media, celebrity endorsements, advertising, and even some health campaigns, which can normalize disordered eating behaviors and unrealistic body standards. Which is literally what she said, labeling something as skinnylicious does. That's all she said. Everything that this says here is what she said, but she specified it around the idea of the Cheesecake Factory calling a menu skinnylicious. That's it. We got people sitting saying, oh, she doesn't want them to have a menu with less calorie options. That's not what she said. They're saying, oh, she has a vendetta against skinny people. Who said that the menu was just for skinny people? She didn't say that. She said the name of the menu is problematic because of diet culture. Why? Let's use our thinking caps. Why would people be so invested in conflating and just straight up lying about what she said if it weren't for her being a bigger person? And when all of that stuff is going, all those things, it's about health. No, that's debunked. Oh, she's just mad about. No, that's been debunked. When someone else who is smaller, I've seen it multiple times. Let me see. Do I have somebody else? I have this one. When you look in people's comment sections and they're not her size, the comments are so much nicer and more conversational. People are not being like, you're this or that, she's a problem. They're just kind of like, well, I think this and I think that. Like they're actually having a dialogue. Whereas people are talking down to her and telling her that she's just this, she just wants to make money, she's just doing this for attention, all of these things. It's so dismissive. Val says, I think the body should always be in balance. You can be unhealthy, skinny, or big. I don't think you're lazy or undisciplined. I think exorbitant sign of disharmony in the body. People have complex when they're barely skin and bones, I'm guessing, and when they're fat. Fat people get more ashamed. Production inquiry says, I need stats. About what? She said, and I am not skinny. You need stats about what, production inquiry? Wake up, make us say, I once had an elderly couple try to talk me out of trying to gain weight. I just can't take these complaints seriously. The food here is different in aiding in inflammation, fibroids, and the assumption of being big is always fat and wrong too. The shaming is completely different. Yeah, and the thing is to point out, it's another one of those things where I talk about people like being at that cusp of looking at stuff in a certain way or not. At the end of the day, because somebody said that she is purposefully triggering people. And I said, no, I think people are, or no, she said she was rage baiting. And I said, no, people are enraged by her talking about something that they don't want to be bothered with. That's enraging people. The fact that she's bringing it up. She's morbidity by weight. What do you mean? I don't understand the question you're asking. People are enraged by being confronted with subject matter that they don't want to talk about, right? Again, this ties into what we're going to talk about a little later too. Whenever she says anything, now they did bring up something. I didn't see this. I didn't see the original, and I just saw people talking about it. But she said something about like feed the meter, the notion of feeding the meter being advertised on parking meters is also fat-phobic. And they're like, basically, it's so benign that it's not an issue. That's not even the reason why it is. It's just funny. Yeah, a lot of things are funny. If you look at media, from the anywhere, anytime, the aughts, the early 2000s, 90s, 80s, and stuff, there was a point in time where, because of work of people like Samyra, people in bigger bodies have had to fight to be able to be depicted in a different way. Same as Black women, same as Asian people, same as any other group that has been traditionally um, satirized and stereotyped for jokes. Every group has the work that needs to be done to say, hey, actually, that's not okay. Hey, we're going to make you uncomfortable the way we are uncomfortable with how you handle us, so that it's no longer easy and or fun for you to do it anymore. That's literally how we got civil rights. How we get any kind of civil right is saying, hey, we're actually going to make a fuss unless and until you chill the fuck out about how you are dealing with this thing. Oh, thank you, Kenny. Yeah, YouTube has gifts now. I'm still not quite sure how they work. Like, I read the thing and everything, but I still don't understand how they work. But I appreciate it. Thank you, Kenny. And it won't let me show the gifts on the thing, but thank you. Diet food for me is a problem. If you go to a dietitian, it's not tropical foods. It's based on foods that are not in places Black people are. Eggplant, boiled plantains, fish, and cornmeal. Yeah, so I saw a dietitian. Was it last year? They don't offer soursop or yucca. Oh, I get what you're saying. Like the foods that will actually help are not here generally. You have to, and that's something else too. Now I told y'all I saw a dietitian last year, and she sat with me. She told me some things that I didn't quite know in terms of like when we're talking about how many times a day to eat and stuff like that. And I wasn't not eating. The thing about me and eating is that I am generally just, I cut corners in terms of self-care when it comes to other things, and feeding myself, taking the time to cook and eat thoughtful meals and things like that is one of the places that I kind of cut corners in the in an effort to save myself time. You know what I mean? Like I've gotten to a point where now in my mind, cooking for myself has become a burden of a kind. And so a lot of times, if I do even bother to eat at all, I'll just be grabbing little, or I would just be grabbing little things that's not even nutritious. Oh, thank you. Val, let me see. Do I have the thing here? I might have my ebook, birth certificate. Here's my cash. Here's my Cash App QR code. What do you say? I actually do not eat a lot. Food equals fat for me. That slows down your metabolism. So this is one of the things that my dietitian told me, because like I said, I wasn't eating, not necessarily because I called myself beating the system and losing weight, but because I just was like, I don't feel like taking the time out of all this other shit that I got to do to eat when I'm already big, kind of thing, you know, like, and I don't feel hungry. Like it gets to a point where your metabolism kind of adjusts to your habits. And so if you are someone who doesn't eat enough, i.e. Dav and Drew as well, your body goes into starvation mode. So even when you do eat or do little things, you have to basically, I would have to change my habits over a long period of time before my body would even register the idea that, okay, now we're regulated. Then from regulation, I would have to get into a mode of, okay, now we're ready to release weight. Because as of right now, my body is trying to keep me alive with what little that I feed it. But people outside looking in tend to assume and believe that because I'm in a bigger body, that I'm spending literally all day eating, or that everything that I eat is high in fat and high in sugar and this and that and the other. Mind you, I told y'all I lost 22 pounds, and I did because I had switched up. I started like actually doing what the nutritionist had told me to do. And thank you guys. I switched up what the nutritionist had told me to do. or started doing what the nutritionist told me to do. And I was actually like making myself eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And I was making sure that I was doing this. My problem was I wasn't getting enough protein. Now, the thing that I've learned about like weight loss and stuff like that, your body does respond to like changes, but if you're a little off, if you don't get things right, it's easy to throw yourself off. So, point being, I hit a plateau. And I think I told you guys about this. I hit a plateau. And the reason I hit a plateau is because while I was feeding myself on a regular basis, I was staying in a calorie deficit, I was drinking water and all that, whatever. I was trying to hit my protein goals, but I'm supposed to eat over 200 something, what is it? 200 something grams, around 200 grams of protein a day. That's my protein goal for my body goals. I need to eat around 180, 200 grams of protein. I don't know if any of you have ever been in a position where you had to eat a certain amount of protein and it was that high. That's difficult. It's difficult. It's difficult to do, for me anyway. It's difficult to do without using a lot of like supplementation or trying to play a lot of games around, okay, what are the ingredients and stuff like that? Because if you just eat, a piece of chicken breast and some salad, that's going to be, maybe if you're lucky, depending on how much chicken, anywhere from maybe 15 to 30 grams. And I'm supposed to eat 200 throughout the day. But I got to factor in that I'm only eating around 1,900 calories. That's what I had put it at, like 1,900 calories and stuff. So it's this dance around how many calories am I eating, but how much macros am I supposed to be getting, but how many macros fall within the calorie count that I'm supposed to eat, because I can't eat too many calories. It's a lot of math and stuff going on that if you're not already inclined to do it and you're trying to get, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's not just, I mean, yes, you can say it's food choices and portion side, but I'm here to tell you from coming at you directly from my lived experience life right now. It's not just that. That's a part of it, an integral part of it, but it's not just that. Your sleep is a part of it. How much water you drink is a part of it. Your stress levels are a part of it. All of the protein is expensive. It's expensive. And this is the thing. So I got to a point where I had gotten like the more milkshakey type of proteins that are more like dessert kind. And I was like, I don't want to drink that every day. Right. And it doesn't always work when I try to put it into, like, one time I tried to put it into my pancakes and the pancakes were disgusting and it was like stuff. So me trying to find ways to work more protein, I found out about clear protein. And clear protein is basically whey protein, but it's made as juice as opposed to like a milkshake. So I started drinking that. Fucked my stomach up. I started having painful gas. So I'm saying that y'all don't always know what someone is doing to quote unquote be, because it's this idea of if you're big and you're not trying to lose weight, then you're lazy. And I don't believe that. Like, if you're big and you just accept being big and you just do the best to take care of your body, that's fine. But I'm saying, as somebody who is actively trying to lose weight for my own reasons, you don't know what somebody's doing just because they don't look skinny immediately in passing. You don't know how someone's living. You don't know the effort that someone is actually putting in to trying to be healthy or lose weight. Because those two things are not, one does not always make the other. I said a lot of women have IBS. It was just, me being older, but it was something about, because I don't have that problem with the other one. And sometimes I would actually use milk to stir that. But it was something about this particular kind, the clear whey kind, and maybe it's something to do with like the process they do to get the milk solids out. I don't know. But it just wasn't working out for me. And so I got to a point where, like, I stalled. I'm still maintaining my weight loss so far, but I've stalled, and I'm just like mentally exhausted at this point from trying to do it. So I I took a break from actively trying to lose weight, and I'm just, maintaining at my calorie deficit. But in terms of looking for weight to come off and trying to play that game of, oh, am I eating enough protein? It's tiring. Everybody's body is not amenable to everything. And everybody's body is not supposed to look the same. And that's something else I had to learn too. Everybody's body weight doesn't show up the same. Because I'm somebody, and this is not me, I'll never sit and try to say, oh, it's fine because people say this, but I do mentally take a note of, I'm someone who was always, whenever I would say what my actual weight was, people would be like, I didn't think you weighed that much. And then it wasn't until I got older that I understood that I have a lot of muscle underneath my fat. And I'm not saying that I look like Jade Cargill underneath my fat or anything like that, but I'm saying that typically people just assume that the bulk of someone's body is always all fat, when that's not necessarily the case. Now, they may still have a significant amount of fat over top of their muscle to the point where they just look soft and doughy. It's not always going to look like, I'm going to say John Goodman, but I don't even want to say John Goodman because I still feel like John Goodman still looked generally like a fat man. But there are some people, how they say dad bod. Because I feel like John Goodman is slightly over a dad bod. I'm talking prime John Goodman. I'm talking like Roseanne in the 80s and 90s John Goodman, not today's John Goodman. Today's John Goodman is significantly smaller because I think because he's older and stuff like that, volume loss, whatever. But I'm talking about like 30s, maybe 40s John Goodman. He was a bit bigger than the typical like dad bod of like, you can still see the frame, but it's just a little doughy. It's just a little doughy, right? Some people may carry a certain weight and it looks like that. And some people may carry a certain weight and it looks like what I'm describing as John Goodman. You don't know what people got going on their fucking skeleton is what I'm saying. You don't know what people have going on their skeleton. You don't know what people are doing and working on behind the scenes of you in terms of how they're trying to eat and tracking their eating habits and trying to change their eating habits and trying to hit their macros and make sure they get enough water and make sure they get enough rest. You have no idea. And that in and of itself is stressful, while stress is also something that can fuck up your weight loss efforts. Again, I'm saying this as someone going through it. So why is it so automatic that people, and they speak with such authority, and people could come into the comments and say, hey, I'm a dietitian, or hey, I'm this kind of an expert, or I'm a psychologist, whatever. And they'll dismiss it because, oh no, that fat person is fat. And so therefore, because that fat person is fat, whatever I think, feel, or say about that person is the gospel truth, despite whatever credential you have to speak on the subject. It's a bit frustrating to me. Val says losing weight is finding your formula. Some people never do. Right. It's about finding a formula. It's specialized to every person. Metabolism is not the same does not work the same in everybody. What may work for one person may not work for another person. What may work for one person may be the absolute worst thing another person could possibly do. But it's very personal. It's very personal. It's very vulnerable. And this is not a kind world to people who demand you show up exactly in the way that makes them feel comfortable as soon as they perceive you. And another problem I think Samyra is dealing with too is just the generalized social media problem that Black women face, which is typically you have to fit into one of like 3 categories as a Black woman, and I'm going to say like it's a Venn diagram, right? And so at the top here in the circle, that's going to be aspirational content. So that's your Black woman in luxury, or your highly educated Black woman, your soft life, anything that is just like, oh, I would like to live that way someday, or it would be nice if I could live that way, or that's just really fabulous, whatever. Then on the bottom, there's two on the bottom, and one would be what did I say it was? One is sympathetic kind of content. So that is the ones like the, oh, help me and my kids, or I have cancer, or I'm struggling, or whatever. Da, 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 da. And then that third circle would be considered what I consider rage bait. And that kind of goes along with the sympathetic one sometimes, but I'll say it's more of an attitude thing about it, because sometimes when women come up and say, I have a bunch of kids and I need money and I'm just down on my luck or whatever, they'll have some people that are like, oh, let me help you. But then they'll have other people going, you just want to lay on your back. Da, 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 da. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it can be interchangeable sometimes with rage bait, depending on how people treat it. And then the rage bait ones are the ones that are just like, yeah, I'm fucking having 17 kids. What you gonna do? Yeah, I'm getting $5,000 in food stamps and stuff. What you gonna do? Or yeah, I'm ratchet and I'm talk loud and I'm eat crazy and I'm do all this stuff. What you gonna do? Basically, like I'm antagonizing you and getting the engagement, and I know that I'm making you angry. These people on the side are just like, look, help me, and it makes people angry because they just don't like seeing vulnerable people, or they just don't like seeing people they feel like are getting a free ride that they don't feel like they should get a free ride. And I feel like with Samyra, she would be aspirational, because she is aspirational in a lot of ways. But the reason why people reject her being in that space so much, being a Harvard graduate, she may or may not be engaged to a football player right now. We don't know. But I did that live like months ago or whatever. There's a lot about her that fits into that aspirational character, and the face card never declined. Face card never declined. You can say whatever you want to say about her body, but her face card never declined. She is, and I would call her a preference. If she was smaller, she would be a preference easily, right? So she has aspirational things, but they will not let her have that because she is fat. And you're not going to tell me any different. Because she is fat, it's like, who the fuck you think you are? You just want to be seen. Why you doing all that? Why you wearing that? Why you keep talking? All that other stuff. Shut up. Blah, 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 blah. Because they can't really call her stupid. She's a Harvard graduate. You know what I mean? They can't. I have yet to see anyone try to call her lazy. They're coming at the quality of her work, but they cannot call her lazy because she's everywhere doing everything. So they can't call her lazy. But there is this element, like I said, she's not sympathetic because she doesn't need anything from any of us. You know what I mean? Or she doesn't present as if she needs anything from anybody. She's never like, oh, please do this for me. I need money. She's making her own moves. She's making her own money. Like I said, she got the credentials to do whatever she needs to do in life. And all they can say is that it's rage bait because they are enraged. They don't know where to put her because she's not performing to what they want to see a fat person do. And she's not responding to the stuff. She's not ever showing any sadness. She's not ever showing, she don't back down. Let me see what else I have here. I do have, let's get this off of here. I did have some more on this. Oh yeah, I also wanted to show y'all because that was something else that bothered me too. Because that lady that we saw talking before, and other people were talking about how or adding on to Samyra's point that this is done on purpose. I'm really not confused, but it's funny to me how people will also say, oh, she's making a big deal out of nothing. They didn't mean it that way. Do y'all know how much what are they called? Chief marketing officers / creative directors / VPs of advertising make. And I looked this up. Let me look, because I did look this up on my phone earlier. Okay. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Sorry, how much do they make? Okay, so a chief marketing officer, top marketing executive, Donald Evans. Donald Evans of who? Okay, so this is for the Cheesecake Factory, period. The total earnings for marketing advertising professionals who conceptualize and execute campaigns like the Skinnylicious menu vary depending on their level of seniority. At the Cheesecake Factory, salaries range from entry-level coordinators making roughly $55,000 per year to senior corporate executives whose total compensation can reach seven figures. So the chief marketing officer, the current chief marketing officer, this does not mean he was the one that made Skinnylicious, but I'm just saying. Earns an average annual salary of $103,693. Chief Marketing Officer, the top marketing executive, Donald Evans, holds the title of Chief Marketing Officer and Senior VP. He commands a base salary and executive cash bonus structure, typically ranging from $400,000 to over $1 million in total compensation when factoring in corporate stock options, matching the compensation trajectories of other top officers at the firm. Marketing managers, the mid-level managers who actually supervise the daily execution of targeted digital ad placements, earn an average of total compensation of $105,378 with a base salary around $90,433 plus average annual bonuses of roughly $14,945. And then that's marketing associates, marketing coordinators, entry level. Oh, they just track the analytics. So no, I'm talking about the people that actually come up with the concepts. So we're talking anywhere from 103,693 to $1 million that someone who would conceptualize and then implement a marketing strategy could make. You think they're getting paid that much money to just haphazardly throw skinny on something like, oh yeah, people are gonna like skinny? You think they're being paid and they're not being paid to really have like pinpoint precision about every single word they use, every single color, the font, everything, all of that stuff is engineered. Hell, the food is even engineered. And I got some clips for that too. People, you gotta remember, I watch documentaries for fun. I'll just watch a random documentary for no fucking reason at all. And I've watched a lot of documentaries about the food business and like how they create these different foods and why they're so addictive and what's going on in America in terms of food, why we had that people coming from all over the world for the World Cup and having that experience with the food here that they were having. It's because of the way food is treated here. It's treated as a product. It's not treated as a necessity. It's treated as an experience that can be commodified and sold. It's not, and they want to be commodified and sold as much as possible. It's not treated as a resource. So you're telling me that they just kind of haphazardly, oh, people just like Skinnylicious. No. No. People are paid the same way. I sat here and explained to you how the current head of the Heritage Foundation's thesis when he got out of college relates to the work he does today. There are people that have done work to the level and degree of getting in people's business and figuring out why this is this and how this works and why that works that way and why people respond this, that, and way. And they're paid those amounts of money that I just went over to do that for companies, to override and utilize your inherent biases to get you and to be stealthy about it, because that's part of the job, to get you to do whatever, to buy what they want you to buy and behave the way they want you to behave. Oh, I'm in the wrong place. Let me go to this. This is about fast food. This is just a little clip about why fast food is addictive.
Fast food is so darn addictive. Scientists that craft this food are working against you. They are trying to make you hungrier long term. They are trying to make you crave this food. These fast foods at McDonald's contain multiple ingredients that are outlawed in other countries, but they're legal in the United States. This is legal drugs, guys. Here's the deal. When you eat unprocessed meat, a hamburger off your own grill, or chicken at your house with eggs and some vegetables or fruit, there's really nothing in there that's going to sabotage your satiety in your brain. You're going to be full longer for the same amount of calories. The same amount of calories here is going to leave you hungrier sooner. That's why it's so addictive. You're gonna get a big dopamine spike when you eat this because it's gonna hit your blitz point and you're gonna be craving more sooner. And that has led to over 70% of the US population being fat, sick, and unhealthy. So don't be fooled. All calories are not created equally. No one is coming to save you. Your health is your responsibility. The choices you make regarding the quality of your food mean everything for your long-term health. Choose wisely.
I also have a couple clips about double speak. I don't know if you've ever heard the term double speak. Sorry, I don't know what the heck that was. It just started playing. It is.
To evade responsibility, make the unpleasant appear.
Is doublespeak.
Doublespeak is language designed to evade responsibility, make the unpleasant appear pleasant, the unattractive appear attractive. Basically, it's language that pretends to communicate but really doesn't. It is language designed to mislead while pretending not to.
Is it done consciously?
Oh, yes, very consciously. Doublespeak is not a slip of the tongue or a mistaken use of language. It's exactly the opposite. It is language used by people who are very intelligent and very sophisticated in the use of language and know that you can do an awful lot with language.
Who's the worst offender?
In sheer bulk,
Yes.
sheer numbers of examples, the government. If we count government from the local level all the way up to the federal level, I had to stop writing the chapter on government doublespeak. It was going to take over the whole book. But interestingly enough, and this was a revelation in doing the book, about a half a step behind comes business with a tremendous amount of doublespeak.
And that's important because the next one I'm going to show is the same person, but he's talking specifically about, like, he's giving an example of how when it comes to food, doublespeak is used to push certain messages or whatever, even if it's patently not true.
On a product and still have sugar in it is probably the one question I've been asked most often, because people simply can't believe that. True. Is it true that you can put sugar free on a product and still have sugar in it? Is probably the one question I've been asked most often, because people simply can't believe that happens.
How can it happen?
Because sugar free simply means they haven't added table sugar or cane sugar to it. They can add mannose, fructose, any of the syrup sweeteners and still call it sugar free.
And now, was that specifically about Cheesecake Factory? Even though I'm sure they got some mannose in this. Every single goddamn time. I swear for the Lord, I can't remember the last time I heard car alarm going off around here. Okay. Lord. Okay. What was I saying? Oh, I was saying that was just to illustrate how food and business work. So if somebody is promoting a kind of message or getting a kind of message, and mind you, the message, if you go into the comment section of the different videos that people are discussing this particular subject, the messaging is and has worked, because like I said, people are using skinny synonymously with health, and the idea that this menu in and of itself is healthier and all of that than the other one, than the regular menu, and that skinnier or more health conscious people are using it, and this and that and the other and all these other things, when in reality in some cases it's the same food, it's just whittled down. And the argument was never about the inherent health of the food, it was simply about the idea, the systemic pushing of this narrative of being skinnier and healthy being synonymous. That was always what it was about. It wasn't about the food, it wasn't about the portions, it wasn't about anything to do with the food itself. It was about the marketing, how it's used and why it's used. Production inquiry says, again, I'm not skinny. Statistically, people carrying excess fat have worse health outcomes than people who do not have excessive amounts of fat on their body. I'm not arguing against that, but what I am arguing is that even though that may be true, when people are talking to people about innocuous fat people or to a person they perceive as fat, they talk to them as if they automatically know that that is the case for them specifically, and or any other fat person. And that's the problem. There is a way to have conversations about issues that do not put the person you're having the conversation with in the position to accept what you're saying about the issue broadly as being internalized to them. When people are talking to people, I know people like to think that they are being logical and unemotional and this and that and the other. But what I'm pointing out is the way people talk to Samyra. They don't talk to Samyra like a Harvard graduate. They don't talk to Samyra like someone who studied sociology and been doing this stuff in this field for a long time. They don't talk to Samyra like someone who has the what's that called? The pedigree and the credentials that she has. They talk to her as a fat person, as a stereotypical fat person. They talk to her as a lazy, undisciplined, victim fat person. They don't talk to her how she actually shows up in the world. They talk to her how they see fat people. And that's evidenced further by when you go into the comment section of the people that aren't fat that are talking about this stuff. They're not talking to them the same way. They may be talking about Samyra the same way they're talking to and about her in her comments, but they are not talking to those people who are not fat the same way. You getting some pizza? I smelled pizza earlier. I think somebody was ordering pizza. They say ninjas have high cancer rates, stress, pregnancy, hernias, all of that. Fibroids in black women date back to the 1800s. Most fat people are not wanting to be fat. Most are doing something. I, as an overweight person, think overweight people know they are overweight. People should stop minding people's affairs. NFL players have had heart attacks and or had to lose weight. There are black male athletes that have retired and ended up crippled due to the added stress on their joints because of their weight. Yeah, but you never see any, I've never seen a conversation about that the way I see a conversation about health and everything else every time this woman opened her mouth. She said, who is this woman? Do I know her? I don't know if you know her. I talked about her a few months ago when I was talking about, she said, I don't think she's a preference either. I'm talking about her skin tone and her hair texture and stuff like that. I'm not saying right now, I'm saying that if she were the size people feel like she needs to be, I think she would be in her features and stuff, she would be a preference. She said, oh, I know her. She was being bullied. I actually think those menus allow heavier women and people who are trying to make smarter choices and change their lifestyle still eat at their favorite restaurants and feel normal. That was never her argument, and that's not mine. Or her argument was never against that. It was solely about calling it Skinnylicious. We were supposed to watch Big Girls, but we were, Kenny. I don't know what happened. Society talks on big women because men want to feel like all women are all women are on the option in a line and a queue for them to have a choice to fornicate. Ooh, I'm gonna hold on to this because that's gonna come in. Um, Men feel entitled to our bodies. Hey, Mara, I love documentaries. Oh, this was far back. Oh, now the poppies want to come and play with. Skinny was a trend. Skinny pop, skinny girl margaritas. Overweight women have lower representation in marketing and focus grouping. I actually feel like I actually feel like that's something else. That's another argument people were making that was like completely missing the point of what she said. It's not about, well, sometimes she does talk about having bigger women's representation, like for instance, having proper representation for plus sizes inside stores and stuff like that. But when it comes to something like this, it's not about wanting to have a fat person menu. There is no fat person menu. Everybody's eating food. And while, yes, some people are eating more food than other people, it's not always in mukbang culture should show you it's not always the fatter people eating the most food. That's number one. There's that the idea that when she says skinnylicious is a tone deaf at best and fat phobic outright at worst name, and more so probably just outdated, because this was started back then when things were a lot more lax. There wasn't as much advocacy, there wasn't as much discourse around things, there wasn't as much, fat people were more likely to just kind of roll with the punches, so to speak. Now that we're in a more woke space where people are starting to kind of go, you know what, this actually doesn't set right with me about a lot of different things. She's saying, hey, skinnylicious is casually fat phobic. If you think about it, skinnylicious is a fat phobic way of communicating that these are healthier options. Mind you. Now, yes, it does help. I'm saying psychologically, like I said, because weight loss can be daunting. It does help psychologically to have a menu that's pared down that you could just order and maybe eat less than you would eat if you get the whole thing. But technically, there's nothing wrong with buying a full size thing, eating some. I've seen people do that before. They're like, hey, when the food comes to the table, I already asked for my to-go platter. I half it. I eat half and I put up the other half for later, and I don't eat that at the table. I take it home with me. You know what I mean? Like, there's all types of things. You don't need a menu per se to do that, to eat more mindfully. But the point is, it's not about the menu existing. It's about what you call it and why, and how that perpetuates that idea that skinny people are inherently healthier and that being fat is inherently unhealthy. Skinny, all of that stuff. And the funny part too, I'm glad you brought up Skinny Girl. Skinny Girl was a whole thing. I remember the onslaught of Skinny Girl stuff, and I didn't feel offended by it per se. I'm not offended by any. I'm not offended by Skinnylicious, but I also still recognize that it is fat phobic. Um, Bethany Frankel is the creator of Skinny Girl, the brand. Bethany Frankel is continuously problematic. And so the fact that people can sit there and say, oh, well, Skinny Girl, what's wrong with, if anything's wrong with Skinny Girl, if you know Bethany Frankel as a person, you know something got to be wrong with Skinny Girl generally, because she's just that problematic of a person. And that's all I'm going to say about that. Let me see. If they did message testing for the use of skinny, it was amongst thin, dieting, or fit women. Kenny, I like it in theory, but when I eat those things, they make me have the runs. My stool consistency and odor is different. I am healthy. Everyone is telling you everything is going to kill you. The problem is, as a Haitian, we only eat natural foods when we're young. No canned food or vegetable, maybe frozen, but more fresh. Hey, London Link. So, not you trying to ruin Big Macs for me by telling me about your poop. Oh, gosh. Okay. Wait. As an adult, going through the issue of eating my ethnic food, then I don't have it is I can only eat other foods so much that makes me also not eat as much. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Your body is used to that kind of food, and American food is a whole nother animal. I know American food. Hey, MJ, I don't think people should open their mouth about people's health, and that's the thing. People feel like it is acceptable, not only acceptable, but it's their moral right to convict people about how they're living and whatever. And mind you, it's just a fat person existing. Thank you, MJ, for the sunshine. It's not proper etiquette. It's hot there. Les is in Jamaica. Production inquiry says, I agree with individual treatment, but if the issue is use of the word skinny as a descriptor, the skinny menu is literally the healthier menu. It is not, because even people who are underweight are considered skinny. And underweight being that it has less to work with. Yeah, you could be bigger, you have too much, but if you're underweight, you don't have enough, that can be even more catastrophic for you. And this is not necessarily, I don't want to make this into a what's better here between two unhealthy things, but the idea that skinny is the default, skinny is actually not the default. A healthy weight is not skinny. A healthy weight is a balanced weight where you have enough flesh to, whatever ratio. Now, can you optimize your fat content or whatever for aesthetic purposes? And a lot of people do, but people will look at that and say that is the healthiest when it is not. When people are trying to get down their body weight to like single digit percentiles and stuff like that, that's not healthy. It looks good and it's considered, healthy because it's so disciplined and they work so hard to get it in it, but that's not healthy. And people will look at a person with 2 or 3%. I'm talking about a bodybuilder. I'm not talking about, like an emaciated person. I'm talking about somebody who put in the work to look the way they want to look that way outside of like that is disordered eating kind of, but you know what I mean? Like not someone who looks like Ariana Grande at the moment. You know what I mean? Somebody who is doing a weight competition or whatever. That's not healthy. But people would have you believe that is the epitome of health. And people are not going to fight back against it the same way people fight back against the idea that someone in a what you would count as a fat body could be healthy, as they say, healthy as a horse. She is pretty. She's not like, but that's still preferential. And this is me with my round Black woman, regular American nose. I'm saying I could see her being preferential. And I'm also saying this with my round nose and my dark skin, I have been treated as preferential around people darker than me. So I'm saying as someone who is farther down the line than her, that I could see how she would be treated as preferential. Now, is this something? Am I trying to say that everybody's gonna fall over themselves? Every single person in the world will fall over themselves to get with her? Absolutely not. But that was where I was coming from with it. I was a fit fat person in my BMI when I was gymming hard. I was 199, 200, 215. I had insulin resistance and was gestational diet. That's what I'm saying. Like people try to use certain things, visual markers to say who is healthy and who is not. You literally cannot know. And so when you're pulling out, to me, it's silly to try to go, oh, well, statistically, you still don't know individual people's situation. You still don't know. So in a general sense, I just feel like it's better to just kind of go on a case by case basis but skinny across the board does not mean healthy. Period. Like that's just period. So Skinnylicious is such it's cute. It's a cute marketing as someone who thinks about marketing and like having little buzzwords and quick things that stick in people. What they say, earworms. Skinnylicious is a cute little name, but you know, society doesn't even speak on hormonal balance for women. Herbal foods to acquire health. Yep. Hey, Paper Frost, it's specifically aimed at women too because many men aren't trying to be skinny at all. If anything, their aspirational would be the cut up guy with the 2% body fat. You know, like she said, I said that in reference to how the marketing team named the menu. If they focus group the name with fat women and people, they would have gotten different feedback, probably. But that's the thing. That's something else you got to consider too. Prediction inquiry. If that's the case, which I'm not saying it's not, you're probably right about that. Why didn't they? Because they didn't want the opinion of some fat ass people. They knew the message they wanted to send, and they're like, let's get these skinnies in, you know, let's get these fit people in here and see how they feel about it. It says low cal and diet don't sound like fun or aspirational. It sounds like punishment. Yeah. Bethany is Bethany was skinny though. That's her brand. Yeah, I'm not saying that's her brand, but I'm saying if you know of her as an entity, period, you know that she probably got some biases and maybe a little racism in there. You get what I'm saying? Like, you know what kind of person she is. So you know she ain't coming from it from a holistic place, is what I'm saying. I was on Red Note. They had teas and brews for cramps and holistic teaching. They don't even teach gardening in schools anymore. They want to draw image conscious people. Yes, but those people will be more likely to eat unhealthy items when they eat there. Yeah, because it's never about actually providing health. It's about selling health. It's about selling the idea of health. It's about selling the idea of skinniness. And how can you commodify skinniness if not by making it preferable or aspirational or something that you feel you need to do, have, be, or you do have or be. And in order to make it that, there has to be something else that you can be that's bad. It can't be aspirational if when you say if everybody's super, nobody is. I think it's white supremacy. Sorry, not sorry. Most black women are modeled after the West African body type. The U.S. is a paradox. They talk about being fat while promoting it to kids in cereal and marshmallows between commercials. Lucky Charms is not healthy. But they'll sit and say, oh, we got all these whole grains, and that's the double speak. There's so much whole grains. It's more whole grains and stuff. Like, I've seen them do that. Skinny equals a descriptor of the menu, not a person. Yes, but why would a menu need to be skinny? And what does it mean to be skinny? Because I guarantee you this, even if you say, oh, well, it's thin, it's emaciated. Okay. You know, like it's not, when people see skinny, even if we look at models, supermodels, now they'll have plus size models, but they are marketed as plus size models. And even those, first of all, if you old enough to remember the early 2000s and the aughts, when they were saying that Britney Spears was too fat. People like Britney Spears were too fat. Anytime, what's the girl name? She looked good now. The Parent Trap girl. She used to be a redhead. Lindsay Lohan and them. All the little girlies running around. Anytime they would have a little bit of period bloat or something, they were being called fat. In a time, you know how the movies things come on. In a time when not appearing completely stick thin was called and treated as obese. That was the mindset that birthed Skinnylicious. That was the time period that birthed Skinnylicious. So no, I do not leave it up to those people and them. I know exactly what they were marketing. And I know exactly what they were trying to sell through that menu. The idea that somehow, some way, through eating off of this menu, that gets you all the much closer to embodying that perfect skinny body. Let me see. It says you saw how bad they got when Michelle tried to feed the kids healthy food. I saw something somewhere where people were talking about the rollout of that initiative, and they were saying like they went to school on Friday and they had all the snacks and stuff they like, and then they came back and they had like all this health food in the thing, and they were so mad. They said the parents went up there. Oh my god. Preferences, in my opinion, are unambiguous. I'm not really sure what you're referring to. I know I'm probably behind in these things. Y'all really engaging. Come on, engagement. Um, the menu is not named on a case by case basis. It's based off the general fact that higher body weight leads to the menu is based off the fact that higher body weight leads to. You would have to show me specifically where the company says, because at the end of the day, that at the end of the day, the idea it's shorthand for, I get what you're saying in terms of, because that's what the girl is saying. And I don't know if you was here with the girl explaining that the what's that called, Obamacare initiative and everything like that was what prompted people to have to start, restaurants and stuff, to have to start putting the calorie things on there. So yes, but that has nothing, that has something but nothing to do within the sense that you're talking about, the naming of it, the function of it, what it's supposed to do, why it exists technically, because really it's just about, how do we keep these people in this restaurant now that they know that this shit is 3,000 calories per plate, this other shit, right? So, but the function of these menus at all is to aid in people trying to maintain healthy eating habits, healthy body weight, so forth and so on, or aspirational, trying to get to healthy body weights, whatever. Yes, that is separate from the idea of marketing tapping into subconscious and biased belief systems, using shorthand, using doublespeak, using bias and culture to convey this idea that this is skinny, you'll be skinny, you are skinnier by eating this and not that. This is something here for you skinny, health conscious people. This isn't just a place for fat people to eat bad food. Skinnylicious. America likes to keep people subjugated. How else are they going to justify taking everything away from us and convincing the skinnies is and convincing us we deserve less? I want to be slender, not skin and bones. I actually don't want to be skinny. Rochville Housewife of NYC. You going to know what Bethany's brand is. Is that they used to have those white girls throwing up just to be skinny. And even now, like there are conversations that are had around when they were talking generally about like what kind of man likes what kind of women and this and that and the other. And one of the things, and definitely about the idea of like what rich men like and this and that and the other. One of the major things, like the markers of class and stuff, is being slender, being slim, not being they're saying that now having a BBL is a marker of nouveau riche or lower class, lower status. That's why you saw the Kardashians taking out all the shit that they had put into their butts now to get that more slender, svelte look. Like all of that stuff is signaling something. It's not by accident. It's not coincidental. It's very, very purposeful. Skinny menu in comparison to the normal menu. Skinny menu could be smaller portions but still delicious. Yeah. I reject calling that body perfect. Well, I don't mean that it's perfect, but that is the assumption. And being voluptuous was considered fat for the longest until Black women started getting thick. Right, but then that's the thing. Once they started commodifying, I'm going to say, because I'm also thinking about how hip hop went from being kind of like this underground niche type of thing to being big business. And then we had that idea of like luxury rap and sophisticated rap and this and that and the other. And I'm talking about Jay-Z, Rick Ross, Kanye, even this idea that they were now the tastemakers, and that the culture was so highly commodified that these people were now looked at by like people like the Kardashians and stuff like that as commodities. Then you saw those white women trying to build those black um inspired physiques and things like that, and coming after them. But then, like I said, now that that's out, now that that's not considered in vogue as much anymore, once the masses started getting access to, once the transit drivers and stuff started being able to get BBLs and stuff like that, they said, okay, that's enough of that. Now who can afford to be svelte, who can afford to be slim, who, now, because it's always about being able to distinguish between one or the other. It's always about having a divide for the purposes of uplifting one. The problem is also large farming industry. They're just dissociating people to the land and food. So you manufacture food by a few companies like General Mills and other. Yeah, the idea that like they're engineering the fruits and the vegetables not to have seeds. So you can't just buy a fruit or vegetable from the store and say, oh, I'm going to take this seed and everything is seedless grapes, seedless watermelons, this and that and the other. Bethany was broke as fuck and single when she debuted on Real Housewives of New York. She's probably the richest self-made housewife now. All of a sudden, we can't read subtext. We all know what skinny looks like. I feel like everyone should mind their own guts. They're buying up black farming. They buying up everybody farming land. Or what skinny is supposed to imply. Yeah. It's about a conservative agenda. Production inquiry says what skinny looks like is not all that skinny means. Thin mint literally means thin cookie. Yes. Okay. So the lady put it, because I was thin when you now we talk about context clues and stuff like that. Everybody keep talking about context clues and this and that and the other. A thin mint. Yes, the mint is thin. You can look at the cookie and see that the minty cookie is thin. So I can infer that the thin mint is thin. I don't think that the thin mint, and I never thought that the thin mint was supposed to be lower calorie. Also, when we're talking specifically about Girl Scout cookies, they had, I forget which cookies they had before that it straight up said fat free. Thin mints were never marketed as lower calorie or anything. The cookie is thin. That's understandable. That's not so that I never read that, and I never read that as being a subliminal about weight. Thin mints are delicious, and you're going to eat a lot of them, and you could get fat from that. They never marketed a different way. Girl Scout cookies, when they had a lower fat cookie or a gluten-free cookie or whatever like that, they let you know whatever the special thing about the cookie was supposed to be in terms of like health consciousness and stuff like that. Also, people use the idea of the biggie bag. I remember when the biggie bag came out, and I remember why the biggie bag came out. The biggie bag came out because originally they were the 4 for $4. But the problem is with inflation, the 4 could no longer be 4. So what they needed, because 4 for $4 gives you getting 4 things for $4. They're selling value. They were always, that bag, when it was the 4 for $4, was always about selling you value. So when they put Biggie on it, it was understood already based off of the 4 for $4 that the Biggie was the big value, the big meal that you're getting in this bag. Because we still want to keep it going in your mind that you're getting a huge value in this one meal. So that's where I have to call bullshit. And I'm saying this as an avid Wendy's, you know what I mean? Because that 4 for $4 saved me many a day. I fed my little family many a day off that 4 for $4. So it was understood that the biggie bag, the whole premise of that bag of food, that particular meal, in both sense was always about the idea that you are getting more bang for your buck in buying this because you're getting more food for less money. Hunger Games was profound. I try to. She said that's a good point, Vitamin. What if they were trying to appeal to skinny or health conscious people and no longer be considered a restaurant for unhealthy people? The thing, because you got to remember, I think it was more so like overcorrection. It was like, oh, before they could just appeal, look how delicious this is. Ooh, look at the sauce porn. Ooh, cheesecake. They could rely on our senses of just, ooh, this looks good. I want this before. But now that we have to tell you how many calories, how much salt, how much saturated fat is in this, that is not going to override. You're going to go, whoa. If I'm only supposed to be eating 2,000 calories a day, and just this dish alone is 1,600 calories, that's going to make some people change their minds. You know, like that's going to, you. Now, most people, you know, some people are like, oh, well, I wouldn't think about it before. I wasn't counting calories before, but there probably were some people who weren't thinking about it because we didn't have to think about it. It wasn't something that was presented to us to think about, but now we're inundated everywhere with the calorie counts. So now it's right in our face. So we have to make conscious decisions. Marketing relies heavily on the subconscious. The less they can tell you, that's why I showed the clip about doublespeak. The less they can tell you, the more gray area and dead air there is for you to fill in the blanks however you want to. So if you want a piece of chocolate cake and you don't know exactly how many calories are in that piece of chocolate cake, you can convince yourself, oh, I'm just going to eat a little nibble. Oh, I'm just going to eat half of it. Oh, it can't be more than maybe like 500 calories. Reality, it's 1,100. That particular piece of chocolate cake. You get what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of wiggle room that corporate marketing relies on to do what they do. I always say people be underestimated, and I'm saying this as someone who has watched the documentaries about how this shit works. I hated the methany look in the 90s. When you think of Victoria times too, that's the butt and hip literal wire structure under their clothes. Black women are all shapes. We should normalize that all women are women and beautiful in our varieties. Absolutely. Heroin sheet. Yep. Smaller portions of unhealthy food is still healthier. A myth to assume Black women. And I want to, because I was thinking about that too. And this idea that smaller portion, but again, this is up to individual people. And here's the thing, as a fat back going way back, this is the thing about people. In my younger days, I physically cannot eat as much as I used to eat when I was younger. And sometimes I sit and think about how much I used to eat, like in a sitting when I was younger. And I go, how was I literally don't understand how I was eating all that much and not being uncomfortable or not getting sick or whatever like that. Because let's say even now, a standard size meal can be a lot for me. I tend to go for the value meals and stuff, not necessarily just because of the price, but because like I cannot eat as much food as I used to eat. But there are people who we've seen, they'll go someplace and they'll order multiple things. So and I'm not saying it's a bad thing at all. And I don't think Samyra was saying it's a bad thing at all, having a meal with smaller portions. But some people, it's just like, look, they were going to come to the Cheesecake Factory and get multiple dishes anyway. But now, yeah, having smaller portions is healthier. But if you get in 3 portions, you still eating a lot. You know what I mean? Now it's feeling like, well, I can eat more food. I'm still going to eat that 1,700 calories. You know, like the way people play around with this thing, this idea that's inherently healthier because it's skinny-licious and this and that and the other. People work around stuff all the time. She said, I was a Girl Scout. Don't try me. The cookie is thin. Is the menu skinnier? That's my point. Is the menu skinnier? What is a skinnier menu? How is a menu skinnier? What are the mechanics of a menu being skinnier? How does that work? That's what I'm saying. If you're doing this play on words, I'm saying that we know that the mint, the cookie mint, the thin mint, and I was a Girl Scout too. The thin mint cookie is thin. It's physically thin. Skinny jeans. She even the lady said skinny jeans. Skinny jeans are actually skin. The shape of them is skinny. The silhouette of them is skinny. Do fat people wear skinny jeans? Yeah, but the jeans are still skinny style jeans. What style menu is it? A skinny menu? What does it mean to be a skinny menu? We've already established that you particularly feel like the menu is healthier. So now we're connecting skinny with healthy. And that was always the issue. Because guess what? The function of the menu would still be the same if it was called the health conscious menu. I'm just throwing things out there. That doesn't roll off the tongue like Skinnylicious. I gotta be like Skinnylicious is a cutesy term. But a health conscious menu, Weight Watchers, even though that's already something, but a Weight Watchers menu. And even though the idea of watching your weight is still like, but it tells you the function, it's outright the function. But this idea that people are dancing around this idea of, oh, it's skinny, but that doesn't mean that it's saying that fat is bad. But if you're saying that fat is inherently unhealthy, then you're saying fat is bad. Then we got to get the whiteboard with the terms and put like the terms in. If we're lumping things into a binary, because that's what it is. It's a binary. Fat is not neutral in this. And if you're using skinny and you're making it synonymous with healthy, then what's the opposite of skinny? Fat. What's the opposite of healthy? Unhealthy. So what's the logical conclusion of that? If we're doing shorthand, again, this is about the brain just making knee-jerk decisions and categorizations. This manufactured idea by little hats that Black people are not diverse in look, shape, class, shades of brown, hair color, flat butt, no hip, big butt. Yeah, because I don't have that big of a butt. I don't have as big of a butt as I feel like I should have. That 4 for 4, okay, that's what I'm saying. That's my favorite shit. I love that 4 for 4. To this day, I still love the 4 for 4. Gotta eat Thin Mints. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. So Thin Mints was never about weight, because we was inhaling them shits. As soon as you open the box, you know it ain't making it through that day. That's what's don't play with me about no Thin Mints. Talking about, oh, is it thin? No. The mint is thin. The lifestyle ain't. Hey, Myra. the mint is thin. It is indeed thin. The lifestyle ain't. I like the idea of 1 meal a day. Some people eat 1 meal a day. No one, and I mean no one, considers Cheesecake Factory healthy, Skinnylicious, but you are not. Just 1 meal. What's the point of living? I've had times where I ate 1 meal. And there are people that do like, what's it called? What do they call it? Fasting, intermittent fasting and stuff like that. Do things like that. Olive Garden does too. Yeah, Olive Garden. I mean, at this point, everybody has their menu items, and I go and look for people who go to different fast food places and tell you how to like modify the stuff you get. Like, okay, get this, but take this. Tell them hold the sauce. Tell them do this or that or the other. So there's all kinds of ways. Like I said, if you still want to eat stuff, that you can be creative about reducing calories and things like that. But the point is that it's a lifestyle, and just eating off a particular menu ain't the only thing that's not going to solve all your problems if you're trying to lose weight and this and that and the other. Consciously reduce my plate size, 20s, trying to attain my goal. That's something else I remember people saying, like, just use smaller plates and things like that. Maybe the skinny menu is printed on raw spaghetti, right? On a lasagna noodle or something. Skinny menu, smaller portions. Yeah. Okay, but it's smaller portions. Not arguing that the portions aren't smaller. It's calling it skinny. It's calling it skinny. When is a portion skinny? A person is skinny. People are skinny. So if you're calling the portion skinny, you're saying you're associating the issue that she was bringing up was you are associating this smaller portion with the person eating it either becoming skinny or being skinny. It's saying, hey, this smaller portion equals a skinnier person equals health, a healthier person. It says so skinny can't mean smaller portions. It's more in what context? In what context? I think for me, the issue is trying to divorce the idea of calling it skinny, because you don't say, give me a skinny plate. You'll say, just give me a little bit. Just give me half. If you have sorry. If you, let's say you have something, a soda, you don't say, give me a skinny sip. You say, let me get a pop, let me get a sip, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, let me get some of that. Nobody in regular life refers to smaller portions as skinny. Do you? What do you call skinny? What food do you refer to as skinny? In regular conversation, in social situations. What have you ever referred to as skinny? Thin mints are the bomb. No one's ever knocking our girl out their seat. Like, it's Thin Mints to the end. Smaller portions can be called smaller portion. Let me get a little plate. Just give me one scoop. Nobody goes around calling nothing skinny. Smaller portions will help you lose weight. Smaller portions are healthier. Half a slice of cake is healthier. Some will argue eating cake at all is unhealthy. That's what I'm saying. A skinny latte. Yeah. And the inference is that you are not as fat for having drank it. It's not a fatter option. I'm saying there's no way to divorce the idea of something being skinny from the idea that it can also be fat. And then taking it further, what does it mean to be skinny or fat in that context? It's not an innocuous thing like just saying, hey, give me a smaller portion. Give me a smaller portion is forthright, it's upfront, there's no innuendo, there's no symbolism, there's no, there's no other deeper meaning to it. But when you call something skinny, or even when you call something fat, when you call it skinny, you have a skinny latte and you have a fat burger. I don't know if a fat burger actually exists. I feel like it has at some point, but maybe it was just something on television. But you have a skinny latte, you have a fat burger. What's the inference about the fat burger? It has more calories. It's denser. It has more. What do people say? Assume about fat people. You're eating more. You're going to get fat. It'll make you fat. So the idea of a skinny latte is it's going to somehow make you or aid you in being skinnier. I'm not saying that it's not used to denote those types of things. So is it ever okay to say skinny or fat in relation to food? I mean, that's up to the individual person, but she was talking about it from a systemic standpoint. Now, like I said, I don't see people outside of marketing using these terms casually to describe the food they're making in their houses or getting from each other. It's marketing. And what we know about marketing and corporations is there's always a deeper meaning. There's always a catch. And so the argument is that in a systemic way, when these companies are not questioned or called out about using these things to push these ideas, maybe even because do I believe that the Cheesecake Factory in and of itself has a specific agenda around making people feel fat or skinny? No, they have an agenda around making money, and they know that a shortcut to making money is selling a dream. Nothing we buy is straightforward. It's about selling the story around it, about who you could be, around what it can do for you, around the journey. And this is language that is used. I've watched so much content about marketing. I've taken so many classes. I actually was in sales classes and things before for different jobs and stuff. So it's always the same stuff. It's not sales. Is not just about saying, I have this thing. Do you want it? It's about, I don't know if you ever saw what's it called? The Wolf of Wall Street. He's like, sell me this pen. It's that type of thing. What I know that I could use a pen, probably. Sell me this pen. Make it so that I cannot leave here without this pen. That's what people are paid. I don't know if you were here when I went over like how much marketing directors and stuff are paid. They're not paid that much money to just, oh yeah, skinny, skinny. There's so much thought. And I would say, even on the note, this is kind of a sidebar about marketing. When it comes to marketing, even when they were doing like the stuff that was in very poor taste, even if it's about the stuff that was in poor taste around what's it called, Love Island, when they were doing like the racist ads and the things like that. And anytime they do something that's tone deaf to outright racist or whatever, the reason they do it is because they're willing to take the gamble that more people are just going to go, ha ha ha, that's funny, I know what that means, then are going to be upset about it. They probably know it's problematic to some degree, but they're figuring that it's going to be considered funnier in more cases. And it's going to get the eyes on them that they want in more cases than it's going to be, upsetting to anybody that matters. Marketing is about, am I giving you the impression, the idea that you need to give me the money? It will if you replace your daily regular latte with a skinny latte. It could assist you in losing weight or maintaining a healthy weight. No one's arguing against that. Wait, are you even talking to me? I don't know if you're talking to me or not. Said no one's going to Wendy's at 3 a.m. for the skinny menu. Does Wendy's have a skinny menu? I think they have like options that are, so they got salads and stuff. I don't know. You may eat less quantity, but it's not nutrition. That's something too. Like I said, and that's something else I had to learn too in my journey, is a point where I knew I was eating at a deficit because I was tracking my calories every single day. And part of my problem was I was having a hard time even hitting the calories I was supposed to eat, which were at a major deficit. Because I'm just like, wow, again, I'm eating more food, more volume food than I was eating before because I wasn't really eating all day. The menu title is to attract us, but we'll eat unhealthy when we get there, even if we eat from that menu. That's what I was saying. I was like, people sit there and probably get 2-3 things from the Skinnylicious menu. I'm not saying in all cases, but I'm saying like, it's not like just because you eat a Skinnylicious menu off the Skinnylicious menu that you are inherently healthier in how you're eating and how much of that particular menu you're eating and stuff like that. But again, the Skinnylicious is meant to just make you feel better about eating it. Pasta takes 2 to 3 hours to break down in the stomach and upper gut, and 24 to 72 hours to pass completely through the entire body as waste. Okay. Oh, here's another. Oh, here's one. Yeah, we were supposed to do this a long time ago. Child, I've been here running my mouth, jabbing my jaws. Hold on.
Healthy, so calling your healthy options menu Skinnylicious doesn't make any sense, and you know that. Stop being dense. You know that. And so long as men's beauty standard is to be as big and muscular as possible, that's how I know you know that being skinny, it does not equal being healthy. Actually, quite the contrary. It is very, very normal for somebody who's extremely sick, almost to their deathbed, to be extremely thin, right? They could have just called it healthylicious. right? Like, it's like you call it Skinnylicious because you know what you want to invoke, right? If you eat this, you will be skinny. They will always veil it as health. They will always put the pressure on you as the consumer to make the healthy choice. But they know how you think, so they'll throw the word skinny because they just know you want to be skinny. You don't care about health. You don't really care about health. And it's the Cheesecake Factory. So, and that's the thing, it's the Cheesecake Factory, baby. That's not a healthy food. You know what I mean? Like, it's like you're not, like, at most, their 1,600 calorie dish, they knocked it down to, what, 900 calories? Because being skinny doesn't mean you're healthy, so calling your healthy options menu Skinnylicious doesn't make any sense. And you know that. Stop being dense. You know that. And so long
I have a quick chit chat.
I really hope y'all know that when it comes to fat phobia, y'all saying I'm wrong proves exactly why I'm right. Bye bye.
So I want to approach this with as much love and respect as I possibly can, because I really don't have anything.
Could you hear him? Because I know you might not have been able to hear her because it was very low generally because it was a yes, I mean, yes. That's what I'm saying. Like, go to the comments and you'll see. Y'all ever eat Rasta food? Like Rasta pasta? I've had Rasta pasta before. Could you hear him talking when he started talking? Because you probably wasn't going to hear her. Like, all she said was that people were proving her point. And they were being, I forget, she said basically like they were being stupid. Okay, you can't hear the video. Okay.
Against that young lady, and this is not about to be me like trying to bash her or whatever her mission may be, especially because I'm a plus size person and I've always said that anyone that is willing to put themselves out there to speak on behalf of plus size people so that we can be included in the conversation and included in the products that are being produced, I'm going to try to support them as much as I can. However, she just recently made a video speaking about how, like, the Cheesecake Factory has some new part, I guess, of their menu called, like, Skinnylicious, and that's fat-phobic.
And while we're chatting, Cheesecake Factory's Skinnylicious menu is fat-phobic. The fact that it is named Skinnylicious because it has fewer calories and quote-unquote healthier options, it is fat-phobic. That is not that is not an opinion. That is a fact. And I would say argue with your mama, but she probably fat-phobic too.
I don't really know what that means, especially because the Cheesecake Factory's menu is about 85 damn pages long. So if they have about 2 pages that is labeled Skinnylicious, well, then you have about another 250 pages where you can go get all of the big backery that you would like. So I don't really understand what that was. But in her video, now she's saying, you all talking about the fat phobic and this and this and this, proving her point. My issue is that at one point in time, for me, your message was coming off very clear. And that is, as plus size people, when we walk into the store, we would like to see representation for us. We would like to be included in your brands. And then it started to spread to other type of businesses, airlines, things along those lines, all things that I can stand by. But I feel like now what's happening is you are slowly turning into like this caricature, and it's almost as if you're taking your brand and your mission in a direction that is going to make people no longer take you seriously. Because to me, and this is coming from a plus size person, to me, your videos are starting to come across as nothing more than rage bait. And I know that some people may say, that's how it's always been. I didn't view it that way. But that's what it's starting to turn into. And I don't want that to happen for you, because I do feel like a lot of what you do does garner a lot of great results to some extent. It has opened the eyes to a lot of businesses. But when you do shit like that, that's not cute. It's not cute, and it's gonna make people not take you seriously, and your mission and your goals are gonna start to become diminished if you don't kind of rein this back in and stop trying to find a moment in everything that you do.
I I keep that's another theme that keeps going there. And I mentioned this earlier. One of the things that people, that she just wants attention, that she is somehow doing this from a place of like narcissism, and so therefore trying to create sensationalized, non-issues in order to maintain visibility, or having a reason for staying relevant. Um, I mean, I would say it is a point for people who are not, how do I put this? For people who generally don't see the value in, I'll be honest, were I a betting woman, would be willing to put a wager down that any person that feels that way about it is just not that invested in fat advocacy like that. You know what I'm, or the idea of it, sees it as something that is just kind of nice to have, but not necessary. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, you know what, honestly, if nothing ever changes in terms of the general public societal view of fatness, the world is no worse for it. So I would argue, yeah, there probably are people that feel that way about her, but it's because they were never that invested in any of that stuff changing in the first place. Whenever you're trying to bring attention to something that affects you, you just want attention. Yeah. Says no, you just want to hear it. And mind you, I know him. He cooks a lot. I don't know. He might just do commentary as well. I think he does do some commentary well, but I remember my introduction to him was through him making what could be considered kind of big back content. And I'm not saying like because he was fat. He had, I believe I have seen he lost some weight or whatever, but like he would make cooking, soul food and ribs and stuff like that. Um, So I didn't see his point, but maybe he was hiding it in that bright air shirt. I've seen that thing. I know that shit is comfortable as fuck. I've seen that for sale, that house dress. Advocating for more inclusive sizing is a whole lot more impactful than rallying against the worst. But that's the thing, production inquiry. And that was something like, I don't know as much about Samyra, but I saw other people who are more um aware of like her advocacy and stuff, and they were talking about the stuff she actually does outside of this. But this is social media, and one thing I know about, like, me as somebody who I do my stuff, I was doing my stuff through my school and my contacts and stuff at school, and what I'm talking about here, people would be able to say about me that what I do here and what I'm talking about here is frivolous and it doesn't matter, and it's just, online gossip and gender wars and this and that and the other. I could definitely see that being something somebody would come to me and say, but I know amongst my community it's meaningful. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm saying. Like, if it ain't for you, it ain't for you, but that doesn't mean it doesn't have any value outside of the discussion. And in social media, you got to just talk about stuff. Like it literally is. She just said the name was exactly, but it's become so much else. No one is rallying against the word skinny. I wouldn't call it irate, but I definitely would call it dismissive. I would call it dismissive. I saw some people that were irate. I did see some people that were irate. And that's what I'm saying. Like, to me, a lot of what strikes me about the stuff is more so the vitriol and the nastiness that comes, and then it's like an entitlement to being nasty. She has brand deals like anybody that is popular on the internet. Like, yeah, that's what being an influencer is. Um, like, what does, and I want to drop that, and I guess I could. I'll drop the link if you want to. Of course, never any pressure to come up. Um, if you want to talk about it before I get into the other thing, because yeah, the second bit is going to be a lot, so we probably might as well get this stuff out of the way. Um, before we get to that, hold on, let me make sure. No, I don't want to pin it because I don't want to keep it up. I don't want it to be up during the thing. Don't know if none of the apps, no dating apps for me. I don't know what happened. Hey, Les.
Hey, so I think with regard to this, right? That man is mad at her for making a problem out of something that is not a problem, but it's not affecting him. So just because a man is plus size doesn't mean that he can relate to the plus size experiences of women. Men and women experience weight differently. They just do. And so, yes, I'm saying that the world is fat phobic in general, and but men experience being the desirability spectrum, etc., differently, right? Um, and so when we think about the fact that she just pointed out, you know what? That was fat phobic. Everybody, to your points, vitriol is coming from what I think is the feeling like, you know what? You're not allowed to complain. It's the same thing to me as when we tell people, instead of correcting bullying, we punish people who are being bullied for finally saying something or acting or responding. And I think that it is a part of that capitalist mindset. I think that because of the diversity of bodies, diversity of genetics, diversity of income, diversity of access, right? Yes, you can lose weight. There's so many ways to lose weight. Essentially, you're putting yourself in a calorie deficit and you're trying to convince your body to let go of the weight, right? And simultaneously, that is difficult because your body wants to hold on to that weight. And so any little thing your body any little thing that you put in that ecosystem is is likely to throw that off and make that plateau, because you're fighting against your body's nature desire to hold on to weight because it sees it as protection and security, right? Resource, like a savings account for calories for later if anything bad was to happen. Okay, I understand not wanting to be disingenuous or be delusional about weight, right? But what I don't understand is us pretending like we aren't being disingenuous and delusional about weight when we make such a big deal about cursing fat people for the way that they look. Because of all the things you said in the beginning, right? Because of all the things you said in the beginning, it is, I think, equally disingenuous and delusional to pretend that being that first of all, that the average size of an American woman is not a size 16, right? I think it's disingenuous and delusional to make it look like the normal person is thin. That's just not true. Vitamin, are you there? Are you frozen? I think she's frozen. The average person is in the Western world, for the most part, is around a 14, 12, 16, whatever. If That is the average. And the scales and the doctors and the researchers are telling us that the BMIs were flawed to begin with. Yeah, there's some doctors who are still using it as a scale, but those who are going past, um, most doctors, in terms of research and modernizing it, the reality is that it is not an indicator of anything in terms, the BMI specifically, in terms of health. And so when we lie and continue to perpetuate conspiracy theories in order to, um, reinforce a social hierarchy that makes us feel confident when we are releasing our pent up frustration with the state of the world and our own experiences in life, we are usually taking that out on somebody. Sitting in sitting in the feelings around, um you know frustrations with being alienated in your own way, right? Because everybody has had this a similar experience, for the most part, has had a similar experience in rejection, in alienation, in not being the desired one. um it is a pretty universal experience, and it is frustrating and it is hurtful. And so when you feel like you can one up somebody, or to console yourself, it is normal. But I think that we are lying if we're making it, we are lying when we make it look like these things are law. Yep. Where is vitamin? It doesn't generally apply. It doesn't generally apply. It doesn't. And especially since body sizes are so different across the world. Like, if you go to like East Asia, a large and a small are completely worlds apart from what we experience here in America. They aren't even consistent in sizing in the fashion industry. Like, every time that we try to generalize, particularly in the colonized world where we have the diversity we have because so many people moved into these areas, we are usually, when we are looking at whose body is good enough and attractive enough and whatever, we're looking at that through the lens of white supremacy. In the places that are, majority, black, or majority people like Samoan people, there are just certain cultures that are thicker. There just are. And I think that the bias against the bias against acknowledging the diversity of bodies always ends up playing in our faces when we are the one who's wagging our finger at each other and trying to humble each other. Vitamin, did you hear me? Or were you fighting for your life? Nope, she's still. I don't know what an A1C is. I've never had to consider my A1C. I'm mostly healthy. Like, your girl got a fibroid, but other than that, I don't.
Hey, you can hear me now?
I can hear you. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I was just about to try to. I've been doing everything behind the scenes. I don't know what was going on. I heard you for the most part the whole time while I was fighting for my life, but I was in and out throughout. It just wasn't responding to me. Wake up, can
Yeah, I figured it was
hold
something
on.
like that.
I don't know why it happened. Hey, wake up.
Hey, are you good?
Yeah, I don't know why.
Okay.
Like as soon as I opened it up, it started. It wouldn't let like I could see it, but it wouldn't respond to any of my clicking on anything in the back.
Okay.
And I kept
Okay.
trying to like refresh it, and I kept trying to go in my phone, and then I was letting you know like I'm still here. I could hear Les talking, but I don't know what happened.
Got it. Okay. How
All
y'all
right, so
doing?
how have you been?
Girl, working.
Oh,
Working. And you know what? I think part of it,
And me,
part of
Danielle,
why
did you
I've
want me
been
to
so
respond to
like,
something? I don't see what you're
hold on,
asking me
wake
to.
up talking.
Oh, I
Can
can't
you hear
hear
us,
her. I'm
Les?
sorry. No.
Wake up. Hold on, Wes. I'm gonna let you, and I now put the comments up on the screen. Like once I'm done talking to wake up, and you can respond to them. But yeah, I miss you.
I
What's
miss you
been going?
too. I think my heart has just been hurting because of what's been going on with that young man's family in Mississippi, which is
Mm,
where my family's from. So it triggered a lot of memories of going to school there and what that was like and how we experienced um, racism. Because my first blatant interaction dealing with racism was there. And it was actually with Black people because I was from California. They thought I talked funny, right? Um, but at the same time, there is such a want of being associated with whiteness that it can get Black people into very dangerous situations, um, almost to your detriment because you're hopeful. You're hopeful. I don't fault him for having the friends that he had at all.
yeah,
But there we just can't. We can't be the only one. It's just not safe. It's just not. I'll never
I
forget it.
agree with that. And the thing is, I wonder what other things he had been kind of been putting up with in that group
Correct.
up to
Correct.
that point for them to be able. I don't feel like that's something that just happened out of
It
nowhere.
absolutely didn't just happen out of nowhere. And I
These
honestly
friendships
my
can be very weird, period,
yes,
amongst boys and or girls of all races and colors and this and that and the
yes,
other. So I just wonder like what all had been happening.
yes. My instincts are already saying there was some jealousy. Um And another thing I noticed just living in the South that is a thing. I wouldn't be surprised if he was trying to talk to a girl who was white. He was surrounded by white kids. So the
Yup.
fact that, yeah, he didn't have like he wasn't in an area, his parents were doing well. So he wasn't in an area that had a lot of Black kids at school. The fact that he is already on the trajectory to go to, you know, potentially go to the NFL because that's where he's getting ready for college. He's playing college ball, um, and of course, there's going to be some jealousy there. All speculation, um, because we don't know the facts, but there's some of the things that have come out are so beyond fishy. I'm going to say, right? Um, And that's just kind of where my head's been. Like my heart is hurting. And then for him to not be the only one during that week, The young guy who was with his two white friends on a boat, who was a strong swimmer, they went fishing and he doesn't come back. And then they obstruct the investigation because they got rid of his stuff. It's my heart has been heavy. It's been heavy. But I'm grateful. I'm gonna tell you this. I'm grateful for independent media.
Mm-hmm.
I am so glad that, what happened to Joy Reid, what happened to Don Lemon, some of these other journalists,
Mm-hmm.
that they are able to come out and just do what they do and do what they do best without being restricted. Um, Granted, I'm just waiting for the Google overlords to come and snatch that away. But in the meantime, in the meantime,
Did you
they're doing
see?
what they need to do.
Did you see? What's his name? It was a woman, a black woman, that there was some kind of call, like a distress call or something that they had that was kind of like grainy, and she took the time to, like, with her expertise, isolate the actual voices and stuff so that you could hear more clearly
Correct.
what they were
Yes.
saying. Yeah.
Yes. Yep. Yep. And here's the thing. We already suspected. You know what I'm saying? Like
I feel like
that
I know.
yeah, once that judge, the mother of that boy who is a judge, got involved, like actually spoke out, there was something wrong. You know what I mean? Like oh, I can't even like I already and by the way, we talk about this, Kiana, we talk about this. How much we
Hmm.
love our girls. The fact that those parents are able to come public facing and take on the scrutiny that I would have been in jail already.
Girl,
Okay? Because I would have came
girl.
after all them kids. My child was with y'all.
But that's the thing. That's what they want. Like, it's
I
so
know. I know.
confusing to because all of this stuff is so like. So here's my frustration and 2 cents about it. Like, we all saw so many people get abducted and all this the past couple of years and violated and all the above. Yesterday I was watching, like, to your point about independent media, this guy from Missouri was talking about the history of the foolishness there, and around the king of the trash king. Like, it's there's some sort of like there's some sort of like mythical thing going on over there with the K's and the K's and the K's
Uh,
and the love the lady of love and beauty, and like there's just too much medieval worship. But the idea then being is that they would, they in the South, like the South does, they would abduct and all of the above, and there were and have ritual sacrifice and all the above.
Absolutely.
And so to me, it could have been jealousy, but I also am not willing to take off the table ritual sacrifice, because everybody is popping all the way off. Like, everybody is acting like a lot of the things that these people who are in this world believe, like these people in this kind of belief system about white supremacy and um you know all of the above, a lot of the things that they believe are the most dweebish, like Dungeons and Dragons type shit. I literally had my, like, blacked out a couple of times just in brain fog trying to understand this stupid lore in Missouri. And but in it, essentially, they are doing ritual sacrifice for of people of color. Like, it is what it is. And so it's just one of those of, like, I don't I don't want, I hope this isn't like making it worse, but it's just that is, I think we would be in the wrong to pretend that that couldn't be on the table for what could be going on here.
I totally agree with you. Now, I mean, I'm Haitian, but um, I think I think people don't realize that even though people may say that they're Christian, if you look up, there's a term where you merge your original religion into Christianity. That's how they converted a lot of people a long time ago. But if you look at slavery itself, whether that's by like Portuguese or French, whatever, like there's always been ritual practices, but just people just don't call it that because they hide under the framework of Christianity. Like, there's this like acculturation of different cultures. And then they know like that's a word that people feel comfortable. So when they say Christianity, all of a sudden you feel like, okay, they're good people, but Black codes was literally written by the French and adopted by like other cultures. And really, if you look way back, like Victorian time and stuff like that, they used to like take people's bones and drink it, and they think it gives them power. So don't think that just because someone is of a pale complexion that they do not practice these practices. Another thing too is I think people being in shock is also shocking because I did the math for myself. Like my parents were born 1949, 1959. Okay, I might be Haitian, but that's definitely pre-civil rights era, and they're still alive. I say when you get in a room with a minimum of 5 white people, look to your left and look to your right. Minimum 3 out of the 5, their grandfathers are still alive. Their grandmother's still alive. Now I know my parents are very involved in my kids' life, so why would you not think that these white children are not involved? My kids are 11 and 15. My parents are still alive. You don't think their parents are alive? Some people's grandparents are still alive. All
Did
those
you
people from
did you
government.
hear the fact? Did you hear the fact that when they did that night that call for the boat, the emergency call,
Mhm.
that the grandparents of the kid um who took the boat out, like it's his family's boat.
Mhm.
So they called the emergency services, and then the grandparents apparently called around the same time and said cancel that
Yeah, of course, because I mean,
because they gonna take care of it, right?
Wait,
So
wait,
they
wait. Say that again. I was distracted. I'm sorry.
no, go ahead.
so the young man whose family's boat it was, he made the call, right? The emergency call because of the pump.
Mm-hmm.
He makes the call. They're supposed to come out, but the grandparents of that child, whose family's boat it is, told them, "Don't worry about it. It's taken care of."
They're gonna cover for each other. I mean, that's just what they do,
Absolutely.
and it's a system. Like it is. When I tell people it is a system, like even if you, I mean, if you really think about it on a deeper level, the hospitals we go to, they're owned by who?
Oh, girl.
Exactly.
I've worked at the hospital before. There's certain groups of people that have special treatment in those hospitals.
Yes.
And those
Yes.
certain group of people, they literally had like a skin, like what is it called? The skin grafting or whatever. Like
Mm-hmm.
the
Mhm.
largest skin grafting, whatchamacallit, in that country. They don't donate nothing. They don't donate
Yeah.
no organs. If
Yeah.
you and if you bring it farther, just like I said, trafficking, like there's your human trafficking, there's baby
Yep.
farming, all this stuff's going on. And in
There's
this
organ
current
farming.
administration, people are very bold and more emboldened. There's a lot more women and children going missing. I
Yep.
think during COVID, it was like 300,000 women went missing.
Yep.
That's
And
a
then
lot
now
of
with
people.
now that we have not prosecuted people who we know were human traffickers, right? The human trafficking agenda, like we've really, like, so many things are no longer, you know, recognized as legitimate and lawful. So
But
when
they were never being prosecuted because I
yeah,
remember being here in the United States when I was younger. And back in the day, you could look up newspaper clippings and you could see people getting burnt like a barbecue in the Times Square. I live in a town right now. Someone told me like, "Oh yeah, you know when you go to Five Points, they used to burn people there." Those people never went to jail. I just want to clarify that none of these people ever went to jail. None of
Mm-hmm.
these people never been prosecuted. So they also had children. And what are you gonna do? You're gonna teach your children your traditions. And even like, I mean, people don't say that, but the trafficking is across the Americas. They
Yes.
traffic kids from Haiti here all the time. They had some kids like in Haiti, and I don't know what town. They're always adopting Haitian kids, okay? But sometimes it's labor. If you go to Haiti, there's a lot of countries that you go to, Haiti, South America. They don't like when you take their pictures. They don't like that because they know, like, because people have pale skin and they could pay certain people from certain families who have families across the Americas. If you Google a family name like a Bulos or whatever, I think this administration literally has married some of the most powerful families to their daughters across the Americas. If you We don't do that. We say we marry for love. No, these people are marrying for power. Okay.
Correct.
And they have their passport, and when it's ready for them to run and flee, they could just hop on down to Venezuela or down to wherever they're gonna go, and they will hide. Like the person they said that went away in the jail. I don't believe that.
Of course not. But that's the thing. Like, I don't even. It's not even conspiratorial now. We're just talking about how things are. Like, it is difficult because, to your point, right? Like, for example, they love to talk about citizen vigilante, right? This
Mhm.
citizen vigilantes features Army Hammer, who is an admitted person who,
Cannibal?
yeah, like an admit, like he admitted this, like, so much. And you have to, like, so I'm into a little esoterica, so I love to go and listen to some folk tales and history about all of this type of stuff, to your point, V. And yeah, like, this type of shit is normal. This type of shit is a part of these cultures. And a lot of times, they talk about civilization. You can barely hear me. All right, hold on a second.
I can hear you.
Oh, a lot of times they talk about civilization and people being uncivilized and all of these things. But most of the time, like, the we were civilizing them. You know what I mean? Like, in terms of hygiene, in terms of medicine, in terms of, like, pro-social behavior, right? Community thinking. And it's hard because, you know, I no longer live in the States, but I'm still obviously emotionally invested. I feel like this is like my sister's, right? My sister country. And it's painful because um the way that I personally experienced the gaslighting that is so common too when when black people express their fear, we do such
Mhm.
a great job of making each other feel crazy when we talk about this fear. This fear of going to certain, like, I never wanted to go to camping with anybody in general, but definitely
Period. What?
anybody in
My
general.
mama said no. I asked my mom once. She said absolutely not.
No,
Ah,
I don't want to
they
go camping.
can't.
I'm not outdoorsy, and
No, no Haitian parent will ever. I mean, you know what? There's like this insidious thing, and the thing is too is I think history, unfortunately, is not told from different perspectives and
of course,
places in the Americas. So I don't even think people don't realize even just how people even like in the Caribbean feel about it. Like, and it's the same feeling. It's not even like, oh, America. I can't speak for Africans because I think sometimes Africans are a bit disassociated, which doesn't make sense to me because I know they were cruel to Africans, but somehow I think somehow they think some, not all, if they cross over to the other side, they're different over here, but they're really not.
But I think if you're from like the Caribbean, if you're from Puerto Rico, like the stuff that these people have done is so, and they will tell you like these people are this way, these people are, I don't believe it. This is why I don't even believe the media anymore. Like,
Right.
when they'll say, oh, Black Americans this way, or this, I don't listen to it because I know they do it to us. I know they do it to me, and I'm Haitian. I know. Meanwhile, you get on a plane to go to Haiti, you're like, where are all these white people going to take your land? That's where they're going.
Girl, why
Well,
are they going? Why are they going to Mexico? Why are they going to
they're
Africa?
always on the plane, but
Always.
they're always on the plane, or they're always telling you these people are scary, but they're there. You're going to Haiti, they're horrible. You're going to Brooklyn or Harlem. Oh, these people are Harlem, but you're always there. Why are
Right.
you always? Why are you
Why?
always at the cookout in every black
Always
ethnicity? But
in
you're
your
there.
face.
And I
Like,
believe
even when you think about the fact that, like, all right, a lot of the conservative world is homosexual, and a lot of it is and they have this obsession with men, obsession with black people and stuff like that. And you think about the way you can just follow the obsessions, everything they obsess about, even in a negative, it is because they are it's because they want to possess that thing. Like, there's all of the moralizing, all of the grandstanding, all of the things, to your point about like hating Mexico or Mexican heritage, or looking down on Afro features and stuff like that. But when I like to watch some of these women who love to do like the period Victorian dress ups, and they were literally, in order to get the hips and butt that we have, they were literally walking around with contraptions attached to, like hoisted onto them to
A
be
bustle.
able, to be able to fake that body type, right? So to say that we are unattractive is so false. And I'm
Girl,
not
I
saying
stopped
that
believing that a long time ago.
I know, but like, but and to your point, exactly. But it's
Hmm.
also like there's a propaganda that is such an important part of the scheme, right?
propaganda is real. The
Yeah,
propaganda is so real.
yeah,
Right.
I think that's why I like YouTube, because I get to, because of YouTube, I can watch a Black American content creator. I could watch a Nigerian content creator. I could watch a Jamaican content creator. And when you put all those together, you notice like a certain pattern in certain
Yep.
behaviors and certain things. That can't be a crate. That's not out of nowhere. I mean,
oh,
I also live like in the Northeast, so being in the different cultures of people is something that I'm used to. Like since I was little, like I tell people since I was little, like my teachers were Black American, my friends were this or that. I'm not saying that we don't have any kerfuffles between us. I'm not saying that, like especially when you're a kid. But all in all, like there's no malicious nature. You understand what I'm saying? There's
Hmm.
something about
it's
has been
capitalism.
handed down.
That's the thing. No. This is real specific. It is capitalism. Capitalism is predicated on the idea that there's somebody who is entitled to more than their fair share.
Wait a
So,
minute. Not you talk about capitalism, and I'm in the back making the QR codes for my mugs.
well, girl,
Keep doing it.
I'm not talking about people making money. I am talking, and I think that it's really important. Like, fun and joke aside, like, I know that it's ironic, but I don't think it is about making money. It is about divorcing value add from what you're supposed to get, because you're putting your thumb on the scale, you're conspiring to co-opt resources, right? Like, in this world, right? If I wanted something that vitamin had, I'd either pay for it, or ask her to give it to me, of her free will. But capitalism makes you think that somebody else is entitled to it above somebody else, so that, for example, even though there were homeowners that owned homes and the land that was Central Park, you can just decide that no, we want it to be a park, and violating the ownership rights because somebody's more worthy, more important, more entitled than the other. So it's not about value exchange or even money. It's about the hierarchies that underpin the reason why we deal with things this way. Because the fear that they want Black people to walk around with, right? They don't want us to walk around delusional, accidentally stumbling into their boats, right? They want us terrified enough to make us give away our rights, give away our possessions, give away our desires to fully self-actualize. And so it's important to really point out that, like, for example, most of what most people know America for is Black culture. Black people don't get a dollar out of that most of the time. Most of what people know the West for in general is Black culture, right?
Mhm.
When you talk about India has a lot of things going on there, and there's definitely a caste system that develops a stink attitude sometimes when they move out, right? But still, the abject poverty that's experienced in India because of what Britain did in bringing over that capitalism of, well, we want it, so you should sell it to us for pennies on the dollar. And now all of the resources, all of the education, all of the rights need to be fought over for scraps. And so that's the same mentality, I think, kind of tying it back to the Hunger Games of it all, and the Nolan Wells of it all, is that, like, this is a terror campaign, first of all. Second of all, they can control us if we're desperate and we're hungry, right? And I don't know, like,
But we're
particularly,
not going to get there because we always make something out of nothing. And that's the part that bothers them. That's why this man wrote a whole PhD thesis on how Black Americans survived slavery.
I understand what you're saying, but I do think that yes, we're going to be okay and we're going to survive. And I do believe in God, but I do think that it's important for us to no longer, and I'm not trying to say, even though this is on the internet, I feel like I'm with my people. So I'm just going to talk my shit, right? I feel like maybe because of my own lived experience, I feel like a lot of times we gaslight each other about where some of this shit comes from, right? Because the earlier point, like, what are we obsessed about thinness for? A lot of times, the people in our family that are the thinnest are the sickliest. That's usually the case in my family, at least. In my family, the people who are naturally the thinnest are the sickliest, right? And so when our body types look different, and when we encourage, you know, alienation of our own bodies, our own identities, our own histories, our own makeups, right? They can
Hmm.
absolutely turn around and make us, and like break the bones of our babies for funsies as a nurse. That actually happened.
Yeah,
Like,
I know. And she only got 3 years.
there's like the level of demonic that these people walk around with, right? I had to leave where I lived. Like most Black people have to leave where we live. Like, I don't think it's safe or smart for Black people to go into these people's communities. We shouldn't want to no, I don't want to anymore. I want to go back to a time where we minded our business and we stayed to ourselves. Yep,
But
that's
they
what
don't let us.
They're
I
not gonna
know.
let you. They're gonna
I
let you.
know.
You know why? Because they want your money. Like even now, like I was
And our
saying the other day,
labor.
like I was saying the other day, like how come every election they got to mention Haitian? Like we not even in your conversation, but y'all always got to mention us. First of all, y'all tell us to get out, but y'all sure as hell are there all the time. Like literally right now, they're droning my country. Literally, they're in the capital, but you telling us to get out.
Seriously?
Literally, like people are trying to go home. You try to get a flight, they cancel all the flights. So they don't really want you to get out. What they want you to do is go into ICE so that way now you can become a prisoner. So now that you're a
Right.
prisoner, you can do labor. And then
Mm-hmm.
after you do that, what did they say? There's 1,310 pregnant girls in ICE. How? How? How they
But
pregnant?
they're also
How did they
sterilizing
get
people.
pregnant?
They're forced sterilizing people. Like
No,
everything.
they're sterilizing who they want to. But
Exactly.
if you
Both
remember
are happening.
carefully, if you remember carefully, what you call it literally said, who's it? The guy from Australia. He was like, "We need to make more people." Remember him saying that? He was like, "We need to start making more people." Do you remember when he said that? Because I remember when he said that.
I don't know
From
who's from
That's their
Australia.
Australia.
goal.
Tesla
That is
said
their
that
goal.
because
Yeah.
they need
Oh,
people
Tesla
for
guy? No,
labor.
no, that's South Africa. But exactly, and to your exact point,
Elon
yeah,
Musk, that's what it was.
yeah. They're sterilizing who they want, and then they're forcing births on white women, and they're forcing births on white passing women, right?
They're
And
trying to.
They're
right,
also
The
they're
birth
also
rate is still
trafficking
going
organs
down.
right
Thank
now
goodness.
because
I
if
Thank
they're
goodness.
believe it.
they're also trafficking organs right now because if they're in a military issue, where they're getting the organs to supply these people that they know are going to go back and fight again. How long did Queen Elizabeth live? That girl had like 3 heart transplants. How is that possible? How do you have so many
Dude,
heart
a lot of
transplants?
these
These
presidents
old people look like these
were
old
walking around
Blanco
with
people
black
look like
people's
they're about to
teeth.
fall apart, but they're still alive. Somebody's getting body
A
parts
lot of
changed.
these slave
Right.
owners were walking around with their slaves' teeth. Like, yeah, they did. Yeah, that's real. And so when you think about like all of the above, and then you have these dipshit ass motherfuckers who are trying to be like, oh, well, um, I need to be friends. And, like, I don't know, because like it's hard because I do have white friends, but it's like the level of vetting that you have to do for the white people you let in your life needs to never be under appreciated
It's
as
like
a
vampires.
person
You don't know
of
who
color.
you're letting in. If
Yeah.
vampires don't let, unfortunately, it shouldn't be like that. And I'm not saying they're all like that, but unfortunately, like I said, look to your left, look to your
Yeah,
right.
but the
If
thing
there's
about it
5
is
people
that
in a
the man
room,
them stay the same way too. The
somebody's
man them stay the
granddaddy was in
same
those
way too
Clippers.
though.
Yeah.
Valerie, tell the truth.
Well, with
What? Go ahead,
I'm
Ben.
about to segue back into the thing, but go ahead, finish what you were going to say.
But what I was saying is that you have to understand that they will, like, within our community, right? Because of the way that we've been socialized, given our own issues, right? Both based off of influence and also based off of um our own internalized effery, right? Because let's just be honest, it's not like we are not also effed up in our own ways, right? Our cultures are not. Nobody's culture is 100%, right? It's not like there weren't wars and abuse and killing, across all of the things. But I do think it's important to point out that, like, a lot of the male obsession with with competing with white men, and going to get their girls and going and all of the above, like they will throw a black woman under the bus. Granted, Vitamin, I know this is up your alley and you talk about it all the time in terms of like, then don't fuck with them either, right? But it's like, we're like recognizing the level of, I know that we're going to still rise. I know that there is no version of reality where anybody can get rid of us, right? But I do think it's important to point out that that is still not the bar. Like, we have every right to be irate right now. The bar is passed. You know what I mean? The bar is passed. This is insane. And we shouldn't be walking around pretending like the shit is gravy. No, the fuck it's not.
And this is not the first time. Remember those twins? Remember the twins? There was some black twins. There's been actually a lot of like, well, the person unlocked themselves by mistake on a tree. And how did they get up there? Since,
Of
I
all the
want to say,
ways
since
to
this
do that,
administration, the first administration, it was a lot of them. A lot
right.
of them. So the hunting season has been revamped for a while. We just unfortunately, I feel like where I feel like the men that look like us should lead are not leading in conversation. Their conversation is on riffraff.
Yes,
Oh, your hair,
I
your this, your that. Like, it's
gotta
riffraff.
jump in here because
I
now
know.
that's almost like a perfect segue into get. I want to get back, and I will. I see this as something that is really like on all of your minds, so I definitely will set up to talk about it next week in depth. The Nolan Wells case.
Hmm.
Because I'm making a mental note. I'm like, okay, this is something you guys are really into. And again, please utilize my email, Discord, whatever. If there's things that you guys particularly want to talk about, you have to let me know because otherwise I'm just kind of picking on my own what I choose to talk about. So if there are things that you're like really like, I'm really into this and I kind of want to discourse about it, please let me know so that I can set up the live streams around, what you guys are actually want to talk about. But that being said, when we're talking about a lot of things. We're talking about Black people's bodily agency. We're talking about you were just talking about how the men talking about certain things and them being kind of frivolous and this and that and the other that may be considered controversial based off of what I want to talk about. But now I kind of want to segue into the part of the discussion around the discourse that's happening online. And if anybody feels like this is too much for them or this is out of their wheelhouse and they want to drop, that's fine. Black women opting out of dating and mating with bisexual men.
Oh, I mean, I don't. Okay, so what's the issue?
So I'm going to give you the overview of how I came to know about the situation. And then okay, Val, how I came to know about the situation and then kind of like how I got to here. Generally, and I was saying this, I think, in the intro of the live, I generally stay out of conversations around sexuality, um, and that type of thing. Generally, because number one, I tend to find that the conversations that I see being had in terms of like, I'm going to say specifically around Black women and LGBTQ, I can concede that they can get quite nasty and they're
Mm-hmm.
not always had in good faith. And so, just the general tone of how things go, I'm kind of like, I'm not on the side of the women there. In some of the cases, like the conversations they're having specific, and I'll be more specific. When women are arguing about trans women and things like that, I find that the conversations are nonsensical to me because underlying these issues that these women seem to have with trans women is the idea that they want these men to themselves that don't seem to be of good character generally. You
Mhm.
know, also I feel like it's a non-issue because if you are saying that you don't want to be with someone who is other than heterosexual, but you have suspicions, I personally don't feel like the answer is trying to basically get rid of the competition
Right.
or rally against the competition. The answer is to not deal with this men that you have suspicions about if this is your feeling.
Yeah.
That's typically
Okay.
where my comfort zone when it comes to those kinds of conversations. The distinction between those kind of conversations and the conversation that's being I've been observing now is that I'm seeing a whole lot of discourse, a whole lot of viewpoints that to me are saying that straight women have to, must, or else they're bad people and homophobic and biphobic. They must be willing in that moment on demand, open themselves up to the idea of feeling like they would be okay with getting into romantic and sexual relationships with bisexual men.
So I'm not gonna do anything just because you told me to. F you for telling me what I have to do. That just the audacity to tell any woman that they got to do shit is a problem. But continue.
And even with, like, I see you, Valerie, are saying that's narcissism. We have preferences. There's a whole discourse around the idea of like the dismissal of the idea of having preferences and saying that inherently biphobic. I have a few videos since you guys are here. You can stay up here and we will watch the videos because I have a very specific way that I kind of want to have the conversation go, because I had a bunch of clips and some of them got cut in the editing of the outline because
Elimination process.
yeah, because I didn't, well, you know me, I'm not someone that likes to be inflammatory in speaking about anything that I'm talking about, but it is a very passionate thing. And I gotta say, like, when everything was said and done, I'm gonna show you, Kenny, when everything was said and done, in my body, I felt unsettled and I felt disturbed and even emotional about the way this conversation is being handled, because y'all know at the end of the day, I'm all for the psychological and physical safety of Black women, girls, and children. And so to me, it seems pretty obvious why the way this conversation is being handled is a problem, but we'll get there. I'm going to start, showing what I have, and then we can have discourse about it. So I'm going to start with a video from Cat Black because I feel like that's a great foundational start to the conversation. And number one, kind of let people know where I'm trying to come from with the conversation, and also to anchor it in the idea that this is the most neutral, I think. This is the most neutral, I think, take that I've seen on it in terms of having like clear stances, but also hitting all of the beats of the nuances of the conversation.
Videos where I'm clarifying my positions on dating preferences and explaining what I'm doing. So I want people to understand that what I've been making content about is not necessarily a contradiction to, I guess, the accusation that rejecting a bisexual person is homophobic, because I do agree with that. I think most of the reasons people give for rejecting a bisexual man are homophobic, full stop, right? What I'm trying to do, however, is to give people a perspective to help them understand why the way they say this is often interpreted as you trying to force or pressure someone. When you criticize somebody for vocalizing their homophobic feelings about dating, obviously you're not trying to pressure someone. Obviously in that conversation, well, let's say most conversations, because yeah, people do this actually. People do definitely shame people, literally with the desire to get them to change their mind. So that is a thing. But most of the time, what you're doing is just trying to inform somebody about why what they said was problematic, right? I think that those are worthwhile conversations to some degree. For me, there's an asterisk over that, because I think that those are conversations that are usually useful for people who are in community with you. If someone knows you, if you know them, if you know that they fancy themselves to be an ally, right? That might be the time to have that conversation. But a person who doesn't know you very well or at all, it is incredibly optimistic to think that when they've just said that they don't want to date a bisexual, that you lecturing them about homophobia is going to get them to really feel anything but defensive. I think part of the problem sometimes with my content that I think a lot of people don't perceive is I'm usually trying to understand things from multiple perspectives because I listen to people from multiple perspectives. And it's not necessarily about having a definitive answer to everything. It's more about assessing the way that other people are engaging in this stuff. Going back to the conversation we had about gold star lesbians, right? Because, of course, that is kind of related here. There are gold star lesbians who are transphobic, exclusionary, and view themselves as superior to people who have had sex with men. Those people do exist, right? There are also people who claim that term who don't feel that way at all. Many of them themselves are trans. Many of them date bisexuals and people who have been with men, right? A lot of the content I made about gold stars was really about honoring the fact that that is a real perspective, that that is a real human experience, right? Same thing here. I know that there are actually more than a couple of different reasons why someone would discriminate against someone because they don't share the same sexuality as them. And oftentimes when I listen to straight women vocalize their rejection of bisexual men, personally, what I hear is, yes, homophobia, but also them citing the fact that they share a different vision of the relationship. Usually it's them saying, look, I actively do not want to have a relationship where these things happen. And some of these conversations are hard for me to always listen to because my experience with bisexual men is frequently that they want a less than traditional relationship. It is also that they want a traditional relationship, just not usually with a trans woman, right? That's my own personal experience. I'm obviously not going to be able to speak to or for everyone. But what I will say is that my experience is that frequently the way we talk about this and the reality of how this actually goes is very different. Because as I've said in previous videos, my experience as a straight woman is that a lot of bi men prefer being in relationships with queer women. And I don't think it's particularly productive or useful to, act like there's anything wrong with that, because that's people knowing that they're more compatible with certain people and not wanting to have certain experiences, right? And ultimately, that is a choice made within a relationship, which is personal, and litigating it, is just not a good thing, I don't think. I think that when someone says they don't like something and your reaction is to debate with them about it, it is nearly impossible for that to be interpreted as anything other than you trying to force or pressure them. Do I think that that is always what people are trying to do? No, I don't actually think that. I also know that that is what a lot of people are trying to do, right? Because within this conversation, it's not satisfactory if the straight woman who openly said that she doesn't want to be with a bisexual man leaves without being open to dating bisexual men. The desire is to get that woman to ultimately agree to dating a bisexual man. And look, man, I don't necessarily think that there is anything wrong with that. I just want for people to be a little bit more honest about what they're doing and what they're trying to say. Because, yeah, criticize people for vocalizing homophobia. Criticize them for, openly creating space for phobia to thrive. However, at a certain point, when are we going to be realistic about the way that this is typically practiced, right? Publicly and privately, people do not like when people are discriminatory against who they date. And I think we all know that dating is inherently exclusionary. It just is. It's not, very few people are attracted to everyone and are open to every type of person. Most people who have preferences hold on to those preferences because they understand what they personally are going to respond to. And even if you have a great point about how those preferences are developed within a culture that is oppressive, that's not really going to necessarily be heard, because all the people engaging with you are going to hear is that you don't want to respect that they don't want to do certain things or date certain people. I think even when those reasons are phobia, it is sort of a losing argument to debate with people about this. You're right. You're correct. Personally, to me, the thought I'm always coming back with is to what cost, right? I've said this in a couple of different videos, but living in Los Angeles, something I have experienced quite a bit that I really hate I experience is men who pantomime attraction to me because they're afraid of rejecting me, because they're afraid of being accused of being bigoted. I would rather someone say to me verbatim, I'm not attracted to trans women and I'm not really comfortable with interacting with you in a certain way, than someone feel like they have to tolerate a certain type of interaction with me when they know that they're not particularly into that. And that's just how I personally feel. I maybe I think a lot of this for me comes from some very deep feelings I have about not wanting people to be uncomfortable. Like, I don't want to force myself on anyone. I'm not comfortable doing anything that would seem like I'm forcing myself on anyone. And intellectually, I understand, even if this is the incorrect reaction, that when someone openly expresses, I'm not attracted to this, and you try to debate with them about that, at a human level, they're going to think that that is you trying to force them. They're going to think that that is you trying to pressure them. So even if you're correct that these things are bigoted, that is how the conversation is going to be interpreted. And if you want to wade into that conversation, I think, hey, go ahead, do it. Do it, however, with an awareness and understanding that, yes, people are going to read what you're saying as you trying to pressure them. Because effectively, that is what you're doing. You say it's not, but it is effectively what you're doing. Because no is a complete sentence. I'm not interested is a complete sentence, right? Not respecting that in almost every other context is kind of seen as people trying to pressure and push someone into something. So, yeah, food for thought. The plate's there if you want it. I think.
Okay, so having let her speak, now I want to come in and make some distinctions. Number one, coming into this conversation, the people I'm going to show that I agree with, I want to be clear that I'm not trying to piggyback off of their position as a more marginalized group, because I have also videos from Dominique Morgan. It is not my intention to try to piggyback off of their position within a more marginalized group to say, and that's why nothing I say should be questioned. How and ever, whatever I say, I mean, but I want to be clear that I'm saying it as me. So don't put anything that I'm saying onto them per se. And I'm going to try to be as clear as possible about what anybody, I always do, anybody that I show on here as an example of something I'm talking about or something I agree with or something I'm trying to explain. I will make clear what distinctions there may be between us. But I'm saying that to say, like, don't think that I'm put somebody up there and I'm like, yeah, that's all I have to do, and I don't have to defend my stances. I'm fully prepared to defend any and all of the stances that I have and will voice on it within this conversation. So I wanted to make that clear. I also wanted to kind of, for anyone who might have zoned out or was coming in and you missed some of it, overall, I'm just going to give you the cliff notes. What I appreciated about that and why I wanted to start there is because she acknowledged, number one, that it is a bit, I'm using the word problematic. She may use another word if you were to ask her, but I'm going to use the word problematic to demand of someone that they change their mind in a way, even if you're trying to say it is a theoretical conversation, that you need to acknowledge that you are actively trying to pressure them to change their mind about this thing that is deeply personal and has to do with their agency. That is not innocuous. That is a big deal. And so therefore it shouldn't be treated as this throwaway that just because that person does not answer the way you want them to answer or feel the way that you want them to feel, that you have some kind of moral high ground that makes what you're doing not harmful in its own way. That's my stance. Like I said, if she were to hear that and clarify, I'm totally with that. But that's what I got from what she was saying, and that's where I'm coming from with it. So that being said, I see you want to say something, Les. So go ahead.
Oh, well, I'm on the fence of checking out on this just because I don't want to say anything that's out of turn. I'm it's not that I don't care, but I think that, you know, I don't think that I'm going to be able to show up in a way that's going to be congruent with my values if I continue to lean into this. So I think I'm going to hop out. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. That's why I wanted to let you guys know beforehand. I didn't want to get anybody I didn't want anybody to feel like they're getting caught up. Like I said, it took a lot for me to even want to broach this subject myself. So I get it.
Yeah, because like for me it's not. Oh, go ahead, wake up.
No, I just wanted to understand the perspective. What are they asking? Because I don't think anybody should date somebody that doesn't want to date them. I don't care how they
Exactly.
identify.
So this is the thing, and I'm only putting Kenny's stuff up here because Kenny is the one saying it. But what is being said, I don't know how this conversation started, but I do know I did see Coco talking about it like a couple weeks ago, and she was on the side of like, hey, she used like a hypothetical. If you're in a relationship with a man and everything is fine with you and that man, and you love that man and you're fine with that man, and then you find out that man is bisexual, and then you're like, you don't want to talk to him anymore like that, that is homophobic inherently or biphobic.
Yeah.
And I agree with that.
I agree with that.
It's off the basis of you were fine with everything about him, but then you found out he was bisexual, and now that changes something for you. But to me, there is a distinction around that when it comes to, because you already know that man, you're already in a relationship with that man, you already believed in the character of that man based off of how he showed up. So you flipping that based off of him now being bisexual, you know this person. So everything but that new fact that you're interested,
That's just that one thing.
yeah, that's inherently bisexual. I agree with that. The issue
Biphobic.
I'm having around, biphobic. The issue I'm having around the way the conversation, to my understanding, is being had is that people are saying that in conversation, somehow this is coming up. And there are some people who said that it was straight women that were talking about it first and saying, I would never, unprovoked. I didn't see that. The first people I saw talking about it literally was a guy who was saying, if you won't sleep with a bisexual man, you're biphobic. And I'm just like, what's going on? But I left it alone until I started seeing more and more heated people talking about it in a way that it was just like, I don't like the way this feels. Right. So they're saying that if you wind up talking to someone in general conversation and this comes up, either you ask them or it comes up, and they say that they would not be with a bisexual man. Generally, they don't know a man. They're not with a man but they're saying if they have the choice to choose and they know beforehand that this person is bisexual, they would never engage with them that way in the first place, that you are inherently biphobic. As I started seeing more conversation, not only that, even if you are someone who is an active advocate for LGBTQIA, anything, you do work in the community to try to make and build community outside of romantic relationships, you are still inherently biphobic and homophobic and all of these things, and you should actually be shunned from those communities,
Yeah,
and we
that's
don't want
stupid.
you around and all this other stuff, and you're a bad person. And I was just seeing just a whole lot of energy, and I'm like, I don't like, and most importantly though, this is always my thing, it always comes back to this for me. I saw women saying this, specifically Black women saying this. And what it triggered in me was, I feel like as women, as Black women, you should know better than to be browbeating another woman around something that she instinctively, intuitively does not want within her own body to happen to and with her body.
So
Right.
I'll say this. I think even though we talk about like pick niches in the incel world, I think there's pick niches in the LGBTQ world too. Like pick niches are not necessarily designated to one particular world. They're in many worlds, right? Like at the end of the day, why is it that we watch all these media outlets, Black men, they have preferences, and you will find other women, Black women themselves, that say it's okay, a man can have a preference, right? LGBTQ too, they have a preference. So why is it when it becomes a straight Black woman, we have to be the mule for everybody? Why can't we have a preference, whatever that is, right? On some level, for me, I feel like, and maybe this is my perception, no matter how a man shows up, for me personally, whether he's in a skirt, whether he's straight, whether he's whatever, there's like some underlying desire to always want to have us in a queue, whether that's for labor, whether that's for labor, whether that's for intimacy, because you can't tell me that it's my body, my choice. And now, because you're being chosen by another group, because you're still a pick Nisha no matter where you go. Maybe you weren't accepted by the straight male group. And now you're on another side of the other group because you're feeling lonely. And now you're browbeating me for my autonomy. If you gonna call me phobia, then I'm gonna stand 10 toes down and be in phobia. Call me phobia, okay? I'm gonna be phobia, tobia,
No,
mobia,
but I would
lobia,
even go a
because
step
there will never
further.
be, no one will ever tell me personally. I'm not saying for other people. I have no, I have no, I have no authority over any other woman's body.
Hmm.
But anybody who tells me personally, and I'm saying this from a person that was married to a heterosexual man who changed his mind mid marriage and like I'm poly now and tried to pull some stuff. You see, cult and grooming. Everybody wants to have a cult and wants to be grooming. I'm not here to be ping pong for anybody's group. Nobody's group. And I feel like Black women in general, especially in the United States, everybody wants to ping pong us. Like ping pong, ping pong, stand with me, stand with Palestine. And as soon as you don't want to do it, everybody get angry at you. Be angry. Be angry. Just be angry. I will be over here by myself. Be angry. It actually makes me. It may actually it annoys me actually because you're telling me that even if I don't feel comfortable with my own body, like my body, my pum pum, mine. You're telling me I have to do it to make you happy. Don't be happy. Okay? I'm going to find accents. Don't be happy.
I want to be really, really clear for me. You know, everybody gets to have their own particular facet of how they're viewing the conversation, talking about the conversation and everything. But I want to be very, very clear about me and my stance on the situation. It's not that I feel like it's not important to have conversations around unpacking all of the phobias,
Hmm.
all of the isms,
Hmm.
all of the things.
Hmm.
But for me, very, very, very precisely, my issue is around no matter what it is. Because I want to be clear. You could come up, Maylin, but let me get this out. Um, it's specifically around the idea of women, and I talk so much here about how Black women are still in the infancy stages of ownership of our sexuality in so many ways, from so many different angles, the ways that we are just getting to a point to be able to articulate, number one, the things that have actually happened to us, number two, the things that we actually want for ourselves that may be outside of what we have has been offered to us or available to us or allowed to us, you know. Number three, how much capacity it takes to be able to just grapple with the idea of the stuff that's actually going on, with even sitting and having the conversations about what is actually going on, sitting and going through the studies, sitting and going through the statistics, sitting and going through. I feel like sometimes I'm the one that's sitting there and yelling into the void and saying, hey, y'all not taking it seriously enough. You know what I mean? You're not looking at this the way I'm looking at this. I don't think you get it. And knowing that that's hard, and knowing that that's difficult, and knowing how taxing that can be emotionally, mentally, psychically, and everything else. So to me, when I hear this dialogue happening and I'm taking in, like Kat was saying, trying to look at it from all perspectives, the one that means the most to me from who I have showed up as on this platform, and generally as a person who advocates and champions safety for Black women, psychically, physically, everything else, it doesn't feel right to me to have women coming to other women and engaging in this way and with this kind of energy around advocating for any kind of man's sexual access to them. That's the way I'm looking for it. I'm taking all of the bi and this and that and the other out around it. That doesn't negate the realities within society of marginalization for those groups. But I'm saying I'm taking it down to brass nuts. Why the fuck is any other Black woman coming at any other Black woman on behalf of a man's penis?
Yup. You said it so beautifully. You said it so beautifully. And I think I also want to point out that she mentioned that bi men tend to be with queer women because that is somebody who is already in the mind state to be open to the lifestyle and the relationships, relationship makeup that he's accustomed to. Great. So it's because it's not that you can't have partnership or love. No one's telling you to be lonely. Go and be with who wants to be with you. That's the part that
when I've seen, that's the thing. Like when because I'll look at the I'm a comment creeper. So I'll look at the comments. I'm gonna mute you real quick, Nina. I look at the comments. And so as I'm reading the comments, I'm reading like what people are saying to each other and how people are interacting with each other. And a lot of that is just like, look, no means no. I literally saw somebody else say, I want y'all to be happy, healthy, safe, and cared for, have wonderful lives, this and that and the other. But I just don't want a man, a bisexual man between my legs. And the person said, well, everything you said before that is a lie. What? It's that I'm just like, the position that you're putting people in is so disingenuous. And like what Kat said, inherently what you're saying is, unless they recant, unless they relent, unless they acquiesce, that they are bad people.
Yup. And I'll go one step further. Is a stud entitled to being with a man who prefers femme women? Like
I'm steering away from those arguments because I've seen them be circular in those things, and just for the sake of making sure that this thing, that's why I'm not getting into that. You can voice it, but I'm saying I'm making a note that I've seen those arguments the same way as it was with the biggie bags and the fat skinny licious and this, it just becomes circular. At the end of the day, this is where I'm at with it. Why are Black women being vitriolic and aggressive and antagonistic towards other Black women on behalf of, even idealistically, the idea of other men's penises?
For the same reason that they do it when it comes to telling us to humble ourselves and be in the home or be more submissive.
They think they're going to be picked.
It's all the
That's
same
why.
thing. And real quick, real quick, like particularly around the fact of like, okay, you, like, I've dated a bi man, like I have, and I'm not, but that was my choice. Like every woman gets to make that choice, and it shouldn't be about some sort of identity group. It should be about that person, right? Like I think it's incredibly reductive to make it look like I dated that guy because he was bi, or because he, or in spite of him being bi, or anything like that. Like I think that a lot of times when it comes to desirability and, you know, sexual compatibility and romantic compatibility, that we often dehumanize each other in the way that we approach this, because even though I understand the marginalization piece, and I'm not trying to be unkind about the way that that might be, because rejection is hard for everyone, right? Not being wanted is hard for everyone. There's no one who has existed on this earth that has not, you know, experience that, right? We talk about our Henry Cavill. At one point, Henry Cavill said that they thought he was ugly, right? So most humans on this earth do not have. Apparently, he had a blooming phase, right? Whatever, but what I'm saying is that we all recognize that being rejected is a part, a normal part, an important part, I think, of the human experience. Learning how to accept yourself and to know that what is for you will be for you and what is not is going to not be, is, I think, an important part of self-development, and not holding on to resentment towards people who don't get it. It's painful. I understand that it's painful, and nobody wants to feel shunned or isolated, but I think that it's also myopic to think that they're being shunned or isolated when in the same breath you're saying that these men have options of people who want to be with them, and it's just that they don't want to be with those people.
I mean, I won't go so far as to simplify it, but I definitely feel it's an entitlement. And if nothing else, it's an entitlement to immediate gratification. Because what we're, except for to make wake up big, they want you big, girl. Hold on. um, to to make it a simplification of like just, oh, I think they want instant gratification of, you have to concede that number one, you're wrong, and you have to concede that you need to do, because I keep seeing it, you need to do some work, you need to do unpacking, da, 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 da. And maybe people do, but just like I say about accountability is a tool, not a weapon, that's not up to you to decide when and how that works. And like I said, because I don't fully know, there's a discrepancy in terms of when I got into the conversation, or when I started seeing the conversation of how it started and where it started and what it started with. I can say that if a woman, if a straight woman came on and was just unprovoked, like, and that's why I don't want to be with no bisexual man because yeah, that's some bullshit. Because who asked? You know what I mean? Like, what is the point of that? But even still, the conversation I've been seeing mainly in the comments, and then even the stuff people are saying, it's so dismissive of the fact that ideological differences, ideological values, and this and that and the other. We know so many times from the way that we have discussed things here that that's something completely different than people's actual lived experience. And I'm saying this as a woman who has a child with a man that could be anything from bi-curious to a closeted, raging homosexual. I don't know. And I love him no less as a person. Any and all of my issues with him are around the type of person he's been to me in the role of in his role as a father. You get what I'm saying?
energy.
And all
Exactly.
of
That's
his
what I'm saying.
failures are him as a human being. But I'm saying that hold on, Val, because I want to get Maylin in after I finish this because she's been waiting so patiently. Hey, girl. But I'm saying that to say I still, as a Black woman who has been through so many things due to, like I say all the time, not knowing what the mechanics are, because I'm about the mechanics of how shit work more so than the labels, more so than the morality around it. I'm looking at the patterns of, okay, how did we get here? And a lot of these same mechanics that are being used in this conversation are the very same mechanics that I was explaining when I was talking about a woman having a boundary and a man trying to push her past her boundary to be able to say, oh, well, you did it, you let me do it, this and that and the other, because you want consent to something that she said a hard no about. And for me, when it comes down to sex and sexuality, if a Black woman says a hard no, history up to this point demands that you accept it, that you let her sit in it. You don't have to like it. You don't have to praise her for it. You don't have to be her friend. But I just feel like there is something more people want from them. They're not just accepting the no. Even in this conversation, if a woman says, okay, I love you, and I'll make sure you have housing, and I'll make sure you're advocated for at work, and I'll make sure people are kind and friendly to you. I'll do everything that I feel like a person on this earth should do, but I will not let you have sex with me. And you're telling her that she gets dismissed as a villain of all things because of that solely. I feel like you're reaching. I feel like you're overreaching. I feel like you have no rights. Yeah. Considering everything that the Black female body has been through in America to this day and still continues to fight through and for, you have absolutely no right. And again, as a Black woman, if you're doing that, you should know better. Go ahead, Maylin.
So I would like to say that I know how one of the conversations kind of started. I'm not sure if it's the same conversation. Um, in that conversation, there was a Black woman that went on a date with a bisexual man. She did not know that he was bisexual before the date at all. And she had an amazing date. He was respectful, kind. She really liked him or whatever. And I guess they were dating for a few weeks, and then she found out that he was bisexual. And then she said that she wasn't attracted to people that were bisexual, and ended the relationship respectfully. I'm not the I'm not the spokesperson for bisexual people, but in my opinion, if somebody doesn't want to date a bisexual person, they don't have to date a bisexual person. If somebody doesn't want to date somebody who is of a different sexual orientation than them and they don't feel comfortable with it, they don't have to. And I have a lot of experience in people saying, I don't want to date a bisexual person because blah, 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 blah. She wasn't even like, I don't like, she didn't have to say she didn't have to say mean things, but she didn't say anything mean about him. She didn't say anything about her thoughts on what she thought about bisexual people as a people. She was just like, I just don't want that. And that's not what that's just not what I want for me. That's not what I see myself being in a relationship with. And I think that that boundary should have been respected, and not spoken of afterwards, because her stance to me was clear and fine, and it was very respectful. I don't understand the people going back and forth saying, oh, you should be dating bisexual people. Well, like I don't think anybody owes any person of any sexual orientation anything. And I don't think that we should force ourselves to be in relationships with people that we don't want to be in relationships with. And I think that during that conversation there was a very big um there was a very big thing happening of people talking about women being not liking bisexual men because of down low men. But I think that down low men and bisexual men to me are a different class of people, because I personally would date somebody who is bisexual and they're out about it and they're comfortable
in their sexuality. Whereas when it comes to Dalong men, those are men that are not comfortable in their sexuality, and they're dangerous to the community around them because they're not able
They will
to.
hurt you to keep
Yeah,
their secret.
exactly. So like I don't understand where's the correlation. I also don't understand why we're trying to force this woman to like sorry, my sister's calling me.
It's fine.
Yeah.
While you're getting that together, I just want to say something real quick to what you said about there's a distinction between those two things.
Mhm.
And I'm glad that you gave me more of this insight, because I feel like, and I felt like that was what was happening. And traditionally, and I don't know if you were here when I was kind of trying to talk about this both in the pre-show and when we first started breaching this topic, I recognize that biphobia and homophobia shows that straight women show a really ugly side when these some straight women show a really ugly side when these subjects come up, because all of that stuff, the way they talk about it, does get conflated.
Yeah.
They will, and then they'll pull trans women into it, and it'll just be a whole big nasty disgusting
Like everybody's on the train.
Yeah, I am disgusted by that when that happens. So I understand that that's a thing, but like I said, for me, as I was trying to understand what was going on and reading comments and reading the things that was going on and seeing what both sides were saying, it seemed like the side that was advocating for, bisexual men and LGBTQIA in general was just like, there's no room for flexibility, there's no room for nuance, there's no room for personal experience, there's no room for nothing. If you would not allow a bisexual man to be your romantic partner or your sexual partner, you are inherently a bad, not just biphobic, but biphobic. You're a bad person because you're, like
Yeah.
the energy around it is so accusatory and just final and hard. And I'm just like, when it comes to, again, I keep saying, when it comes to Black women's sexuality, it should be if it's not handled amongst us in a way that is delicate and respectful and allows us space and room to breathe and dig and be dignified, how the fuck else are we supposed to exist in this world? You know what I mean? Like, if we can't deal with women talking about their sexuality, not our sexuality, but it's something about the centering, the expectation, and the entitlement to a Black woman centering the community in whatever community, in her lived experience and her choices.
Yeah. I also feel like, to me personally, like her not wanting to date a bisexual like man is rooted in biphobia. Like I think that that's like apples. Like we can say what they are, but I also don't think that like we have a right to who she dates. I don't think anybody has a right to who anybody dates at all, and I think that like that's her boundary personally, and I think that should be respected. Like I don't understand, I don't understand the entire community coming together to beat on this Black woman over something that like she was. I personally think like in my opinion, I think people should be talking about like sexual orientation and conversations around sexual orientation when they're first dating. Because that's something that I mentioned when I'm first dating people. Because before I used to just be like, okay, this person likes me, we're going on a date, but like just I'm just gonna go out and have fun and do my thing. Where I realized that there is a lot of biphobia, like as I got older and I got to know people, and I think for me at least in my going into my 30s, I realized I'm like I have to say that I'm bisexual when I'm going on dates with people. I have to make it clear to people because I don't want it to be like a surprise 2 months in, 2 weeks in, and the person's like
Not to cut you, but it's so interesting that you say that, because I have seen conversations around not just bisexuality, but any type of sexual or even gender stuff reality that this
Mm-hmm.
person has, where they feel like if they don't tell them, they can get to a certain point where it won't matter.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm just, and mind you, I'm saying this as a single mother. That's also something that I've heard in single mothers of feeling like, oh, well, I'm not going to tell people I have kids because that'll eliminate me right out the bat. But
Mm-hmm.
maybe if I go ahead and they like me enough, I can tell them later, type of thing. And that has always been bizarre to me, because I'm just like, how do you think that works? And if it's something that you feel like they would feel so strongly about in the beginning to disqualify you right then, what do you think is going to happen if and when they get to a point where they feel like you either wasted their time,
Mm-hmm.
or the other things that people associate when it comes to like sexuality and stuff like that?
Yeah, I say this a lot because I see this a lot in like this when it comes to conversations like this, it heavily involves men. I'm not gonna lie. Um, um, I I think that there's a reason why the conversation is about this dude that didn't tell this woman that he was bisexual from the beginning. I also think that there is like a very big problem when it comes to dating men. Like I've had this issue with a lot of men not telling me that they've had like 4 or 5 children. When I was like, I have a hard line on not dating men with children. I will date women with children, but I don't date men with children. I That's my personal line. And a lot of dudes, like I tell them on the first date, I'm like, hey, one, I'm bisexual. Two, I don't date men with children. So if you have children, like this is when this would end. If I find out 6 months from now, a year from now, 4 months from now that you have children, I will drop you like a hot potato. I don't care about how great our relationship is going. And I've been in so many situations where men are just like, well, you're so nice, where you're so beautiful, and you're like, you want kids in the future, and I'm like, I want kids in the future, like with somebody that I want to have children with somebody I can see as a good parent or whatever. And I think that if you're a good parent, you're not gonna hide your 12-year-old. You're not gonna hide your 1, 2, 3-year-old. Like that's just my opinion. You know
If you're a
What's
good parent, you can't hide your children.
That's what I'm
Like,
saying. I'm like, how do
because
you
you take
think
care of
it's
them.
going to work? What does that transition look like
Mm-hmm.
between you think you're just with a single person, and then all of a sudden, oh wait, actually I have kids, and now you want to move in. My kid is here, or are you going to get rid of your child? Like, there's a lot
Mm-hmm.
there that calls into question your character as a person.
Yeah, and I think it's crazy because I think this is the same thing that happened to this woman. I'm not gonna lie. I think that he wasn't honest about his sexuality in the beginning. And I can, like, as a bisexual person, sometimes it can be daunting to tell people that, like, you're bisexual, because a lot of people don't want to be, they're not into that or whatever. But I think it's crazy to want to be in a relationship with somebody that doesn't want a part of who you are as a person.
That's always the way I looked at it. It's like, if I feel like you would reject me off of knowing this, then you don't like me, because this is a part of who
Exactly.
I am. And furthermore, to what you said, but I saw people in those comment sections when people were like, straight people were saying, well, why don't y'all just tell people and filter? Because it would be a woman says, look, I said no means no. And then they would be like, well, you're biphobic, and and the woman be like, okay, that's
Mm-hmm.
fine, call it what you want, but why do you care? I don't care, I don't want to be with you anyway. Okay,
Lie.
And
then why? Because you're bigoted and this and that and the other. And they're like, okay, well, why don't you tell people up front so you can know in the beginning? And some of them were saying, I don't owe you that, I don't owe you that. What if do you owe people your body count? Like, now they're making these
as
equivalencies.
a bisexual person, I don't know if it's because of my experience, but I always tell people in the beginning, and if I found out that somebody was something other than what I thought from the beginning, then I break up with them. If you're hiding fundamental parts of who you are, I don't want to be in a relationship with you. And that's just my opinion. And I understand that there are people who are violent when they find out about
Yes.
somebody's fundamental like thingies, but this is why you send it in a text message.
That's what I'm saying. Like, for me, it was always a thing of, safety issues. Like, if you're concerned about safety, why do you then want that person to feel more connected to you so they can feel more betrayed by you?
Mm-hmm.
That was always my question.
Yeah, like I think it's odd. Um, yeah, like I think it's very odd in my opinion. I wouldn't lie to somebody about who I am. Like in the I always tell people, and I think that people should be telling people their sexual orientation in the beginning. I think if you're straight as a as a stick or whatever they call it, a sticks bend though. If you're straight as a pole, you know, you tell people. You know, if you're bisexual, you tell people. If you're like trans or what have you, you tell people. I think that it's better to just have this information out in the beginning so you know where that person stands, so you can better protect yourself. One, because I'm like, I think self preservation, one, and two, like, I think that knowing who you are in general. I feel like you can hear my kids in the background.
Okay.
I think that knowing who you are is very important, and I feel like if you're not comfortable to tell people who you are, then you shouldn't be out there. Like, and that's just my opinion.
Like, we all got our thing, and like I said, for me, and even more so going back to the sexual aspect of it and autonomy and things like that, I think about the way men talk about single mothers and sexual access to single mothers specifically. This idea that, like, oh, I can reject you for partnership, but you should be available to me for, my sexual use. And
Mm-hmm.
it's like, when I think about the more than often dynamic of men approaching women in that way, you're telling me you expect to come up to me and offer me, you know, a place at your concubine, and I'm supposed to be like, okay, well, I am a single mother, so that's the best I can think to get. You expect me to engage with you and internalize your feelings about your perceptions of me. And to me, that's what this situation feels like.
Yeah.
Because even though there's nothing you can do about my perceptions of you as a bisexual person, if I say I don't want to be with you because you're bisexual, that's where your agency ends. There is no agency there for you because it's my decision. But
Mm-hmm.
you're expecting and feel entitled to me internalizing your feelings about my boundary in that way. It
Yeah.
feels it feels bad in the same way that
It
dynamic
feels
between men and single
icky.
mothers feels bad to me. It feels icky.
It feels icky. I feel that with um I feel that when, like, I've had this mostly with like straight men where they're like hiding like 4 or 5 kids, maybe 7, 8, 9. Somebody once had held 12 kids and didn't talk to me about them for 2 years, and that we would still be together. um at
12,
12.
12.
1 2 12, 10 plus 2.
That's the worst
3.
kind of
That
person.
is
That's the most
crazy.
dangerous kind of person, because
It's
he out here
three
doing
times
anything.
4.
He's out here
And he
doing
don't care about
anything.
his kids, by the way. He don't care about his kids.
That's what I'm
And there's
saying. Like,
something else
mm-hmm.
too. When we're talking about this conversation, I feel like people are having this conversation as if it's in a vacuum, and it's not. I know specifically on this platform, the things we talk about in terms of what these men do and how they do it, and what the impact is and stuff like that. You know me. I don't put nothing past none of these niggas. I don't give a fuck if you're bisexual. I don't give a fuck if you're homosexual. I don't give a if you are a social. If I recognize socialization within you,
That part. That
if
part.
I recognize socialization within you at all, you're done with me. You're done with me. So
Mm-hmm.
it's one of those things where it's like, a woman should automatically be open because this man is bi. Absolutely not. These niggas be on some bullshit too.
I
I
think
think
You
I,
know
I
what
think
I mean?
I think when you're a man on some level, even if you know you're born a man, I think you recognize there's some power in that. And at
mm-hmm.
times people like to ping pong in and out of it. when it deems to give them more power. I think when like the conversation of like women have to do that or whatever it is, and then cloaking under a group while seeming like you're somehow for the betterment of me. And this is why I tend to have a problem with people speaking for people, like sets of people. Like I don't like, I think women should speak for women. Like women who bear children, who have kids at periods, should speak for women. I know what it is to be a woman, to have a period, to have children, to have cramps, to go to the hospital and be like, you know what? I'm in labor and you're just like disregarding me. To be amongst men, to be like 12 years old, coming into my period and or coming into my breast, and for me, like just yesterday, didn't have it, and all of a sudden it's like, "Hey, baby, how you doing?" Like I understand that, and I will never say that I understand what it is to be you, and I don't want you to tell me what it is to be me. I have like a
Mhm.
big gripe on that. Now, when I say I understand what it is to be me, I also understand what it is to be specifically me, right? I'm not gonna say what other women or how other women might feel, right? I think sometimes, like I said, and I don't know if this is something in the other groups because I don't know if I've ever heard these in like white gay group or what do they call them in the Philippines, lady boys. Like it's just something that I feel like that is somehow instinctual to the United States specifically when you present as a black woman. That's what it feels like that to me. Like it's
There's
specific to the United States when you present as a black woman, like where people feel that you have to be the struggle for everybody. Like, and that is like a lot. Like you have to be the marching for everybody. You have to be the petitioner for everybody. And I don't reside in that way. At the end of the day, when it boggles down to it, I'm going to speak for Valerie and what Valerie wants specifically. I'm not going to talk on what everyone else wants or what everyone else likes. Yes, there's some women that might want it. And maybe my reasons, like I know for me, like when I think of men in general, I think all men on some level know that they are men and they can exert some certain level of force no matter what group that they go in and out of, because sometimes people go in and out of groups. Okay, they know that, and I don't think that changes just because of your sexuality. Because I've heard some some rooms where it's like all gay men that I've fallen upon on, and they're talking about how hard it is to be like a gay man and to be aging and how they don't feel as sexually attractive anymore within their groups because when they were younger, the same thing that we go through when we were younger, they were attractive. Now that they're older and they want to have partnerships, and maybe now they can't have those partnerships, they find it hard. And I get that, but that's also part of choosing the group you're in, right? And fixing the group you're in. It's not about ping ponging back to black women to be like the labor and the nurturer of the problems in your group. Sit in your group and fix your group. You know what I'm saying? Because I know if I was a black woman and I said, you know what, I only want to date black men. A lot of black women already know that there's a high probability they might not find a black man. No one is guaranteed a partner. Let me add this too. Everyone assuming that just because you're on this earth that you're going to find some intimate partner, that is a fairy tale ideal. Okay. And that could be for many reasons. That could be because of your personality. Could be because you're an introvert. That could be because of where you're at. Maybe you're not traveling, whatever it is. But nobody is guaranteed. And this idea, I feel like sometimes that's saying women have to be this or that is almost like we're a fail safety for everybody, like especially straight black women. I'm not your fail safety. I'm not your. I'm not your. I'm not your. I'm not your parachute. Like that's not what I am. And no, and not everybody's my son. Not everybody's my brother. I don't know you. To be quite honest, I'm a black woman, and as a black woman, when I look at all men, you're strangers. Yes, I can have empathy for people that are black like me, black men that are black like me. I could feel bad, yes. But at the end of the day, when I see you, you're a stranger. A lot of times, some of the black men don't see us as sisters and friends. No, they don't. And if they
No,
did,
they
they wouldn't
make
be
it
talking
very
about us on
clear.
there like that.
They make it clear in conversations
So
all the time that unless they feel some kind of ownership, they ain't doing a goddamn thing. And that's why, again, it's so weird to me to see other women when it comes specific. I'm not talking about, checking people that are using slurs or, calling men sassy within conversation or stuff like that. You deal with that as it comes. But when a woman is just saying any man cannot have access to Club Puss for any reason at all, there should be no discussion about that. I feel like there
Set
shouldn't be
boundary.
any kind of pushback. There shouldn't be any kind of discussion. That should just be accepted without question. It's not about, like I said, talk to them about the other things that they may be doing that denote homophobia or biphobia, right? Because I'm sure if that and that's the argument is that, oh well, if you're doing that, you're doing other things, then it should be pretty easy for you to be able to broach the subject when they do that other stuff. But if I say this nigga can't come in here for whatever reason, it should be.
And also, I don't understand
Hold
the
on.
concept of
Let me.
wanting to date some. Sorry.
No, no, no. You're fine. Production inquiry. I'm not going anywhere. I'm keeping my hands busy while I'm listening. This is normal. This is
You
normal
look
for
so
me.
you look
good.
so pretty.
You look so
Pretty.
amazing.
I'll
I thought you
just
were gonna go out.
if I go out, I'm going to
No,
go
no,
to
this
the
what she
gym.
do. This
See,
is what
Yeah,
she
this is.
do.
I just sit and I just
when I
start
used to
playing
do
in the
my lives,
bathtub.
I used to do that. Like I would hop on my sister's live and then do my makeup,
Yes,
and then maybe I'll go to the CVS.
exactly,
Sometimes you just want to
exactly.
be pretty for yourself, and that's
Yeah,
okay. Like it's not for
Right.
nobody.
yeah,
Stuff right here, and I believe in using it. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's just something I
Yeah,
enjoy.
right. It's play.
So
Yeah.
I have a few examples because we started off with Kat, like I said, to set the tone of like the type of conversation I wanted to have. I didn't want it to be antagonistic. I didn't want it to be mean or nasty to anybody per se. It could be impassioned, all of that type of stuff. But now I kind of want to get into the type of thing. And mind you, these are mild examples of the conversation, what was triggering me within the conversation that I was seeing. I saw people being like, on both ends, but these are people that I feel like they are articulating themselves well, even if I feel like what they're saying is only a facet of, like I said, the totality of what it is I'm looking at within the conversation.
also, can I say this? I
Yeah,
also feel like this is a conversation where we're supporting men in their degeneracy, in my opinion. And I feel like because women are generally kind and they're accepting of people, like a lot of women when they get to know somebody, like uh they find out something completely new and like and a betrayal to the relationship that they were in, they still continue to be in that relationship. And I feel like I don't know this man from a can of paint, and I'm sorry if I'm coloring him in a way that is not representative of who he is. Um, but I think that he may have been expecting her to just accept the fact that he was bisexual because he informed her after they started dating, right?
yes, it's an inherent entitlement baked within this argument of like Kat said,
Mhm.
either you change how you feel, you change what you're going to do, or you're a bad person. And
It's
there's
actually
no room.
manipulation.
It's very much manipulation. I think it's degenerate behavior. Like I think it's degenerate behavior when men hide their children. I think it's degenerate behavior when they
We're
hide their
going to get there. We're
sexuality.
going to get there. I don't know if you were here. Were
I
you
don't
here
like
last
sneakiness
week?
in any way, girl. You sneaky, I don't like it. I told you I was married before, and then like somewhere in the middle of my marriage, my ex was like, "Oh, I want to be poly," which is fine. But I told him I was like, if you wanted to be that, like
Mhm.
my contract with you was not that. That's not my lifestyle. You have to be okay with accepting that I don't want to have to be with you. You cannot hold me hostage to you because of what you want, and that's
Mhm.
my problem. Like, there's this idea that like if you're a woman, even though you're up, it's your acceptable level of unhappiness. Whether
Correct.
it makes you unhappy or not, just stay, be quiet, and shut up. I don't like that.
Yeah. I think
Jalen, did you see last week when I went over the new study about how men knowingly subvert women's no when it comes to
Yeah.
sex? Okay.
I'm actually funnily enough.
Yeah.
I'm going for my I'm going for my psychology
Period.
degree, and sometimes I use your videos to like.
Really? Don't make me cry. Don't make me freaking cry, please.
Make her cry. Make her cry. Make her proud of herself. Make her cry.
I love it.
Yeah, like I'm like, let me see if Level Up made a video about this.
Oh my goodness. I'm sucking it up,
Congratulations.
but believe me, I am going to bawl about that as
I'm a
soon
secret
as
big
this
fan. Like I'm a
In no
secret
time,
big
you'll be a graduate.
Wake
fan.
up, our baby.
Yeah, like
Oh my
I grew up watching you. I grew up watching you. I grew up watching Chrissy. I grew up watching like I actually started to watch. Actually started watching you first, and then I saw you in Themis' live, and I started watching him after I started watching you, and the same with Eddie. Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh my
Welcome. Thank you
God.
My
I
so much
am going to
for.
have a full on
yeah,
crying, thanking God session about
yeah.
that. That
You can thank my
you just blessed
introspectivity
me
with you
incredibly. You
raising
have
me
blessed.
halfway.
Oh my
I
God.
really want to thank like all the female creators that have been online for a while. I started a page, but I didn't really follow through with that. But there's so
Yeah.
many like female creators. You know, not to say that I agree with everything they say,
Hmm.
but I feel like the creators have always had intentions that are for the betterment of Black women, and for
Yeah.
that, I want to felicitate like all of them, including you. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, like I feel like coming into my adulthood, I think it was so hard to navigate because a lot of people like in like my real life and like in general online were just not very like real about the I like of not the idea of Black women like out there, but I don't know how to like I'm forgetting what the word is, but not being real about the reality of Black women being out there dating people and being in like community with men in general, but with just and also with the wider community. Like I think that's one of the reasons why I started watching a lot of YouTube videos because I felt so out of place because I felt like I was wrong, and I was when I was this because I'm a dark skinned a black woman. I'm generally a very pretty girl. Well, I am a pretty girl, but
I was gonna
like,
say, you better say I
um,
am.
Say it
Say
again.
it again.
I am
Yeah.
a pretty girl,
Thank
and
you.
and I remember when I started watching Paris Milan, it was because I was seeing a lot of conversations about like bad conversations that were being made about dark skinned black women. Oh, okay, hold on. Sorry. We're tag teaming kids here. And I think that for me, like watching Level Up Single Mom helped color how I should view like relationships with black men, like and the same thing with like Paris Milan, Chrissy, how the community actually like thinks about the way that we should be interacting with people that are saying crazy shit. Like people would always be like, "You're pretty for a dark skinned black woman, a black woman." People would always be like, "Oh, you're very smart and well spoken for a dark skinned black girl," and that used to like make me feel so unsettled, and I couldn't really tell why. I mean, I could kind of tell because I'm just like, I don't understand this because I'm like. All the women around me are very beautiful dark skinned black women, and they're all very smart, and we're all going for our degrees, and we're all
Backhanded compliment.
yes. And I'm just like, I don't know a black woman who's a struggle bus, you know? Like, and even if they are a struggle bus, they're working on it. Because honestly, being a little kid, like being a teenager and growing into an adult it's all a struggle bus in many different ways. And I appreciate y'all for being there for us when the community wasn't. Okay,
I
sorry.
appreciate you. No, I
No, why be
appreciate
sorry
you
about
for
that?
letting me know because I've been saying for so long, like sometimes, and because I realized too that the type of content I make doesn't call for a whole lot of rah rah and engagement. It is more of a sit with this and think about this. So I don't always know if people are actually hearing me, feeling me, getting the value. So to
I don't
hear
like
you,
the screaming, so it's okay.
to hear you
I've left a
say,
lot of chats when they're screaming, yelling. It's not my forte.
I'm an ugly crier. Please don't start crying.
you say you grew up with me, and because sometimes I be thinking like, oh, I'm just out here just saying whatever, just talking to hear myself talk. And so to hear that I made an impact to you and for you to say that I helped you, and that's exactly what I wanted to do. So thank you so much for coming
That's
and
not
telling me
true.
what I needed to hear.
You have such a
Huh?
like soft
Oh
like
yeah.
you have a soft voice, you have a direct voice. Like I feel like you sound like Mama Bear but in a good way. Like
Yeah.
right? Like you're
Yep.
very direct, you're very on point. You say what you say, you mean what you mean. You just
I
don't you just don't show up as like people I think I associate with you because people assume that just because you're a black woman, like you have to be yelling and screaming. And I tend to be one of those people like if I don't like something, I'm gonna say I don't like it.
hmm
I don't feel like I have to debase myself to like screaming or cursing because you feel like it. I'm more of a type person. I'm gonna walk away because I feel
Yeah.
like when I feel like I have to go out of my character, I feel like somehow like the devil's winning. Like you're making me change who I am because you don't feel that because I present in this color that I shouldn't be that way, right? Like there's this like pyramid. I always call it like this color pyramid, this like archetype, and that's not how we all are. Not to say that if you're that person that that's a bad thing, but different folks are different strokes. And it's okay for black people to have differences among us and go
hmm
to like where we feel like comfortable. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah, and I
Most
think for
definitely. Go
me,
ahead.
I'm sorry, I started crying. So, I think for me especially, I remember just like coming out of high school and being in high school feeling so out of place with myself because I was like, I'm not wrong, and I don't think I'm wrong in the way that I think that I'm thinking. And a lot of the times I started watching you was because I used to be very heavy activist and everything. And I remember every time there was activism that had to be done around a black woman or girl, there was like nobody there 90% of the time. And that was around the time I started watching you. And I remember being like, I don't finally making the decision. It took me like 3 years of watching you to be like, okay, I can finally make the decision to say that I don't have to be there for people that are not there for me, and people like me, And I remember like I was running a sociology club, a cultural affairs club, and I remember sitting down and talking with the girls and being like, hey, let's watch some of these videos and let's have discussions about it and because I knew for some of them they felt like the same way that I felt about the misplacement, especially this had been especially after this black woman was murdered by the police and nobody showed up. It was just us and it was just me and 8 other black women, and there was like six or seven white women there. And I remember like all of them being very confused and very like because they were like she was like people were here for like Trayvon Martin, people were here for for I'm not gonna name any more male names, but it was like Breonna Taylor, nobody was there for us. When Sandra Bullock, nobody was there for us. And I remember they just sitting down with them, and I'm like, let's watch some videos. We're gonna be there. And I remember Paris Milan, I shared that with them so that they feel, and Chrissy as well, so that they can understand like you're not wrong in how you feel. It's what are we gonna do next um is is like the most important part. And we ended up I was sorry to say this for the longest time, but I'm not sorry. We ended up steering our community a little bit differently and only showing up for black women because I think that that's the most important people in our community. And I think that putting ourselves first should be the most important thing. And you were one of the people I was watching that made me appreciate that part of me to like prioritize myself and prioritization of myself becoming sorry important. Sorry, I got emotional, so it's hard for me to speak when I get
Do
emotional.
not apologize. Do not apologize for anything. You have blessed me. You have blessed me. I needed that. I needed to hear.
Yeah.
I did.
And I hope you continue to make videos because there are Black girls watching. I'm always sending people your way, especially when I feel like people are feeling like they're not important and anymore. And I always send them here because I feel like this is a safe space. Um, and I feel like they should be able to be here. And I don't really comment, but I'm always lurking.
And that's okay. I love that you took the time to get comfortable enough, and that lets me know that I'm reaching who I wanted to reach, because I know that feeling of just feeling like not only is nobody there for you, but that's just how it is, and you just gotta suck it up and accept it.
Yeah.
And you just get used to it, and you're just like, oh well, I used to always say to myself a lot, nobody's checking for me. Just generally before this platform, that was something I would tell myself as I'll call it self-soothing, because that's what it was, but it really was just making myself not get upset, because I felt like there was nothing I could do to change it. Nobody's checking for me, nobody cares. And so to know that girls that feel that way have me now to do that is something so healing about that. So thank you for telling me.
Yeah. I thought you should know that. I
And
think that was
I love it when you cuss the men out. I
I
love
do.
it.
I do. That's one of that was part of the reason I came up today. But I didn't want to make you cry and stuff.
No, it's fun. Listen, the funny part is I've been lately like I'm a G. I ain't been crying about nothing, and I was really, really trying. But no, this is the type of stuff I don't mind crying about. This stuff, and I think that that's part of. We need to see each other, that we can have conversations, and we can be vulnerable, and we can be safe, and we can be soft, and we can cry, because our feelings matter.
Yeah.
And I think
Amen.
I don't think I know that that's what has been so triggering about the stuff with Samyra, about this conversation, about everything. It just goes to show there's me standing on that precipice again, standing on the edge, just how deep it runs. The
Mhm.
expectation that we are supposed to not feel like we matter, that we are supposed to prioritize people ahead of our own lived experience, ahead of the things that we're actually seeing and having our own feelings about, that we're supposed to stop processing that and stop recognizing it and stop caring about it in order to cater to everybody else's feelings and preferences and desires and everything else. And
Yeah.
so,
I think that was why I was passionate in the beginning, like when I first
yeah.
came on, because it made me feel like, why do we have to, like, why can't we care about our own wants and our own desires? Like, I don't know. I feel like, I mean, I know I'm Haitian, but being here, like in the United States, sometimes I feel like just being here. I've been here since like Brenda's got a baby, okay, since 1980s. This is a long time, and like I've seen, like in general, like the big difference from like Black American women, like the strides that they've made from then till now. I remember when I was first here, the way they used to talk about Black American women sometimes, oh, they're getting pregnant, they're having babies, okay, fine. So now they're going to school. Now they're going to school. Now they got degrees. Now you got degrees. Now they're like, why you got degrees? It's like, oh my God. Like, and
And
then
the
I don't know,
goalposts keep
it's
moving
just
and
like, it just
moving.
makes me feel like no matter what you do, you're not gonna be happy anyway. So F it. Just don't be
And
happy
that's how I
then.
live,
That's
though.
what it
That's how
feels
I
like.
live.
Don't be happy. And then at the same time, like I remember being younger, because at that time, like
I mean, I have cousins that were here before me. So at that time, like, this was the drug era. So some people like got caught up in that. You have people visiting people, family members, sons, and it's like all this stuff, and like it's you're still dogged about. Like, come on, it's just too much. I think that's why I'm at, especially after the elections, girl. After elections, it was really over. I was already. My mom already told me a long time ago. You see, marching, that's not for us. Don't do that. That's for the men. Like that's for men to do. In Haiti, they'll tell you don't go out there and do manifestation. That's how you get shot in the eye with the rubber bullet. Okay, but
Bro,
I'm
but
like,
that's still why I'm like this. I don't understand because I know I understand it on a level of like, okay, we're supposed to care about the community, and we're supposed to care about LGBTQIA, and that kind of it's supposed to fit under the umbrella of a matriarchal um mindset and stuff like that. But like I said, the way that it's being implemented is very much so giving black woman, how dare you?
but it's too
You
much.
have to
Like
carry
there's an
everybody.
expression like with the Portuguese, they say black women are for work, light is for sex, and white is for marriage. And it feels like I heard that expression, I was like, this is what's going on. It feels
But
like
guess
a lot
what?
of times,
None of that is autonomous. None of that says anything about, like, nobody in that scenario is a winner for real, for real.
no, nobody isn't. But I'm saying like it feels like we have to be the donkeys for everybody, like the mule that everybody
That's
carries,
what
and
they
it's
want.
it's exhausting because really at the end of the day, like I've worked at the hospital before. I've worked in the hospital or at other jobs before. I've had Black American coworkers, or I have some friends, and they got kids just like everybody else got kids. We all got kids. Okay, we have kids. There's women. There's Miss Johnson working a triple shift, trying to put her kids through school. Like ain't nobody. I don't have time for all these causes. It's too much. Like anyway, maybe I feel like
Think about though, like
it's
if
too much.
they want
It's
to
too much.
shame black women for having kids, but they also want to force white women to have kids. So they're also the shaming and blaming and misery that they try to use on black women for procreating and having families is because they don't want our numbers to go up. Like this is how these people think, you know?
They don't want us to have kids anyway. Like
That's what I'm
it's
saying.
a two-part way. If they
I
want black women to have kids,
also
they want them to be labor, okay? Or they want them to be labor,
Uneducated,
and some extent,
miserable,
to some extent,
miserable.
I'm gonna get at black men too because I feel like for the amount of black men that have become successful, like that have made money, that have NFL, NBA, all this stuff. Like, show me three black hospitals. And if I don't see three black hospitals where black women could go and be like, oh, I'm having a baby, I don't want to hear nothing. Because guess what? We make everybody black, trans, white, everybody. We make them
show me
all. Okay. And I
five
don't
black
see, I don't see,
men with
we
black
made light, bright, preference, all. I don't see anybody making any like birthing clinics, any nothing, any even after you have a baby. I had like two C sections. You have a C section after you have that baby. After 2 days out the hospital, they kick you out. You get better treated if you get a tummy tuck. Okay, if I was no offense to LGBTQ community, but if I needed to get a transition, I get more funding. How about that? How about that? So guess what? I got a lot more stuff to defend for myself that nobody else is defending for me. Okay? How about everybody defend themselves? Stop putting us in your numbers. How about you do the labor? How about that? How about you get off the podcast? Stop talking about, oh well, black women are submissive. No, you go down to the government and be the lobbyist. How about that? How about we try to be in the lobby for you? What I want to see for black women within the next 1 year, I would love to see all the black female professionals. We need to make some kind of like some birthing center hospital, and it's a black woman meeting because it don't seem like anybody else gonna do anything else, and we just wasting our time with everybody else. If you guys want to do what you want to do, go do it. Stop wasting your time. How about that? Stop save your money. How about that? Because no, I'm not saying that all the black men can't marry other women, but even if you're marrying other women, why don't you go marching? I think the kid that got unalive, I
They
think the
don't
mom
even
was
march for themselves because I think a lot of the like I've been more analytical about this because a lot of the people marching, no matter what, are black women.
exactly. It's
Um,
like
and like
no, too much. Like
I'm not marching for Christian Nolan, the Lone. I'm
I
sorry,
think
or
Nolan.
his
No, I
mom,
think Nolan was is biracial, right? I think the
whatever. Yeah,
mom is Filipino.
he's biracial.
The mom's Filipino. So okay, so if she's Filipino, where are all the women that black men marry that are interracial? Why don't I see them marching? Why are we marching? I'm not saying that we don't feel bad. I'm just saying, like, we can't extend our labor to everybody. This is why, this is why, even before when we're talking about being overweight, some of it is not because we're eating, some of it's because we're stressing, some
I
of it's because our
totally
cortisol levels are way high. How about that? Can we, like, sometimes sit back? We could do that
Well,
too.
I
Like,
think part of the Nolan Wells thing is just as a mother, because mind you, I don't have any. All my kids are girls,
no, I feel
right?
bad. I'm not saying
Just
I don't
as
feel
a
bad.
mother, it's just like I send my fucking kids out with you, and you motherfuckers seem to have murdered my baby, and now you playing on my fucking top.
Yeah,
So
Mhm.
you
but
know,
like,
like that's where I'm like, hey,
No,
yeah,
I definitely feel bad,
I
but the reason why I said that is
I
because
feel
there was
bad.
another video. There was another video too with another like mixed race kid. I don't know if you saw that one where he went out with all these YT friends and they beat him up and they knocked out all four of his teeth. Okay, and the girl set him up and everything. And what I'm saying is like, where are the moms and the dads in those groups? Because the problem, I think some of the problem is because we stand in the front. When we stand in the front and say, "Hey, this is wrong," what happens is they're like, "Well, it's not like that anymore." It's not like that anymore. It's part of your figment of your imagination. That's because we do the work, right? Because sometimes some of those black guys too are conditioned. You know what I'm saying? They're like, oh, it's because we're
not more than
we're
anybody
rough.
else.
It's
Let's
it's
just be
it's
honest. They're not more conditioned than anybody else.
It's true, but what I'm saying is like it's almost like okay, if you okay, that's fine. You intermarry and stuff like that. That's fine. I'm not saying you don't do that, but if you intermarry, something happens to your son. Like when I heard her talking, no offense to her, but she was like, "Oh, such and such wouldn't want us to do this and wouldn't want us to do that," and here we are. The moderation woman, like, what the hell's going on? And we're putting up a fight. Like, where is your group of interracial marriage women and protecting our black presenting sons? Where are they? Like, I need everybody else to do their
Because
own
it's
labor.
your kid. That's the thing. Like, if like I like a lot of times it's a woman that is the mother of this child, right? So
Mhm.
this is your child. You're telling me you don't care enough to go out there and and run amok, you know? And for me, I don't feel like with the I I feel bad for Nolan. I'm disturbed by it, but it's been hard to not want to step back for a little bit just because you know what? Like at some point we got to start realizing that there is that the benefits that we're getting from this proximity is a farce. And so whatever and I'm not trying to blame the child, right? Like there's nothing wrong with making friends. I have friends of all different races.
Mhm.
But I also think that, the classism that undertows a lot of the reasons why you go out there. Oh, you was on a boat. It feels different than camping, quote unquote, right? But it is the same. It's the same. Agreed. Wake up, make up. But oh, you can't not go on a boat with somebody. You know what I mean? Just the opportunity to go and do things for luxury experiences is what I'm saying. And it's like you can dangle
But
luxury in front
then
of
I'm going with
people's
my
face.
black friends. I am going
I'm gonna
somebody
rent out a boat with my
two
homegirls
people
and we go.
two somebody else is coming with me. A few.
first of
I
Wow,
all,
okay,
also
Jay,
okay.
I
why
feel
you
like
trying to
I feel
find
like I feel like
Why
when
are
it
the
comes
groupings
to
so densely condensed with only white people anyway? Where the hell are you at?
Because on so the mom is Filipino, and I'm gonna tell you, you see Filipino, okay, Filipinos be on some my white husband stuff, okay, and then God forbid she married the type of black person that's like, oh, it's y'all people's. I'm not saying that's how he is, but that match together, they're not going to prepare their child to see things. Unfortunately, a lot of people want to live under the fantasy that these things don't exist. I'm saying they live in completely white neighborhoods and they're like, these things don't
They
exist.
are in
It's a figment.
Mississippi.
Yeah,
Mississippi.
girl, they are
That
in the den of inequity. They're in the snake's den, and they don't even know. But the problem is, if you told them, you know what they're gonna do?
the dad
Y'all
knows.
black women
That's
rough. Y'all
that's
angry.
why I'm
Y'all this.
frustrated.
Y'all
The
that. That's what
dad
they're gonna
knows.
do.
The daddy knows. He knows. He is from Mississippi. He knows. He knows what he grew up with. He
let his
knows.
kids do. I also
But
feel
it's a
like
coping
this is
mechanism.
I feel like this is a conversation that I've had over and over again every time a biracial person is murdered by their majority white friends or whatever, or they go out with their friends and get left behind somewhere because their friends didn't think to bring them back or whatever. And it's also the same for when biracial black presenting biracial people end up being murdered by the police or whatever. A lot of women, not just because for me this is not on the women, this is on the men who decide to be with people who don't align with their race, who choose to not learn about their race, and they're not taking the time to teach their children how to operate in real life as a black person, um, because they seem to forget that they're black, their child is black, and they're with a non-black partner, and they're not teaching their child how to operate as a black as a black person.
I think it's
Like,
on both of them because
yeah,
really, to be
yeah.
honest, like unfortunately, like I mean, I don't want to say that, but sometimes a lot of white people, it's like you're an experiment to prove that they're not as racist as they could be. Like
Hmm.
the person that's like, the person that's like they're an ally. Sometimes they want to prove so bad that their dad is not that way or their uncle's
Right.
not that way, and then they put you in a situation, and then you have kids in that situation, and I'm not saying you can't have it, but you have to know if you're going to do that, that you can't really, if you have mixed kids, you shouldn't even be living in a predominantly white neighborhood. You can live in a
Hmm.
mixed neighborhood. I live in Jersey, they have mixed neighborhoods, but you're going to live in a predominantly black, white neighborhood in the South? Are you crazy?
We're
I
talking about the
mean,
same group of people that don't learn how to do their child's hair, and they like isn't wasn't there like an uptick during the pandemic of white women with like biracial children finally learning how to do their child's hair, and you see that their oldest child is 12 years old in the background, and I'm like, you had 12. Like,
But that's the thing, they're not invested. Like, and that's the thing. Like, I'm very much a leftist. I really want to have universal human dignity regardless of any identity marker, right? But the thing about it is most people don't do things unless they're forced to. Change doesn't happen unless people feel like they have to do something. And the problem with the idea of not learning their kids' hair or not learning how to understand the danger, not acknowledging the dangers of their uncles and their grandpas, right?
hmm.
The As well as like for people of so I definitely want to free Palestine, by the way, just for the thing, just for the record. But like people of all other cultures and ethnicities, and we need to be honest about the inherent biases that we
The
have across the world,
anti-blackness.
because nowhere in the world
global.
beneficial for you to be darker skinned. And
Hmm.
so when we, go ahead and do all of these things because of survival, right? We want to have proximity. Like when you really think about it, networking is you trying to find yourself some friends who can get you on the come up, and usually those people are people who are wealthier than you or in a better position in some way somehow. Like you're always supposed to be in the mindset trying to kiss somebody's ass to get liked, right? And you're supposed to be looking down on your peers because because you have somewhere to go, right? But then and I think that's what a lot of these guys are doing. They're trying to get their proximity to whiteness. They're trying to get the connects of the uncle and the grandpa, right? But
Irregardless to whatever
Well,
happens to
light
the
skinned
children,
babies
regardless
doesn't
of
save
race.
your child from being unalive, so that's never gonna
right,
happen.
I
If
don't
you think if you
care about
think
the
that if
children.
you think that just because you lightened up one generation, that your child is actually in a den with the snake. Because like I said, if you look in your white woman or other, because there's others too. If you look at all them uncles and aunties in that family, there's a whole bunch of them that don't like your child. Okay, so but that's also
you and
part.
me care
She's
about that
half.
child.
Mom is half black,
Okay.
by the way.
Okay,
Okay.
either way, but you and I care about the child. Let's just be honest. A lot of people don't care about their children.
Hmm.
They don't feel the level of, familial bonding with their children as we are implying that they do.
I see that a lot with like in college I met a lot of biracial people. Like I grew up, one of my best friends is biracial. We met in kindergarten and she's been my ride or die. Um and she kicks people's backs in when they talk crazy to me. I'm a generally gentle person. And she's my spitfire. But like I like the way that her parents operated is interesting to say the least. And I think like going into adulthood and going into college, I met so many biracial children who have moms who clearly hate them, who've said racial slurs to their own children, who clearly kicked them out.
Obama said his grandma did.
Like it's I'm not gonna okay, I'm not gonna say her name, but one of our one like I met this girl in my first year of college, and we ended up watching your videos together. By the way, she, and we were in sociology class together, and I remember she when we were talking about her relationship with her family, it was always like her mom after like because her mom and her father were together. The mom and the father broke up after like 3 years, as is the course. And so like after they broke up, she remarried and married somebody of her own race. And after that happened, I guess like she never knew how to do her hair. And like like we were going through our high school photos and she looked crazy in every single one of them. Like, and we were like from I think it was like from second grade up, because that's when her father's side stopped communicating with her or whatever, because of like I think her father was degenerate. That's just my opinion. But because of that, like she just looked crazy from second grade all the way till like our first year of college. Like her picture looked crazy, and we were like, "Hey, why do you look like this?" And okay, okay. So some of us are autism based. Okay, we weren't trying to be mean. And we were like we forget something, and we were like, how, like we're like, your mom didn't teach you how to do, like she was like, my mom doesn't know how to do hair or whatever, and she was just talking to me like she was like literally from day one until the day that this girl went off to her next college. She was just talking about how her grandparents were very racist, her aunts, her uncles very racist towards her publicly, and then like in front of everybody all the time. And then she was talking about how her mom didn't care to teach her about how to do, like, she never just did her hair, and she was like, oh, my mom just doesn't know. I'm like, your mom chose not to. And I think that's one of the things that I had to basically tell her. I was like, listen, I understand that your mom is white. I had a biracial child. I don't have biracial people here. If I had a biracial child, I would take the time to learn how to do my child's hair. Every race is different. Like, and the
That's
point,
because her mom is angry for dad leaving. Like,
like,
unfortunately, some of the black men having children, they're having children out of anger. I'm
mhm,
not saying that they're doing that just to white woman or Filipino woman, because I think they're doing it in general. They're even
mhm,
doing it to black women. But the difference is a black woman is a black woman. So,
mhm,
but when you go into these other cultures and already there's a stigma in being black, right? So
mhm.
on some like the stigma of being black is like, oh, they don't be staying with their kids. You know how they be doing. Okay,
Yeah, and they're like, the
boom.
hair is tough. The
So
this is
now you done went against your whole family out of whatever. It could have been out of rebellion or whatever, or maybe
mhm,
just what it is. And now you get with this person. Maybe I would say maybe some, not all, some, because some of them already had racist views before. Okay,
mhm.
but if you stayed, they would have maybe tolerated you, or you would have been there to be a buffer for your child. But after
Yeah,
you leave, that white woman has to go back into her community. And the best way for her to do that is ignore that biracial child. Okay.
But
That's
I
why
think
that's why adoption agencies have the highest rate. Last time I checked,
there's
was the highest rate
different
of good
types of black
children.
men. There's different types of black men, and you'll see, because there are the black men who are very happy about having their little biracial family or whatever,
Some
and
are,
you will
yeah.
see that those kids, they kind of use those kids as prizes. So they'll have their hair done, stuff will be done with them.
Hmm.
Very
mhm,
specific kind that'll go, and even when they're there, the whole house looks a mess. Everybody looks slovenly.
Hmm.
mhm.
Kid don't have their hair done, and that's when he's there. There's a very particular kind. So,
Or there's the ones
there's
that do
more.
the hair, where I'm like, there's this
Out of
YouTuber, I'm
love.
pretty sure you've seen her. She's with a Nigerian man, and she's Asian, and the whole point of her doing her kids' hairs is,
To make
I,
money.
I think she says a lot of, they do a lot of, okay, I'm sorry, my brain is, I'm trying to be nice.
I think I know what
Because
you're
I
talking
know these,
about.
I don't want these kids to like come into this video and see this in the
No, they're
future.
not going. No, that's a
Yeah,
general conversation, general name.
yeah, like they do a lot of very intentionally racist things in the videos, and like her doing her kids' hair is based in like her racism, and I could be wrong because she's a
So,
mom,
like,
and
she acts like it's really tough to do or something.
yeah, like, and their kids have like 1B, 1C, if we're being
Yeah,
generous.
just
And
a
she's,
light wave to a loose curl.
yeah, and like, is she just like, if you see those videos, it's giving when people have a kink, and I'm not trying to like, but it's, to me, it feels really disgusting, and I feel like there's also that, like, those kids also generally look put together because the mom is trying to show how hard life is with a black child, um and like,
And
and
this
how,
is sorry, go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah, and how hard it is to keep them together, so they're always put together because the mom is working so hard.
This is why, on some level,
Penny,
really, I always feel like mixing biracial
you're
kids need
not
their own.
Fat-Phobic
I
over
think they need
here
their own
so you
community
eat.
too, because they got too much issues for us to handle. I'm like, y'all got a whole bunch of set of issues that
Like,
I don't.
you
I
have
don't want
mommy
to
issues
handle.
greater than mine. Like,
Most people
I,
Yeah.
are mixed, right? Like most people are not monoracial. And so like I think that when it comes to biracial people, I think that one of the things that must be really confusing is a fetishization, right?
mm-hmm,
But I think that when, to your point about the fact that there's so many kids that have been abandoned that are biracial, right? It is one of those of like the the communities that
tend to surround these kids. If the father was not unkind or dismissive to his family when he left, or if the mom was not anti-black, right? Because there are anti-black women that will go out there and try to instead of for love, but for these strategic marriages
Or the
around
specific
black
hate of
community.
black women and her man getting together because of the specific hate they both have for black women.
Right. And that's the thing. Like, I think that, when you have internalized hatred for any part of your identity, you do trippy, stupid shit like this, right? And so the piece about, like, what happens to these kids, what happens to these outcomes is, I had this disagreement the other day with a guy because I don't think that we should put nuclear families on a pedestal. I think that it is usually to the detriment of the children to do so, ironically,
Mm-hmm.
because a lot of times it's unrealistic to put that much pressure on two people who got their own shit going on. And if you were to decentralize that those two parents, right, you
Mm-hmm.
and other people were able to pour into kids, and we were to have more of a communal culture where, okay, even like, they can go to Auntie Vitamin and, get a variety and a breadth of different experiences. And so you get the feedback you need to recognize, okay, maybe there are other ways to parent and all of the above. But the nuclear family usually creates these little fiefdoms that these men feel important in, but often because they're not social, and self-aware enough and empathetic enough, it's all left on the women, as we know. And a lot of these women don't have, to our point, empathy for their kids. So I'm not saying burden the black women in your family, or the Filipino woman, or the Hispanic women, but I am saying that I think that this obsession with the nuclear family, the fact that it is a this is not Family Matters where there's a plot. Like, this is not, this is not Fresh Prince of Bel Air where there is a gimmick. This is just you literally doing your kid's hair and making and dancing in the mirror, right? Like,
Mm-hmm.
the level of obsession we have with pedestalizing people who have decided to sleep with each other consistently is also bizarre. Is also
Mm-hmm.
bizarre. Like, why are we so invested in being curious about who random people are sleeping with, have decided to partner with, right? It is way
Mm-hmm.
more interesting and I think valuable for the community to recognize that parents just sometimes are the bio parents, right? It is on, if we want to have more healthy adults, we need to start thinking more communally. And yeah, because the biracial children in the system right now, if like their needs would be met if we were more communal rather than sitting down there being like, well, damn, you
But
know?
see, I think so. Being around, like, I've been around some people that are in these mixed race marriages, and what I've noticed also is that for some reason, when it comes to mixed race marriages with black people, if the man is a black man and the other woman is the other, what I tend to find is there's this, like, keeping the kids away from the matriarchal family of the man. Now, and I'm not saying, and I don't know if that could be
Because they
joint.
bond over their hatred of black women.
That could be a joint thing. That could be anti hate of the black man. Because for him to feel like, I'm gonna show you I'm okay, so
But
I can
it
have access to you.
happens
Maybe
usually.
they isolate the kids, and or it could be both. Because I have a brother-in-law and he has kids. His mom lives in the same building. Okay, and he always loved him some white woman. Okay, he got that white woman always from Canada. His mom live in the same building. They not together no more. He'll go and see his mom. He doesn't even tell the kids to say hi to his mom. And my mother in law's like, oh, I don't understand. Like, I don't see the kids. But he's not the only person. Like, I've seen a lot of black men that get with white women and then they're like on the side. Like, it's like they're away from the black family. So then how do you have this surrounding family when
Wait,
you're away from the black family? They keep you away.
wait, wait. And them be the ones who see you out in public and they're
Then
like,
shady. Mm-hmm. It'd be weird. And like I would like put
real
it this way.
weird.
My
Real
my
weird.
like
Can
my
I just say, I used to
my
have that happen to me all the time. I don't mean to call them refrigerators, but I would see a, I
It's
would
not
see,
even necessarily for
I would,
a look thing. It's
no,
just a general
they don't
thing.
have to be a refrigerator, okay?
Hmm.
But generally, a lot of the women that would stare at me while I was out and about looking cute was like a refrigerator next to next to a
I'm
black
like,
man.
I promise I don't want your man. I
Yeah, and
promise.
I'm like, I don't want your person, and like I
So
am
happy for you. Keep
like, and they'd be staring me in my eyes, and I'm just like, it's all good, like
I
it's all
remember I
good,
used to have like parties at my house, and I would invite my brother-in-law and his wife. My, Haitian parties is just like all other black parties. Barbecue everybody. Her kid would be on that couch. It's almost like she was holding on to that child like it was a blanket, okay? And then she'd be like, okay, it's time to go. So these kids don't really have an association even with their Haitian culture like that anyway. And their
right.
dad keeps them also on some, I don't want them to be around black women. It's the same black men online that you hear like that you hear them say, I don't want to be with a black woman. I want to be with black women, black women. So now when they have kids, they're not gonna want their kids around their matriarch. Even his sister, like
Hmm.
the sister be like, oh, can Ella come over? No, that's just how they are.
Normally,
So they're not gonna have a third
whatever the
family.
issue is, it stems from whatever went on between them. At the end of the day, it's a
I think
lot
it's
more
whatever
Period.
than that.
information she's being fed to tell her no that she's the prize for within the 7 years. Because I'm like, there's a 7 year there's a I in my prediction of and this I've always been right, and when I become wrong, I'll be like I'm wrong. But it's always 3 years and they're out. And then if they make it past the 3 years, they don't make it past 7 years. And they're trying to coddle themselves and cutify. I don't know what the word is. English is like my seventh language, so be patient with me. I'm gonna
It's
blame it
okay.
on that.
No worries.
No,
It's
you're
not my
fine.
first language either.
There's empirical evidence for this. Like a lot of marriages don't pass 7 years. A lot of relationships go through a big bump at the fourth year, but if you can get past the seventh year, you stay together. Like this is
Yeah.
this is like researched, well-known stuff. So you recognize a pattern for sure.
Yeah,
It's
and like for
also the
black
color
men,
hierarchy
I'm gonna
it's
too.
jump
always
in
volatile
real quick.
relationships that they're in with not women of non-black origin.
Mm.
I'm jumping in real quick because I want to get these things out the way. I do want to finish out the subject because I'll sit there and I'll start something and then something will happen, even technical issues or something will go on and we won't finish. So I want to close out this whole
Oh
conversation
yeah.
and then how I conceptualized it. But now I'm putting it on you guys. You have to tell me what you guys want to talk about because you know
Okay.
what I mean.
Then you topic.
If it's something that you guys are like, I really want to get into this, I will structure the conversation
I send them
around
to you on TikTok, but you don't want to talk about.
and you know what? No, you want to talk about some. We have a time in TikTok. We don't wake up have a time. That's
Wake
mess.
up. You are so
That's
silly.
mess.
The stuff you be sending me, you are so funny. I don't be going on
Pure
TikTok very often,
mess.
but you are so funny.
Wait, and then
You
you
are
go to sit
so
there and
funny.
blame me.
It's
I'm sending you the thing, and then you go to their pages and
She be sending you content, Kiana.
girl, we have a time.
Your algorithm is hilarious. Wake up.
You know what
It
we're gonna
is.
do?
It is. I love it. I love it so much.
We're
I
gonna
love
do a
it so
funny
much.
live. I'll do a funny stream next week where we'll just do like foolishness because that'll be fun. I was thinking about that anyway for this week, but then this stuff came. But I'm gonna go ahead and play this again, getting back into the conversation we were having. This is one woman who is, you'll see what I was reacting to. Because like I said, we saw Cat Black's breakdown of her metabolizing of the situation. This is like an example of the type of discussion that's been being had that I was actually having a reaction to.
Okay. Before you do that, I just want to say good night, y'all. I'm going to be listening. I got to go to the gym. So,
Good night.
Go to the
good
gym.
night. I'll be in the chat.
For the
I love
gym. So
you.
you're
Man.
right.
Ready for
Patricia
the
Inquiry
gym. They
asked
don't
me what
deserve
was
you. They don't
Wait,
deserve you.
I know that's right.
You gotta work it. Work the camera.
Bye.
Bye.
Work. Bye.
Typically black straight women have a listening and comprehension issue. No one, and I mean no one, is saying that you have to date a bisexual man if you don't want to. You don't have to date a bisexual man if you don't want to. I'ma just say it. No one is saying that you have to date a bisexual man if you don't want to. You don't have to date a bisexual man if you don't want to. It's okay. All anyone is trying to say is your reasoning for that is problematic. You don't have to change it. You don't have to do shit. You don't have to do anything but be black and die. But that does not change the fact that your reasoning is rooted in homophobia. I'm confused as to why people are trying to say that, Shaheem and creators like him are trying to say that, you absolutely have to date a bisexual man. You're an evil piece of shit if you don't date a bisexual man. No one said that. No one said that. Everybody has problematic beliefs. Everybody. I know I have a couple of my own that I don't share on here because I know they're problematic and I probably need to sit with that stuff. Right? So no one is saying that, again, you can't do whatever you want to do. But this whole like bisexual men are forcing you, the queer community is trying to force you to do something that you don't want to do. And, no one tells white women how to blah, blah, blah. How did we get here? How do we get here from saying, mind you, the question was posed. Someone said, well, why is it homophobic, if I don't want to date a bisexual man? The question was answered, and y'all just didn't like the answer because it means that you have stuff to unpack. It means that the little gay friend that you have that you like to be toting around as your little personal accessory, that means that you have to sit with the fact that you don't even view him as a real man. Let's go ahead and talk about that. Y'all don't see gay men as real men, which is why you don't want to date bisexual men, because they are sleeping with other men and therefore they are not a real man. My thing is, babe, if you feel that way, it's okay. Like I said, no one is telling you to change anything. But we're not going to pretend like it isn't what it is. I'm confused why y'all are doing a lot.
I think that she was putting her
What you said made
on
no
top of
sense.
other people because I'm like during the whole conversation, I haven't heard black women that were saying any of the bisexual men not being men because they sleep with men. I don't think I've heard that. I think that's what she believes, and she's pushing that onto the wider community.
That's what I feel like in terms of like, that's what I'm saying. Like it was bothering me the way the conversation was going because a lot of assumptions are being made. And I'm looking at this in terms of, let's say, these are people who are in front of each other. And if, like I said, we're in front of each other and for whatever reason, the issue comes up and you're asked or somehow it's disclosed that this woman doesn't want to date or have sex with bisexual men. And then the idea is that now once this person says that, now the discussions become, well, you need to accept and know that you need to unpack things and and as if there's not supposed to be any kind of pushback to that and that people are being problematic when in reality, one, this is not just about ideology. It can get tricky, period, with people and their beliefs generally. But this is specifically about my pussy. And y'all know what I say about stuff coming past my nose. The limit for shit is my vulva. Nothing's from you. It came past your nose, but I don't owe it for you to come past my vulva. And I'm talking about your opinion, anything. I don't have to take it inside of me. And this idea that if you don't concede to them about these things and these ideas, that's the dynamic, like I said, that I don't like. That these conversations just feel weird to me.
You
The
know, what she
tone is
said
weird.
didn't even, sorry. I was gonna say
The
what she
tone
said
is
didn't even
weird. The
say.
framing is weird. Here's the thing that I don't argue about. Like I said earlier in the thing. Generally, if you are already with a man and you are fine with everything about this man, but you find out he is bisexual or was bisexual, and then that changes how you feel, your lived experience with this man. I do feel like that's biphobic. Why? Because it's not necessarily rational. If you've already had sex with this man, whatever you're scared is going to happen in terms of getting anything from them has already happened. You know what I mean? If it's something bad was going to happen, or you're just scared of exposure generally, that's already happened. If he's been treating you well and you weren't feeling like anything was off, you weren't feeling like he was cheating on you generally, he was being a good person to you in that capacity of a romantic partner, and you're just saying, ugh, all of a sudden I'm turned off. That is rooted in biphobia and homophobia.
I
And
think
but to
also
me, that's a separate issue from the idea of, before we even get into mixing and mingling on any level, you come to me and say, "Hey, I'm bisexual. Is that a deal breaker?" And I say, "Yes." Okay, that's the end of it. I shouldn't have to sit here and debate with you about whether or not I'm bipolar. You know what I'm saying? That's what's weird to me.
Actually, what she said also didn't make sense. She said, so because she said, "Oh well, if you see a bisexual man and you don't want him to date him, that means all your friends that are gay, you don't see them as a man. You're not having sex with your gay friends, right?
And
And
that's
that
not.
doesn't
If
like
you're my
that
I
that
friend,
was
don't
two
see
totally
them as
separate
a
things.
romantic partner. Correct.
the
I
Yeah,
idea
don't
so what
of
she's
see them
talking
as a
friend
about,
romantic
it
partner.
puts me in the mind
like
of this
what?
whole thing. When men are talking about the friend zone, what do we say? That's fucking ridiculous. You're my friend. It's not a zone. You're my friend. I care about you. I treat you as my friend. You know, you are someone who is significant to me. You're just not my lover. But it's
Maybe
still
she's
a
seeing some of
significant
her
place
gay
in my
male
life.
friends as possibly something else in her mind. And then on top of it, I noticed like I felt like she had some harbor of like misogynoir or misogyny because she was like, "You black woman don't." Like the way she said, "You black women don't
Comprehension
listen."
problem.
Yeah, it's like the way she said
Mhm.
it was the rancor and the tone to which she say, "Y'all black women don't listen." I was like, "What manosphere were you on?" Like, you know what I'm saying?
She's like, you
Like,
guys
okay,
have a listening comprehension issue, whereas
yeah,
I feel like the listening comprehension issue is with people not understanding somebody not wanting to be in a relationship with somebody, regardless to whether you think it's bigotry or not. Like, I think that if somebody doesn't want to be in a relationship with somebody else, that's the end of it. That should be the end of it. And I don't think that patronizing black women into dating somebody like that wasn't honest about what their sexuality is from the beginning is actually insane. And I think that if you're not honest about who you are, what you are, where you come from the beginning, and you feel shame about yourself from the beginning enough to not say something, you're the problem. It's not the woman.
I think your sexuality on some level nowadays. I feel like nowadays I feel like it's very hard to even think of what your sexuality is autonomous of what everybody is telling you what it should be. And that's a big problem because I feel like when I was younger, well, even if I was heterosexual as a heterosexual person, I don't even know if I remember like seeing like too much sexual interaction between like men and women on TV, like kissing and stuff. You couldn't see a boob pop up on TV during the TV, like during daytime or something like that.
I don't know what
Or,
TV you were
or
watching, but they were sexual back in the day. They were more sexual back in the day in TVs and
well,
everything, TV
well,
Kids
shows,
maybe,
even
kids
in
now is
kids'
like
TV
real.
shows.
well,
Like
I'm older.
it's
I'm a
more
little older than you.
conservative.
I'm a little older than you, so I told you I was born in 1978. So you know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like you didn't have access to like the internet or like
Girl, it
Showtime
wasn't. Um,
unless your parents paid for it. My parents didn't pay for that cable.
Taxi
And
Cab
and
Confessions,
I wasn't allowed to.
Midnight
I really wasn't
Chronicles.
allowed to watch TV like on the weekdays like that unless it was
All my
Cosby.
There's
I'm
a
sorry,
lot
but
of
the things I've
stuff.
seen, like I like my dad had me watch a lot of older TV shows and movies. Like he was like he was born in the 60s. And so like I watched like a lot of his favorite TV shows. All of those TV shows, I kid you not, had a lot more sex and sexually engaging things more than what we see today. Like sex has dropped a lot because the conservative movement has literally made it so that there's like less sex on TV, less conversations where people are talking like swearing and all of that. Like because of the conservative movement in America, that less sex has existed in TV. It exists in
You
TV now.
think so?
It seems like
Yeah.
yeah, by like this, like even for the
Because I think the
stats.
internet has way more. People are not on TV anymore. People on
But
the
TV
internet.
and internet is two different things, though.
Yeah,
No, what I'm saying is like we
it's
didn't
moving on
have
the internet,
internet,
right?
we had TV, but TV was always regulated unless, like I said, you paid for certain channels. And my parents were not paying for those channels. Like I was, you know what it is too. Like I was more outside. Like you know what I'm saying. Like I was playing outside. I was playing tennis outside. I was playing basketball outside. So like I feel like a lot of these, some of these sexual conversations didn't really even. I didn't even know about my period until I had my period. And I was like, Mom, why am I bleeding? That's how I know my period. Like, I really. So when
Can I just
I
say I
say
thought I was
like,
gonna die?
no, I was like, I thought something was wrong. Like literally. So like when I say like I more felt like grew into like what I like, I feel like I can say that organically. Like my mom was never like, you shouldn't do this or you shouldn't like give head or any of those things. Like I didn't even hear any of those things. So whatever I did was because I feel like authentically I had less. I'm not saying none because the external environment will give you some, but I had less like you have to do this and you have to do that. And I feel like nowadays, like this society is so much pressure. Like you need to like this, you need to like that. You can't do this. Like it's just too much.
I
I'm
would
like,
say that Gen Z, like, I mean, I only say this because I mean, I'm Gen Z, or like younger millennial or whatever. I'm on the cutoff time, but like, I think that Gen Z is way more conservative when it comes to sex than the older generation,
Y'all
and
are.
yeah, like,
Yeah.
Definitely are. You're
like,
like,
yeah, like I mean, like the idea that I'm going to be doing some things, I'm just like, no, thank you. But like, I think a lot of that has
but
to
I
come.
love that for you. That's the best way to be. With everything that's going on,
Mhm.
that's the best way to be because the sad part is while exploration should be able to be a part of a young person's, development cycle, it's so dangerous now. And I would add that it's so I still don't know if it actually is so much more dangerous now because there are more people, or is it just that we are so much more aware of the kind of people that are amongst us?
I
Because
think
it
it's more
feels like,
awareness. Even the
yeah, but
stats.
it still feels like it wasn't as what we didn't hear. Well, it was news and internet and stuff too. I just feel like we didn't hear about as many horrific things as we do nowadays.
people
You
are
know
more
what
accessible to you too. Like the internet, like if you dated someone, it was someone in your community. Like, oh, do you know such and such from the Johnson family? Oh yeah, I know the Johnson brothers. It was like that. It wasn't what do they call it? Johnny come lately. I heard somebody say that one. It wasn't some Johnny come lately that came into town and was like, let's go for a run. I was planning on taking you out over here, you know. It wasn't like that. Like it was someone's family, like family friends and stuff like that. So now it's a lot more strangers. You could be dating someone online from like West Bubblewick and they could have had four, I mean they could have happened then, but more now. Like
Yeah,
people
I
are
think there's
more
more
in the house.
because there's more access maybe to
Yeah.
strangers now than it was before. And production inquiry says broadcast linear TV retains stricter baseline rules than streaming or cable. It features significantly more sexual content, innuendo, and LGBTQ representation today than it did in previous. You said linear TV had retained stricter baseline cable. It features more sex. Oh, you're saying that regular TV features more. You know what? Honestly, I don't even watch regular TV like that anymore. So you could be right. I don't know, but I do want to
I
move
think we have
on
like,
to.
yeah, one or two. We have like in general, like we have one or two TV shows like that have a lot of like HBO shows that have a lot
I
of sex.
yeah, I was about to say because when I'm sitting and thinking about TV that was like HBO and stuff, it used to be they had a whole nighttime lineup of shit that I
Yeah, you had to pay
was,
for that though.
you know,
My
it's
mom
just like,
ain't no
and I don't see them
HBO.
doing it like that no more. They
My
used
mom
to
was
do
not
like
paying
a
HBO
TV show
Showtime. I was not
every
having
night
that.
that was on some wild stuff, but you know, I'll take your word for it. But I'm gonna go ahead. So this
Well,
is
I came from the time when you only had one TV. When my parents first came here, we had one TV in the living room. That was the only TV you had. It
And your
wasn't
mama
really
would always be watching it, don't it?
yeah, it wasn't only it wasn't until like the 90s, like, but really, like, when we first came here in the 80s, there was one TV, and my dad was like, "You better do your homework and come home." And then I'm like, "Oh, I'm doing it." And then one day he came, he put his hand on the back of the TV, like that sucker was hot, and everybody got a whooping. Okay, like,
oh
no,
no.
like, no, like, there was no. I
Oh
only got to watch two shows during the weekdays. That's it. Maybe that's why my frame of thinking is so like myself and not everybody
yeah.
else.
You wasn't living how everybody else was living. But all right, I'm gonna go ahead and play this one, and then I feel like I got like four more videos left.
One of the dumbest parts of this entire one of the dumbest parts of this entire discourse is that straight women are acting like somebody is forcing them to date a bisexual man, and nobody is forcing you to do that. Nobody is forcing you to do that. What they're saying is that you need to look inside and realize that what you're saying and your reasoning for not wanting to date a bisexual man is rooted in biphobia and homophobia.
Okay, I have a few questions. What would then be acceptable for all of you? Because clearly it seems that no matter what reason these women give, they're going to be homophobic. Even in my own comment section, you have people calling people homophobic, but they didn't give a reason as to why they don't want to sleep with bi men. They just don't want to. And even without the reason, they're homophobic. So you all have made the default base that if you don't sleep with bi men, you're homophobic. So the only thing these women can do to not be called homophobic is to sleep with bi men. And even if you say, oh, well, I just want these women to examine and understand and dig deep into their brains and understand why are you saying that? Why don't you want to sleep with these men? Blah, 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 right? Let's say that you're saying that's what you want, right? Okay, so they examine it, they come out of it, and they still say, I don't want to sleep with bi men. Again, your default is not sleeping with bi men is homophobic. So she would still be homophobic even if she went and examined it and thought about it and learned it is homophobic. She would still be homophobic if she didn't sleep with bi men because that's the default that y'all made it the default. It's not just her video. I want you to go and look up women not dating bi men and you will see hundreds of videos of people saying not sleeping with bi men because their bi is homophobic, right? What other reason would the woman have to not want to sleep with a bi man other than he's bi, right? Okay, so then the only way for her to not be homophobic is to sleep with bi men. And people can say, I'm not trying to force women to sleep with bi men, but if the default is that you have to sleep with bi men or you're homophobic, if that's the default, then you have to sleep with bi men or you're homophobic. Do y'all get what I'm saying? You have made the default, you have made the base. Sleep with bi men. Sleeping with bi men is not homophobic, right? Not sleeping with bi men is homophobic. So quite literally, you're saying that's not what I'm doing, but if she does not spread her legs for a bi man, she's homophobic. I don't know if y'all are hearing yourselves when y'all are saying this. And it's not just that creator. It's hundreds of them. Just go look up women are not dating bi men. Oh my God. It's just very frustrating to have people think they're so smart and I'm such an intellectual and this and that, and then they don't even know that the base of their argument is sleep with bi men or be homophobic. Like, that's the base of your argument. So the only way for these women to not be homophobic in your eyes, and to make it clear,
people are saying either sleep with bi men or I'm going to isolate you. I'm going to socially ostracize you. You're not in my community. I don't want to be around you if you're not sleeping with bi men. Because no matter what the reason the woman has, if she's not sleeping with bi men, especially if a woman doesn't tell the reason, if one of these women does not say the reason that she doesn't want to sleep with bi men, they automatically call her homophobic. They don't even wait to see what the actual reason is. She's just automatically homophobic. There is no winning this. If a woman doesn't sleep with a bi man, she's homophobic automatically. If you don't say why you don't want to sleep with the bi man, you're homophobic automatically. There is no winning in this, and I really need people to wake up and realize like the default base argument that they are arguing here.
What's important to me about how she articulated that is that, again, this is about my discomfort as a woman and dealing solely from the space of being autonomous and having agency within my body and sexuality. If the woman, let's say the woman does examine or whatever, but she's still uncomfortable with the idea of having sex with a bisexual man, it's dismissing completely all other valid arguments that, yes, may be amplified by the idea that this person is bisexual. Again, we're not talking about somebody you've already known to not have these traits that you're concerned about, but I'm talking about all the bullshit we talk about niggas do. Any other conversation about the stuff they do to circumvent our agency, the stuff they do to lie to us, the stuff they do to deceive us, all those other things. You're concerned about those things. And yes, it may be amplified by the fact that you know that they're bisexual, which is homophobic in that, but that still doesn't negate that those things were there already. Those concerns about a man generally were there. And it's the assumption that they weren't unless and until you found out they were bisexual. That is something you can definitively say in a situation where, like I said, you know this person, this is your person up until you find out they are bi. But when I'm just off of just meeting you, you don't know what type of things I'm concerned about within you as a man. That, yes, the amplification of it, but you cannot say that that stuff is not there. You damn sure cannot. And I'll again say it's irresponsible and weird as a Black woman to say that it is not valid for a woman to be concerned about things. And the things that I'm talking about is cheating, being coercive, lying about how many kids you have, not taking care of your sexual health, and this and that and the other. That takes away the idea of so many other things that women, I've already said, women, the hoops of fire, the rings of fire, women will jump through just to be open to dating and having sex with men at all. As if none of that exists. And all that exists in terms of something that would stop a woman from or make a woman a little wary about being with a man or stop her altogether is bisexuality.
I know as a heterosexual woman, I'm scared of cheating men that cheat with women, that bring me disease by women, that are habitually lying, that have continuous wandering eyes. So now, if I add like another bisexual person, I have to also add that that's also another variable. Men cheating with men and women. And also, we're going to add statistically, right? Because now your numbers double. You have more options. Men on men are more promiscuous. Everybody knows that, right? Like that's an honest thing. You go to a gay community, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we have intimacy all the time." So now that I'm opening myself up to that, also a fear of you getting found out as a bisexual man that lied. Also, I'm gonna add this. There's also men that use women for reproductive services. So you could say you're bisexual, but you could be lying. You could be like, you know what, we need somebody to have a baby. I need a surrogate. Let me just sound bisexual. I'm gonna get with you. That's a possibility. All those possibilities that I don't want to open myself to.
I also
That
how
whether people like it or not, but that's my option. And I think when people say that I don't have an option, you set a precedent for taking away my autonomy. That's a non-negotiable thing. And if you want to call it a fear, that's fine. Fear never killed anybody. So let it be a phobia. How about that? Okay.
I feel like when it comes to like bisexual people, the conversation that a lot of people generally don't have is that to me, cheaters will be cheaters. Like if a man is gonna cheat on you with another woman, he like and they're just straight, they're gonna cheat on you. If they're gonna cheat on you with another man, they're gonna cheat on you. I think the biggest issue with this also is that we're talking about a man who wasn't honest to begin with. I don't think that this would have been something that she would have continued had she known, one. And two, I think that like when it comes to like bisexual people in general, people generally have this idea that bisexual people are like promiscuous and they're going out there doing like, you know, everything like and everybody or whatever. But that can come to me that comes in every like that comes in every like sexual that comes in every sexuality. Um and I think that for I forgot my I'm sorry. I forgot my train of tracks.
I think you were talking about the fact that people associate bisexuality with promiscuity or
Mhm.
cheaters.
Yeah. And I think that for me, I mean, I'm not the spokesperson. The cheating part is not true for most of the people that I've met. Um, I also think that when people are like the biggest issue when it comes to people that are bisexual, that are known to be promiscuous, quote unquote, it's generally men who are not honest about their sexuality, which I've mentioned before, which is like generally men who are down low, who are not honest, who don't want to be out there and say, I'm like, you know, I'm a person who prefers to be with men and women like interchangeably. They're both the same thing for me. Whereas for me, I date men who if a man says I'm bisexual, I date him. And if he feels comfortable in it, his whole entire community knows and everything, like I'm okay dating that person. Whereas if I find out without that person communicating that to me, it becomes over to me. Because why are we hiding fundamental parts of who we are? Like, I think
Exactly. That's the thing. It's like it's ignoring. You're supposed to give the most gracious thought of to it and say, oh well, it's because he's scared because society won't let him be himself. And it is now my job to create that space for him within my
and
canals.
people don't have grace for women in that situation. Like,
And anything to do with sex. That is my
yeah.
entire point. When it comes to anything to do with sex or sexuality, there is so little margin, so little capacity, so little space held for women to be able to just fucking breathe and figure out what the fuck is going on generally,
Mhm.
let alone you're expecting her to create this and hold this space for this bisexual man to figure out how he feels and is he comfortable and this and that and the other. Mind you, there are no guarantees. I do all this for you, and women are saying, and Dominique is going to explain this beautifully, but women are saying, look, the experiences I've had with men I know to be straight have
Girl,
been abysmal. And
girl.
the fact that I don't want to add a further complication to my life in terms
Yeah.
of the idea of bisexuality, and this is me talking now, it doesn't matter to me if you're bisexual.
Mhm.
But I understand that idea that women are saying, I'm looking at it from a statistic, not statistic like, oh, definitely bisexual people do this, that, or the other, but statistically, every man that I allow him is another chance for this nigga to ruin my life. And
Mhm.
so I'm looking to be exclusionary. If we're looking at the vastness of all the men that are there, there's going to be a wide net cast, somewhat, sort of. And then you have to whittle it down to, okay, some serious contenders, like any dating show, like any, love based, romance based dating show. You're going to
Yeah.
have to make some cuts, right? And they're saying that bisexuality is one of those major cuts that helps me to free my mind up to be more vigilant. Because even this comment right here, and by the way, thank you, Chaotically Eccentric, for engaging. A cheating man has no self-control and will definitely cheat with a trans or a man if something enough. I'm not sure what that is.
Okay, hold
The
on.
truth, okay.
Okay,
The
cheating
truth
man.
is, if you don't know who they slept with before, just get a faithful man. But the thing about that, and I don't know, because I haven't seen you comment before. I don't know how much of my content you've watched, But my whole premise on this channel about men generally is that that's not an exact science. And furthermore, that it's way more risky than people give it credit for because of all these other things that I go into detail about, reading the studies, looking at the situations, doing kind of sort of case study type things on it. I think that people tend to look at it because it's convenient, because they want to engage that way with men, women specifically I'm talking about, because they want to engage that way with men, that they let a lot of stuff go past them, a lot of stuff go over their head, and a lot of stuff they just generally don't have context for to view in the way that it needs to be viewed. So there's so much more risk than even the risk we know. And if we have anybody in our life that's trying to steward us somewhat, they already telling us, don't let these men get, all they want is one thing.
You should have vetted better.
But what we see all the time is once things go bad, there's always a reason to give a nigga a chance in the beginning. But it's when the things go bad that people will then say, you should have been more discerning. You should have done your due diligence. You should have looked a little harder. You should have took this more seriously. It's always that 2020. But why is it that in the beginning, when people are using whatever tools they have to try to, like I said, thin the herd, everybody has a reason why they're being too picky or they're doing too much. And
guess
that's
what?
my argument about this. You should never be telling a woman she's doing too much when it comes to her trying to protect herself. Ever. A Black woman.
And guess what? If something does go wrong, let's say somewhere along the way, he's like, I met a man. I want to be with the man in front of you. You know what they're going to say? He told you he was bisexual. Oh, well,
anything that
well, why did
happened,
you be with
whatever
him?
he
And
do.
you're like, well, I told him I didn't want to, so
And
why
these
did you
same
do it?
women on here will be like, oh, you just didn't choose right. You should have chose better.
I think also, to be honest, like, people who are going to cheat are going to cheat no matter what, right? Like, it doesn't matter how many options or non-options like a man has. Like, you'll see somebody, like, for example, the queen of the queen of pop is dating the ugliest man. I'm sorry. I'm gonna apologize, because once I don't like somebody, they become very ugly to me. And Jay-Z's on top of that. He was never a pretty person to me, but like, he shouldn't have had options. But apparently while dating the queen, he also had options, right? Like, he was going out there cheating on her and doing like this, that, and the third. I think that you generally, as a person, should be able to create a trusting relationship with your partner. And if they pass the threshold of being trustworthy, then you leave, right? And that's with every relationship. Like, options don't stop people. And I think that, like, I think that people having choices, sorry, my brain is doing the I'm gonna like, people having choices is very important in who they date, right? I'm very particular about the types of people I date, and I'm pretty sure I'm 100% sure that for every woman, the types of people that they date, they should be extremely particular about, because of where we are in society, and especially for Black women. I think that, like, the other foot can always drop, and this is true for every group of women, but for us, we don't have enough feet to be dropping, in my opinion. And I think that, like, if somebody doesn't want to date somebody, I know I've said this a million times.
So I've heard bisexual men say that they don't date bisexual women. Does that make them bisexual woman phobia?
Yeah.
Why does it have to? If you're a bisexual man, right, and there's bisexual women, why do you have to force straight bisexual women to convert? Is that like some kind of conversion therapy or something?
No, it's frustrating parts about it. They're saying that they're not, that you've heard them. They keep saying they're not trying to force anyone to do anything, but they're still forcing the conversation, because it's the whole idea of that they don't have to sleep with men, and we don't even want you now anymore, but you need to accept that you are this and that and the other. I don't gotta accept nothing about my pussy. That didn't come from me. That didn't come from me.
I'm gonna be very honest.
I think everybody wants to have like the hetero.
Hold on, wait a minute. Let let Mike Malin talk.
Yeah, I'm gonna be very honest about when it comes to bisexuality and the LGBTQIA community in general. There's huge biphobia in the community.
I've heard that.
Yeah, like nobody really likes bisexual women,
I've
and
heard
like a lot of people are like
Women in
there's
particular?
like I'm s- I'm gonna say this, okay? When it comes to bisexual men, and something like somebody says, "I don't want to date a bisexual man," there's a lot of support that goes behind, and it's usually like women that go and support these men, and they're like, you have to date bisexual men and all of that. When it comes to bisexual women, they're like, well, you could go either way, and like you could be with them or with another person, when it's true for everybody. And I think
I kind of understand it a bit more simply, and I'm not saying it's right. I don't like it for y'all, but I'm saying because the whole thing of like, you know how they say a man and a woman will be in a relationship, and then the man wants to open up the relationship and nobody wants him, but the woman starts doing her thing and everybody wants her. It's kind of like, as a woman, you have inherently more options. So it's like, I kind of get it, but at the same time, that's some bullshit. I thought we
So
was all
the jealousy of me
we
having
all
options. That's what it is then at the end of the day.
it's
You're
options. People are like,
you're
you have a
jealous
lot of
that because I'm a woman, I have more options. But really, even though I have more options, there's a lot of women out here that are not dating because they're still particular. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of women. Look, I haven't dated in a while. I know because of the boundaries that I have, that there's a possibility that I may not find someone in this lifetime that I find that I will call a sexual partner, and I'm okay with that. You have to be okay with whatever group you're in, whatever group you choose to be in, whether that's bisexual male, homosexual male, or trans. Be okay with the group that you chose and the pool that is there. Don't try to make everyone come into your pool because you feel lonely, because I'm lonely. That's not my problem.
I think also like when it comes to dating for like I can only share my history with dating different people. Like men get very terrified of dating bisexual women because they think that, oh, she's with me, but she could leave me for another woman or whatever in 2 days or whatever. Which could be true if he's not behaving correctly. And also could be true if I'm feeling petty enough. Like like but like everybody is not the same. And generally when it comes to bisexual people, they tend to be very extremely monogamous and not really dating out, or like trying to continuously be in the same relationship. But I think that a lot of that also has to do with the stigma that is assigned to people who are bisexual. And I don't think that like I don't think that it's fair to say that bisexual people are like doing the most when it comes to relationships. I say that for myself. I'm constantly in a long monogamous relationships, and I have like, I'm more of the kind of person where I like people for their personalities, and I'm okay with people growing and everything. But I have a lot of very personal boundaries that I don't let people walk over. And so my cutoff is also very short. Like I'm and so that's just what happens to people, you know?
as
Like
it should be, and that's really my whole point. Like I feel like there shouldn't be any scenario in which, and I keep saying it because this is the part that's craziest to me, that any other black woman should be trying to subvert or get in between another black woman's relationship to and with herself, because
yeah.
so many of our intuition and just being in ourselves and just ownership of ourselves, our thoughts, our feelings, and everything is always constantly hijacked by, as you were illustrating earlier, Maylin, just these expectations, whether it started from outside and then somewhere it internalized, and then we were just running on autopilot of just thinking about everybody else and doing for everybody else and never stopping to think, hey, how do I feel? What do I want? What rings true for me? And in this, where it's a very clear and resounding this rings true for me as a straight black woman. I don't want this. And have so many a resounding you should be this, and if you're not, you're this and that. That's wild to me. And also, I'm going to let this lady play, but I'm also going to have to hit up that study we went over last week, because that was ringing, alarm bells in my mind too, about how it pulled out how the men are able to use other women to subvert women's sexual autonomy. And I'll get into
And it's
that.
not the same for them. I'm gonna be okay. I have I have to wake up at like 6 to take
No,
my
go ahead.
child to
Go
school.
ahead. I know it went late. It went a lot later than that. That's my fault. I should have kind of like reined it back in. But I'm trying to get all this stuff out so that I could be done with it. It can be off of my mind. You know how that is sometimes when you're like, I had this vision for something and now I got to get it all out so that I know it's done and off the books.
Yeah. But I think it's very interesting because we don't have these conversations, like not to like be one to one. But we don't have these conversations when the opposite is happening for women. It's like it's expected that women take pitfalls. It's expected that women just accept people not wanting them or not wanting to be with them or whatever. Whereas for men, it's like, how dare you?
You're fighting and you are fighting.
Yeah,
They're
like
fighting for these men. It's just like that voice note thing. It's like,
yeah.
what are you
That's why I
doing?
said like there's pick Mishas on every grouping. Like
Yeah.
there's always some woman, like whether that's conservative, whether that's extremely liberal, whether that's middle, whether that's religious, whether that's not. There's always like, can you be my friend? I'm lonely. I don't know if they watch too much Disney movies and they feel like
Even that,
I should
when
be
they were
chosen.
telling
I
the
don't
people,
know.
if you're in trouble, we tell our kids, if you're in trouble, go find a black woman type of thing. Like, this is that same shit. It feels the same to me. It feels the same to my body.
Yeah, and I want to be very clear. Nobody owes anything, anybody, anything, right? And I also don't think just because people don't like bisexual people as a whole, nobody anywhere owes bisexual people anything. Nobody anywhere owes like anybody from the LGBT community or like nobody owes any
What did you call
community.
it? Ligabata?
Yes.
I don't not like anybody in any group. Now, when it comes to what intimacy, that's different. But in terms of engagement,
Well, this is the thing,
nobody
and
is
I
owed
also don't like.
intimacy, and
I
people.
also don't like the way, like, I mean, here's the thing: if I come and I offer you help and you say I don't want your help because of something, because I'm like that too. If I feel like you don't respect me, I don't want nothing from you. So it's not that I'm not pushing against that, but it's one of those things where it's like it feels like my aunt wants to call it, I'm going to bite off my nose to spite my face type of thing. These are women that are coming out and saying, hey, I have actually done this kind of advocacy for this community, and you are calling me an enemy now. You are calling me a villain. Like, that's jarring.
there are women incels. So, like, we could confirm that, right? I think there are women that are incels to women. Like, the same way self-hating men, there are self-hating women.
I think it's also from a point of like, I'm gonna think about giving some people grace. There is sometimes people want to push back on any type of ism that happens in communities, and people are like, oh, like for marginalized communities, they're like, oh, this person said something about this, like this type of community, we have to push back very, very strongly or whatever. I think they don't realize how dehumanizing it can be to have somebody, like, I don't know, like if a lady was like, I don't want to date you because you're dating, you date men or whatever, to me, which is something that would happen, it has happened. I wouldn't want an entire community to come together and start yelling at that woman and saying,
what is the basis for that's what I'm saying. These things are not, they're not balanced. It's not, what is this?
And
What
it's trying to take away that woman's like autonomy. It's also trying to take away that woman's consent, because at the end of the day, what do we want from a relationship with somebody that doesn't want to be in that relationship?
Are we gonna
Like,
start like having like little girls that want to say, for you to be a little girl now, I know you're straight, but you have to have such and such with such. It's almost like extreme religious people telling you what to do sexually, but just on the opposite spectrum. It's like
it's
And
like
this is
it's
my
like
thing.
when people talk
Imagine
to
me.
bisexual women and they're like, you just haven't dated the right person yet.
or
Right.
Like,
or
Imagine
it's like
this.
conversion therapy, like that's weird. It's just
I have
weird.
a
It's on
I
the
have a
other
12-year-old
spectrum.
daughter.
Mhm.
I have a 12-year-old daughter. Now, I've asked her before, like, are you interested in boys and this and anything? She's just like, no, I'm chilling. Leave me alone. I want to play and watch YouTube and like I ain't worried about none of that, right? But let's just say I'm having a conversation with her and I'm instilling in her that, hey, you gotta treat everybody kind. And if you see people being bullied, don't let people bully people and be nice and within reason. Don't let people do anything bad to you, but generally be kind and open and inclusive and on all the things. But also, if a boy it seems to be something other than straight, you make sure that you're open to date him, because otherwise, like, that's crazy.
Yeah,
You get what I'm saying? I'm teaching her all of the things of being a good person and a good community member and helpful and kind and open and inclusive in every way. But I'm also supposed to emphasize to her that yes, and you must be attracted to men that are bisexual.
yeah, like I think it's insane behavior, and I think that bisexual men should be speaking out. Like, every time something, like, there are times when like something like this has gone viral with bisexual women. I don't know if you've seen like I don't know what the podcast is called, something queer something, and there were like bisexual women like talking about how they feel rejected by by like by lesbian women, and how they feel rejected by some straight men or whatever, how they don't feel like they belong in the community because um they've been outcasted by lesbians and told that they wouldn't date them because of whatever reason. I feel like um a lot of people got together and they were like, you're wrong. If somebody doesn't want to date you, they shouldn't have to date you. And I feel like that's the same attitude that we should have for men. I don't understand why we're holding men like babies, and we're like, oh, let me soothe you before you've even had the chance to speak. Let them, if they want to be upset, let them speak. Keep an eye on the exact people who spoke.
It's so wild that you
That
say that too, because when I sit and I think about it, I have heard that, not even a full blown conversation, but here and there, I have heard bisexual women talk about how people don't want lesbians don't want bisexual women, and
hmm
how like straight men will fetishize them or whatever. You know
yeah,
what I mean? But I've heard
it's
but it's never a full. You're right. It's never a full blown discussion, and it damn sure ain't ever this.
hmm and that's how I feel about it. I wish I could talk more. I'm
No, go ahead. You go to bed. You got work to do. I appreciate you. Like, thank
It was
you so.
nice meeting you. Good luck on your psychology degree.
Absolutely. I'm
hold on.
gonna go ahead and. Oh, go ahead.
Oh,
Are you trying to
sorry.
find your way out?
You went out. Oh shoot, you went out for like 5 seconds for like
Oh no, I was saying thank you so much, and you have blessed me. I was saying again, you have blessed me with your presence here. Please do come back, and if nothing else, let me know how you're doing all
hmm
along the way.
I want
And
you. Part of the reason why I came up was because I wanted, not that you have to and you can say no, but when I graduate, I wanted like you to be present. And I know it's like, yeah, because and it's in 2 years, so it's like it's not anytime soon. But I was like, it would be weird for me to like on my graduation date, like, hey,
no, I
like,
would love, girl.
yeah.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
But yeah,
Wow.
yeah. So like, you can think about it, and then I'm like, that's yeah. So I'll be here. I'm not really much of a commenter. Mostly,
Mhm.
I speak, and then I don't write.
That's absolutely fine. And I put my email up here all the time. If you want to email me and just keep in touch with me, that's fine too.
Yeah. Alrighty. Good night. I'll see you
Good
next
night.
time.
Bye. Good luck with everything.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate y'all. I also don't know how to exit apparently.
I'll let you go. I'll release you. Wow. Oh, that is so sweet. I'm going to have to fully process that tomorrow. I'll probably be all day crying with love and joy and appreciation. Thank you so much, Maylan. Okay, so I think this is no, I have one more after this in terms of just giving examples. And then I have 3 videos from Dominique Morgan that I feel like is a good way to kind of end out the night because she has a whole lot more compassion for Black women's stance and articulation of some of the things I've already said tonight. So I'm going to try and breeze through this stuff. Then we'll do final thoughts. And then everybody can go to bed.
Videos now on heterosexual women being called biphobic. I've done some videos now on heterosexual women being called biphobic if they don't want to date men who are bisexual. And I want to talk about that as the biphobia accusation relates to sex and intimacy. Hi, my name is Dr. Natalie Jones. I'm a licensed therapist. This commenter says the only way to not be biphobic is to sleep with bi men. It's crazy work. Notice that sexual access is the only thing that counts. Advocacy, voting, mutual aid doesn't count in their view or their consideration before you are being called biphobic. Other things that I would add to that is, counseling, mentorship, friendship even, and, just being there in a platonic way and having relationships with men who are bisexual in a way that doesn't involve sex, intimacy, or even the trickery or deceit that's being mentioned in some of the comments that I've had on prior posts. Other things that may also lead into that might be funding in terms of, centers, medical centers, health centers, counseling centers, being an ally during the Pride Parade, etc. There are so many ways in which you can show up that doesn't necessarily involve access to a woman's body, but all of those through this discourse on your beliefs in not dating a bisexual man are rooted in homophobia. It's almost like any other way that you are showing up is, or have shown up, or are an ally. Those things are automatically discounted, dismissed, or not even really asked about in this conversation that's happening online, and just sort of exploring with women, how are you showing up with the community? It's like, no, some of the comments and conversation, it's pretty alarming in that you either show up this way or you're this. If you don't show up this way, then I get to call you that. Even with what you're saying being said, I think it's still important to know that that is a one-directional conversation. It's still talking about or even putting you on the defense, a women on the defense to prove how they're showing up for the other person, as opposed to people respecting what women's needs, wishes, and desires are, or even if they do have a fear or said phobia, maybe offering, how can we show up? How can we have a conversation that feels safe and without putting you on the defense or the offensive. In other words, how, like, what is it that we need to be sensitive to, and how can we show up for you in a way that feels safe and conducive for you to want to share and have that conversation. The onus is being put on women to show, in every way how they're not, to prove that they're not phobic, by offering access in a way that is sexual. And even if it's not sexual, you still are being asked to prove. As someone who has done several externships, and where I have, and jobs actually, where I have worked with several of the LGBTQIA population, and I also have advocated for folks in the LGBTQIA population where abuse has been something that they've experienced. That is not a part of this conversation, where people are asking about or are curious about ways in which you have shown up, or just sort of having conversations in other ways in which you do show allyship, you show cultural sensitivity, cultural awareness, that does not involve sex. It also puts the other person in a position of power that's accusing you of being a phobic, by trying to discredit all who you are as a person, but also all the other ways in which you have worked in other areas, just because you have an opinion that doesn't agree with theirs. It's pretty disheartening, actually. And beyond that, it can also be a potential safety concern, because now it's inviting, it's inviting almost like a cruelty, if you will. And not saying that you're inviting that, but what I'm saying is when you insert that boundary and saying that, no, I don't want to, and no, I don't have to talk about it, and, I'm not open to that, then comes with that a barrage of cruelty and the dogpiling effect. So I hope that helps. Like, comment, follow, and share, and let me know what your thoughts are. Thanks so much. I'm John.
So I'm going to say a few things, and then I'm going to give you like 2 minutes to say something. I wrote my notes down. First off, people may make the argument that this argument that she made is kind of like how white liberals can still be incredibly racist. And I've seen it. White liberals can be incredibly racist, but be on that. But I'm an advocate and I'm out here fighting for, these rights and fighting for Black people specifically, and this and that and the other, but still not necessarily, still be uncomfortable with like Black people living in their neighborhood and stuff. I still say neighborhood, body, pussy is two different things. It's two different things. My actual body is something different than, a shared space, or what could be a shared space. My vagina is not a shared space. Number two, this feels very much so like the friend zone fallacy, this idea that men will talk about, and I know I mentioned it earlier, where they'll say, oh, you friend zone me, and that's unfair because you're trying to get the benefit of my time and attention, and a listening ear and a shoulder to cry on, and basically emotional support, while I can't get what I want out of the situation. Whereas what she's talking about is something kind of flipped on its head. Women are willing to do the work, to put in the groundwork, to be that community member, to give them a listening ear, to give them a shoulder to cry on, to give them, a warm hug if need be, but, platonically, but they just don't want to be romantic or sexual with them. So they're still willing to give all the wonderful parts of being in community with someone, but they're saying that that is not enough, and that will never be enough if you're not willing to give up the pussy. Okay, you go ahead, about 2 minutes.
I don't know. I think I'm just a selfish person. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like I guess like growing up, my dad used to be like, you have your life, and it's a lot to worry about. Like worrying about everything outside is just too much, and I feel like this is too much for me to worry about. And I think the conversation, even like to say like, oh, I feel bad about this, I feel bad about that. Yeah, I'll do that. oh, you know what, I'll buy this merch, I'll buy that merch. That's fine. But I feel like I'm the type of person, and I don't know if a lot of women are like that. I'm the type of person, once I start to feel like you're bullying me, I'm like, okay, fine, I'm leaving the conversation completely. How about that? How about that? Okay, you're not my friend? Cool, I don't care. Actually, to be quite honest, I'm Haitian. So when people say they're not my friend, I don't care. Like, we were taught and raised to be like, I sent you to school not to make friends. So that's just how I was raised. So the not my friend thing, don't care. You call me homophobia, don't care. I'm from the 80s. All we did was rake on people on the bus. I don't care. Like, I'm still not going to change my position. It actually makes me think that you think that I'm a punk. And you think just because you think you say I'm this and that I'm going to somehow bend my will. I'm going to spread my legs for you. No, now I'm going to double down now. That's what I'm going to do. I'm the opposite with that. So I guess that behavior works for certain types of women. And I'm not saying I'm not saying that they're horrible. It's just that sometimes if you're the type of woman that was raised a certain kind of way or have a certain kind of personality, not necessarily raising, like when people say they don't like you, you could start crying. That doesn't bother me. Because really at the end of the day, I feel like all the conversations are online. They're not really like my reality every day. My reality every day is the 17 kids my grandfather had and his grandkids and his great great grandkids. Okay. My two kids, my house in subvert. That's my regular real life, everyday life. So people saying like the whole thing online is just not reality. And I think sometimes people feel like online you could feel like people make you feel bad for how you feel. And it's just fake. It's just make believe and fake to me. I'm never going to feel bad for my decision or my choice for my own autonomy, my own private parts. No man has ever been told that, oh, well, you have to date this, you have to date that. And that's one of the reasons actually why back in the day I used to hate being a woman. Because I feel like the things that they do to women, they don't do to men. You don't do
You
it
know,
to men, don't do it to me.
yeah.
And it's the women who feel bad about it and will say, I'm phobia, go and have sex with all the men and they'll be fine. Okay? You be concubines for them and that's okay.
Listen, I don't know what it is, but any woman that says no, that should be it. I'm going to go through this one, and then I'm going to just touch on the study really quickly, and then we'll let Dominique kind of take us out of this conversation.
Nitpicking specifically towards black you guys, man who calls him, and I know I'm not the only one noticing this sort of revolt towards the left because they've been nitpicking specifically towards black women for a little bit too long, and people are fucking tired and they're gonna get bold because it's been disproportionate. It's been disproportionately focused on black women and targeted towards black women for kind of a long time, and people are very tired and they're no longer concerned with being politically correct because they've decided that a lot of leftists are self-serving and misogynistic repackaged as something else, even women. They've noticed that a lot of women are centering men's opinion in women's arguments, in women-centered topics. They've noticed like just a disproportion, and what happens is even if they can't always verbalize what's happening, they are going to react. And this is why, like, people have been saying to the left, like, be fucking careful, because y'all are getting a little bit fucking annoying and, like, nitpicky in a way that doesn't actually make any sense or do anything. Or do anything. And they're not focusing on men nearly enough for how much they purport to care about women's rights. And even if people don't know how to, like, point that out and say, you're doing this, at a certain point it becomes enough, and it's an energetic response. And that's what you're seeing right now. And then you see leftist people like classify it as, oh, well, they're being this or they're being that. No, they're fucking angry that you keep going after them. So maybe stop. And it's actually not that complicated. All of this comes down to like genuinely like playground politics. You keep fucking pushing this bitch off the slide, she's gonna kick you off the swing. That's not, you don't need to read a lot of books to understand at a certain point, it's enough. Am I making sense? And I know
That's literally what I said. To some extent. I'll say to some extent because I personally don't like sitting under any group because I feel like once you start getting into any group politics, there's always a toxic person in the group that starts to lead the group, whatever group it is, whether that's left, whether that's right, whether that's I feel like I'm more independent. I'm an independent person. I there's some things. First of all, I don't believe in left and right anyway. I feel like some things people are liberal on, some things people are conservative on, some things people are in the middle on. There's nobody that's all liberal or all conservative or all middle. We have like different things. So to say that you sit on either group is dumb. Then on top of that, to say that there's no racism on either group is dumb because there's racism on the left, there's racism on the right, and there's racism in the middle. I just tend to sit in the middle because I happen to always vote.
See everyone from there.
Yeah, I vote. I always vote Democratic though, because it just so happens that I feel like they're usually like they're more compromisable, right?
Mhm.
I feel like the right for now, I guess they've always been a little bit more. That's what the KKK are. That's what I'm saying. That's a little bit.
The crazy part
Extreme.
about it is it's one of those things where they'll say like I said, some of the leftists you can come to find them to be racist in ways you may never have thought of, but they are more willing to get to work with you in ways that you can benefit from, whereas
Yeah,
the right will just kind of be like, what do you mean you're not a monkey? What do
yeah.
you mean you're not a monkey? You
Sometimes
know, like,
some of the left are willing to buy my face. And I'm willing, that's an Asian expression. Oh, you trying to buy my face? So in trying to buy my face, I could get some of my ways. That's the only thing with the left, right? But
right.
some things, there's some things that they've done right. It's a give and take. Whereas on the other side, it's just extreme right now. And I'm not saying everybody who's on the other side is that way. It's just the group, the hood to which they're under is extreme crazy. It's just extreme. In the words of my dad, none of them are good. It's just the best of two devils. That's like, you know what I'm saying? And that's how I feel about that. But I think the group thinking sometimes, I remember I was in college, I wanted to pledge, and I thought about it, and I was like, I can't pledge because you're going to tell me to do something, I ain't going to do it. That's just my personality. Like, I'm not saying with everything, but things that don't make sense to me. Like, I don't want to feel like I have to do something because a group tells me I have to do it. Because I don't fit.
Yeah.
And we're all individual autonomy people. Autonomy people. You know what I'm saying? Like, every woman is not the same. Like, like I said before, some women, they might want to date bisexual men, and that's okay. Right? There's enough women out here and men out here that want to date bisexual men. Why must you try to force everyone else to be in the queue? It's still the same queue behavior. Like,
I want to touch on this study really quickly before we move on and piggyback off of what she was talking about in terms of like women centering men in these arguments and things like that. Um, I want to remind us that when it came to the effectiveness of the strategy of these self reported tactics that men were using, men rated the use of these strategies as being effective, successful at getting the sex they wanted, in forcing the woman into having sex on 64.6% of the occasions in which they use them. And this is the list of the most effective ones. At the end of that list, it's not even at all the way at the end, having a female friend bring her to him. Now, while I said when I was reading this study that I don't know exactly and they didn't explain exactly what all that meant, but I still kind of want to go up to where is it? Is it this one? Yeah. The parts, these are the tactics that they use. Had a female friend around to make the woman feel safe and convince her. Had a female friend bring her to you. These are two of the things that are on this list of strategies that men use to subvert a woman's no. So a woman says no, and they're very clear in this study that they recognize the no as a no. The men recognize the no as a no. And these are some of the tactics that they use to get her to change her mind or to coerce her into having sex with them. So I
I can
want
see
to
that.
be clear that has been on my mind since all of this has been developing, within my perception. I've been kind of like, this doesn't feel right to me. Now, I want to be clear about something though. This is not me, number one, saying that every single bisexual man is one of these kind of men. But again, I maintain that we don't know who any of these niggas are. So I know just solely from a numbers game that some of these niggas are some of these kind of niggas. You get what I'm saying? And again, why I assert, should no woman be advocating for and playing this role? Because I'll even say the women that they were talking about on this study, I don't believe every single one of them. They had mentioned something in the study about the women possibly being jealous of the woman and kind of setting her up. But I think more often than not, those women are probably, hey girl, don't be like that. Don't be, you deserve this, girl. He's sexy. They mean well, is what I'm saying. In my mind, I've been in situations, and I have been that girl sometimes. You're like, girl, stop being shy. Stop acting like you don't want him. He cute. Like, it's just stuff we do because we think we're helping. We think we're keeping her from missing out, FOMO. Don't miss out on the opportunity to have a wonderful time type of thing. And so that's why I'm saying, as women, we got to be really, really careful about who, if we're talking about questioning what we're doing and why we're doing, this is something we need to question. Y'all need to be questioning. Why the fuck are you doing this? What's in this for you? And who does this help? Who does this benefit? And what do they benefit out of you making this argument and going this hard about this particular thing? As a woman, as a Black woman, who does this benefit and what does it benefit them?
I think when you're talking about relationships, I think you should be careful not to say too much and get involved too much. Like, you can ask someone, okay, like let's say if you have a friend they're unhappy in a relationship, you can say, well, why are you unhappy? And you can say, if you're unhappy, then why are you still there? But in terms of like forcing people to go towards a relationship or get out of a relationship, I was taught you have your own mouth. You don't talk for people. I don't talk for anybody, and nobody talks to me. I remember somebody told me, you see, somebody told me women are animals and no shame, but I would say people are animals and no shame. You don't know what people are doing in the dark. You don't know what they're texting and what they're saying at night. How
And I
many of us
want to make sure to get this in too, because I don't want to forget it. It says here, I have it highlighted. This is one of the first to document notable numbers to report female peers' complicity in acts of sexual aggression. So there's no precedent for this. There's no precedent for this that illustrates this way. Y'all gonna be on the wrong side of history. Y'all gonna be on the wrong side of history 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now. Cut
But
this
you
shit
know what?
out.
How did Diddy stay around? How did R. Kelly stay around? How did Epstein? That's really because like they
And
wrote
y'all
them
reporting videos. Y'all faces is up there getting real sassy with it. I'm talking to the women, getting real sassy with it. Y'all gonna be on the wrong side of history. I'm not talking about advocacy for LGBTQIA stuff. I'm talking about this specifically around pushing women, browbeating women, berating women, around giving any kind of man more sexual access. Cut that
And
shit
mind
out.
you, when you stand for something like that, even though you know these might be black presenting women, but this has an outreaching issue into other women. Because once you say it for us, men don't stay within our color scheme, right? They'll go outside of these other communities. And then what does that look like when those men are reared to think that's okay in this community and then go to another community? You know what I'm saying? Like, it just doesn't make
I'll
any
be
sense.
honest. I'm gonna be honest. I don't give a damn. And this is what I'm so, if I please hear me when I say this. This is here for Black women. And I'm not saying I don't care what happens to them, but I'm saying when we're talking about who I feel responsible for,
Mm-hmm.
who I'm worried about on the forefront of my mind, it's Black women.
No, I get what
And
you're saying, but we can get
furthermore,
the
black
backlash,
women are
backlash
always
on top of it.
we're the
So we gonna get.
canary in the coal mine. They're going to fuck with us. What was that? Soul on ice. They fuck with us first to perfect their craft against other
Mhm.
women. So if we
And
nip
then,
it in the
and
bud
then
here, it's automatically going
when
to
there's a
be that.
backdoor, you know what they're gonna say? They're gonna say it was us black women. You didn't see was the black woman online, and da da da. And then we're gonna get the rank. We're gonna get the with the backflow on top of people getting hurt in it. I'm gonna add people gonna get hurt in it on top of it, because now you're going against the my body, my choice. What you're opening up is
Cut that shit
you're
out.
opening
What the
up,
fuck are you doing? Cut
you're
this shit
opening
out.
up
Don't do this.
you're opening up like the idea of, even though it's your body, but no, it shouldn't be your choice. And that's not really something that us as women at
Not
all.
even it shouldn't be your choice. You're making the wrong choice, and people outside of you are where you should derive your how you make your choices, because I'm telling you that you need to rethink right now on demand. You need to rethink, and I'm also creating a paradigm in which there's only one right answer, and it's the
Exactly.
exact opposite of what you're thinking right now. What the fuck are you doing?
It's
What the
dangerous.
fuck are you
I don't
doing?
even understand. I don't even understand the women like online just saying this. Like, you're gonna have daughters one day. Like, what did they say? I think they said black women are the highest to get assaulted. In comparison to our own counterpart. Like, what are you teaching your sons, the next sons that are coming up? Like, this just doesn't make any sense. But
That's what I'm saying. That's why I felt it was important to talk about it and talk about it in this way, because this is the way I see it. I don't like this. This does not feel right. This does not feel good, and I feel like it's folly on the part, like I said, of these black women getting up there and making themselves the poster women for this bullshit. Let them niggas advocate on behalf of their own dicks. Cut this shit out, because more than one woman up here has made it clear they're not trying to withhold community from these men, just pussy. And you're saying, I don't want your community if the pussy don't come with. Who that sound like? These deadbeat fucking fathers that don't want to take care of their kids if they can't have access to pussy. Nobody's seeing. I'm talking about the mechanics of everything. It's looking really similar to a lot of shit. I don't think people are realizing. You want to, what they say, when you point a finger, three's looking pointing back at you. Y'all need to be introspective. No, y'all need to be introspective about a few things. Since we
they're coming off
introspecting
like bad
around
on
here, there's a
the
few things
community.
you need to ponder on too. This is weird. This is weird.
It's weird, bro. It's weird. So weird. I feel like I'm in the twilight zone. It's coming off like they're supposed to be like bottoms for the community. Like, let me
It's
see how
enough for
many women I
everybody
can
to
bring to
sit
your
and think
side.
about.
So
Put
weird.
that on your sideburns. This is weird. It's getting weird. Cut that shit out. Let's dead that. Enough.
And I think the woman shouldn't be. I didn't like how the woman was trying to explain. Well, how can we? It's almost like she was asking for a pardon. It was so
No,
weird.
I didn't take her as that. She was saying this is what we can this is what we can offer, and this is what we can do. Like, if you still want to help. But I felt like she was expressing, because a lot of people, and I appreciate that she did that too, because a lot of people are using that in between of like, oh well, we're just going to dismiss stuff, but nobody's. I like that she spelled out all the ways that women are still offering community. Like I said, it's not like they're like, oh, you don't deserve to be loved, you don't deserve to be cared for. And she's explaining these are the exact ways that we are willing to work at making sure that you have safety within our community. And now you're trying to extra, what's that called? Why is my, because it's late.
Extricate.
Not extricate, exile us from the community, because we're willing to give you all of this, but because we're not willing to give you pussy. I love that she explained it like that. I love that she expressed it like that, because that shows you just how fucking ridiculous and bullshit all of this is. They're actually willing to put in work for you to be safe and cared for. but because it don't come with a nut, it's meaningless, and you're an awful person. Get the fuck out of here.
But I feel like with men in general, I don't know if it's different bisexual men. I feel like the more that you bend over and lay flat for them to show how like nice you can be, the worse they get. This is just my perception. Maybe that's how I was like, okay, then I'm not gonna do nothing then. Then when I do nothing, then you're gonna be like, okay, you know what? Can you do that one thing you used to do?
Yeah,
That's how I
I
feel like
think
it is,
I think it's
unfortunately.
important too, and like even to Maylin's point before when she was talking about like not being a yeller and stuff, because I'm very soft spoken for the most part, but I'll be like, hey, what the fuck, you know what I mean? But not everybody is like that, and it's important for those women who would consider it. You know, I talk about that vulnerable being. Those women who would be swayed by this bullshit. No, you need to know you're not crazy. What you're offering in terms of advocacy is enough. It's more than enough.
I
It's
also feel
more than enough. Don't make them think that it's not enough because it doesn't come with the side of pussy. It's more than enough.
so I feel like there was like an era of like straight heterosexual women that entered into the poly. What's that guy that got arrested? Um, he was a rapper or something. I don't know. The poly such and such cult type of society, and they kind of fell down on that, trying to give black men like these poly societies and still almost be in these kind of cults. Who was that? Who was that? That guy called? It was a rapper, and they made a whole documentary on him. Oh my god, I don't remember. But he was like, oh, he has like a whole poly thing. He was a rapper. They had on Netflix documentary on him. So I think women,
You talking about Nature
Soldier
Boy?
Boy, yeah.
I don't know him as a rapper. That's why I was like, who you
Oh,
talking about?
I thought he was a rapper, girl. I don't even know who he was. Oh, I thought it was Soldier Boy.
I
I don't
think
know
he
who he was.
did have some. You know what they did mention? He had some music, but I looked at him as like a content creator. That's why I was
Okay,
like, "Man."
I thought it was the same Soldier Boy that said Soldier Boy, telling different Soldier Boy. Okay.
No, it was Nature Boy.
Oh my bad. Listen, I don't even pay attention to these people. But my thing is like, I feel like for a second, like there was this era of like straight heterosexual men that wanted to cheat or leave their wives, and then they're like, "Oh, I'm poly," and they used it as a segue to mess in
Yeah,
people's
they've
face.
always. We did the whole thing with the your boundary is here, and they figure if they can push you past the boundary, they're not going to just go past the boundary. They got to push you past the boundary because then they have plausible deniability.
Yeah. I feel like it's kind of the same thing. Like it's just a different it's the same idea but different like same idea, it's different concept. They just change the name to something else. Let's see how we can see how some black women can be so sweet and so nice and so loving and be a sucker just because they love us. I get it. Like I love my dad, I love my brothers, I love my cousins, but y'all not my cousins. Y'all not my dad. And the only reason I love them is because they've proven to be. I think black women have to love the men that have proven to be. And you can't associate everybody to be your dad that cared for you, your brother that cared for you, your cousins that stand beside. It's not the same. Like, and these men are not seeing you like their mothers or their sisters. They're seeing you as somewhere to satiate and drop their fluids every now and then. Some of them are seeing y'all like that, and y'all can't be making these decisions on some. I want to support these people because they're not doing what's best for you.
Yeah, it's like and my thing like there's something really as much as I talk about the disconnect or the way that everything is designed to keep you disconnected from your inner voice and your authentic self and your intuition and just your intuitive leanings and like need gut feelings and things like that. There's so many ways that as I've been unpacking, I have had to undo and catch myself censoring my gut reactions to things, catch myself um um adjusting and editing my gut reactions to things to fit other people's preferences or out of fear of other people's reprisal or out of fear of other people's rejection. There's so much of other people that lives inside of my body that impedes my natural, that has impeded in the past, my natural response to life and how I move and stuff. And having done all that unpacking and knowing I still have so far to go, but seeing all the other girls that are just not even a fraction of the way down the road with me, like I said, noticing that I'm willing to just look into the void while other people are like doing everything they can to avoid even acknowledging that the void exists. Don't do that to people. Don't cheat. You're teaching people how to shut down their own internal compasses. And it's not about whether or not you feel like their true north is the true north. You're impeding them being able to figure it out. Because this is not me necessarily saying one thing is definitely right and one thing is definitely wrong in terms of the idea about what biphobia is and whether or not biphobia is harmful and can be harmful. But I'm saying that the cutoff of, at least for me, the cutoff of me prioritizing whatever potential harm may happen from biphobia is, like I said, the fucking vulva. Here, from you know, the coochie hair on back, we on a whole nother paradigm. Like I said, your logic is subjective to your objective. That woman's logic should not center you or your experience or your bisexual friend's experience. Are you well? What the fuck is going on? Let me see these comments a little bit. A lot of them simply don't see us as human. She said, I thought they were the same people, Lord. I never watched his junk. I don't. Oh, you talking about Nature Boy. You thought Nature Boy and Soldier Boy were the same? Oh my God. Nature Boy was a stripper in gay clubs and he did gay porn as well. He tried to hide it at first. Then he told the truth. He was also on a lot of drugs. I watched a 47-part documentary on him recently. Nature Boy cult was so sad. So many broken people. Many of them were abusers too. It was a difficult documentary to get through. I saw bits and pieces. I don't know if I saw the actual documentary or just some other things. There's so many things about him.
These comments under the bisexual video. This is why there's just certain times, unless I'm booked to discuss it, because the booking makes the headache easier. The coin. Y'all be on here facilitating people at no cost. Can't imagine. Nonetheless, what is hitting me in this moment, watching some comments from some sisters, is that, and something that I can relate to in this body, in this moment, is that there was a time. The person was like, imagine having to explain to somebody the reason you don't want to allow them between your legs. Imagine having to elaborate on your no. And that, I think, is something that is connected to how this is activating and feels harmful and further oppressive to women, specifically Black women. Before I transitioned, I never was expected to explain to somebody why I did not want to engage with them. It is one of the most wild things in my world when like a guy messages me or on a dating app or something and I decline or I just don't respond and I get 5 question marks because there's an expectation of having to respond, especially if they give me a compliment. I better say something in return. Having to respond, having to explain why I want to say no, having to facilitate around what they could do to get me to say yes. And then once I make it clear that I'm not interested, which usually means I have to get to the point where I'm rude, then I'm a bag of bitches. I look like a man. All that goes out the window. And so I also think I think there are questions and things being asked of folks who don't have the capacity to do it and don't want to. And I process when I met with people who don't have the capacity, don't want to, have no interest. Now, mind you, this isn't at the intersection of my identity. That's why I want to say, like, if bi folks, like, but I don't be having the energy. I don't. I cannot muster the gumption to give a fuck about why somebody don't want to hunch on me.
I'm too busy trying to get away from the motherfuckers who do that I don't want to have on me. Then I'm too stressed with trying to understand the motherfuckers who say they do desire me that don't want to put any effort behind it. I got my cup runneth up over. I can't add the motherfuckers who are like, I don't like, okay, you don't want me, fine. Get the fuck out my face. You know? But that resonates, and I wanted to acknowledge that conversation that I was seeing in the comments. That as I'm reading it, it lands like I'm having to explain access to myself in a world where I already feel like I don't have control or access of like people want to dictate what access to me looks like. And so how do you hold both truths of people wanting to ask questions and ask people to be introspective to the why, and folks saying like, this is just one more thing I got to explain about why I don't want you, why I'm not fucking with you like that. And I can't help but I can't help but understand that. So, yeah.
I really like his aura.
Yeah, she really
Her
and
aura.
I appreciated it because unfortunately it's a shame like we can't sit and say what we feel and just have it be accepted, and I know some people may still not accept it, and I don't give a fuck, but I think it's really important that and that's a stance that only she can have, being a trans woman, to say no, I know for certain because I experienced one thing before transition, and now in a woman's body I'm experiencing this. And so I know, that lived experience of saying, no, there is a difference and there is an expectation and there is this thing that, like the other girl was saying earlier, you might not be able to put your finger on it. You might not be able to fully articulate it yet, but that doesn't make it any less real. It doesn't make it any less real, and it definitely doesn't make it less important than whatever other people's agenda is. For, again, niggas having sex with us. At the end of the day,
Is that not the goal though?
like that's the thing that I'm like, there's nothing you sit there and talk about. So, there's nothing that you can say that's not rooted in homophobia, and there's nothing that you're talking to me about that is about anything but a nigga being able to penetrate. So what the fuck are we doing?
I think people like us because we are picky. I think it's because we're picky, and they hope that they might be the particular person that we choose and will be loyal to. And maybe they hope that we won't like the last person I was talking, the bisexual young lady I was talking before. She said a lot of people sometimes don't want to be with a bisexual woman because they know like they won't play and they'll have the option to leave. I think straight black women sometimes we're loyal to a fault. You know what I'm saying? And people expect our loyalty even though there's no reciprocity. And that's probably what makes us so wanted, I guess. Should, I
Yeah,
guess.
and here's the thing: I can appreciate as someone who cares, and when I'm saying cares, I'm saying like who has that kind of, and maybe that's people pleasing. That's probably people pleasing. I'm working on certain things, but I am someone who comes off as someone who cares. I am someone that people flock to for safety, and that is something that I've leaned into in my life because I'm like, look, I need to be safe, and I'm creating the type of safe that my cup can runneth over. You can be safe too, and the more the merrier in the safety, right? But within that, like I said, and that's why, oh God, Malin has blessed me. The idea of making women remember, hey, you matter too, and you matter more. You should matter more to you than anybody else in this equation. It doesn't mean that you can't be passionate and engaged in being an advocate and or a safe space for somebody else, but when you do it at the expense of yourself, that creates a chain reaction of misery for you, for other people. The dynamic is not going to be self-sustaining, and it's not going to be resonant in the way I think you want it to be. It works better if you start from the inside and let it radiate out, as opposed to trying to compensate for the ills and the failings of everything and everybody else, to the point of till you die. I'm going to go ahead and play Dominique this one, and then after this one is
And what else is
Dominique.
another thought I have about this whole biphobia conversation? Before I transitioned, I intentionally avoided bisexual men due to just my lived experience at that time, and just I've grown and matured enough to know that, you know, your attraction to folks does not mean that you're choosing to be with both folks at once, and you don't have the capacity to be faithful to your partner. And I've had just not quality experiences. That being said, in this body, as a Black trans woman, what be the gag is for me is I don't want a man who is like, I like trans women and big booty femboys. Because for me, that translates to, you think everybody's just a big booty femboy, and you only use trans woman because you know that you'll get whacked otherwise, and you just want a vestibule for your semen, bookie butt, and your foolishness. And bisexual man, it's like, I honestly don't want to be with anyone who doesn't have the capacity to explain why they're attracted to me. And most people really struggle with that. Like, they really struggle. And like, even like pansexual folks, especially because most pansexual men I meet are historically men who have been with other men. And either on a whim, they find themselves attracted to me. So it's like, you know, oh, I like women, or it's the pansexual man who has mostly only been with biological men. And so they've been with maybe a one or two trans men, but that's just sexually, they, you know what I'm saying? They've been with trans folks to hunch on, but not date. And it's very interesting to the same way that you'll watch a cishet man try to navigate and struggle with his attraction to you as a trans woman, watching a man who has spent his life dating men struggle with the same thing is exhausting. And so you just be like, y'all just gotta leave me. Y'all just gotta leave me alone. Like, bitch, I just want to get a turtle, and I want to up this Wi-Fi speed in this house so I can, bitch, I want my Wi-Fi to feel like the Jetsons. And I want some ginger ale that won't make me dookie all over the place, that I can put in my mini fridge in the bedroom. And I just need Law and Order SVU to come back, because it's too much. It's too much. On top of that, it's the women hitting on me. I'm not interested. Can we talk about that? Can we talk about that? Like that Tisha lady who was, you know, the way I would be afraid to be in the bathroom with that bitch, I would not want to be butt naked near that Tish lady. I would not. But nobody, like, some of the most aggressive experience I've had in the last couple of years have been women hitting on me in kink spaces. Like, I was gonna go to, like, there's like a people of color like group that meets, and it's like the number of women who cannot, like, what are we doing? So it's muy complicado. I'm sure I fucked that up, but you know, listen, like who likes you. Would it be nice people to interrogate the root of their desires? Yes. But my God, y'all are putting on y'all capacity and challenging them when it's hard enough to find somebody who just likes you for you. I don't necessarily need the dissertation from the person who isn't interested in me. I'm just a no will suffice, Bookie Butt.
I love when she say Bookie Butt. That cracks me up every single time. And I wanted to highlight my reason for using that one was because how she spoke about fetishization. And even though she's speaking from the perspective of a trans woman, I'm saying we also know that fetishization of Black women is real. I'm saying here as a unambiguously Black, dark-skinned, overweight, single mother. You don't think I know about fetishization or have experienced it? And you think that that's not a real concern when we talking about freaky deaky sneaky shit? Gotta be honest, that it's not a concern that, okay, is this person really wanting me because I'm me, or is this person just wanting, to have me in this particular way? Does this person think that I'm going to be there so that they can play a role? Because people were talking, this one girl was going off. I didn't play her because she was a little too angry for me, and she wasn't black, but she was talking about, oh yeah, people just wanna perform, and they're not really in love, and they're not really in real relationships, they're not really relating to people, and blah 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 blah. Okay, and that's not something that I could be concerned about from my perspective. Like it how one dimensional. It's so funny that they're worried about marginalizing the bisexual men, but you're doing that to us. You're making us into these one-dimensional creatures who don't have the good sense God gave them to be able to have, like, we don't have a complex position within all of this, and we don't have reasonable fears. That all our fears are just relegated to simply, oh, I just don't want to have to compete, even though that's some people's voiced fears, but it goes so much deeper than that and so much farther beyond that. And there's so many reasons that actually support that on the surface, but it's an iceberg of other real shit that everybody wants to conveniently ignore and or dismiss in order to disregard and vilify. I would love to find a person who loves me for me, fully agree with that sentiment. Yeah.
I definitely think like black women are fetishized. I think sometimes it's not that someone wouldn't want to be with a black woman. I think, especially in this society, sometimes people feel like if I'm with a black woman out loud, then I haven't made it. If that makes sense. But
Mm-hmm.
in terms of the black woman, her body, her lips, her labor, her love, her cooking, her, oh, she gonna make a
It
good
should just
mom.
be available to me.
Yeah, it's just all those things. I think sometimes it makes us attractive, but it also makes us sometimes prey if you're not careful. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
It definitely makes sense what you're saying. It and also too, well, not even also too, just reiterating what I said, like wanting to have a black, it's hard to not view it as y'all just want to know that if you can't get anybody else, you can get a black woman. That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
Like y'all just want to know that if nobody else wants you, a black woman will be available to you. And even if that not necessarily true, and I know that it's not true in all cases, but to not address that or to dismiss that because nobody else that's talking about it is just straight up, you're just biphobia, you need to examine all this other shit. Maybe I do, but there's a lot of other shit that from my perspective is way more impactful to me, way more important to me, that I am trying to grapple with. And what you are telling me, not even asking of me, demanding of me, is that I put all of that to the side to prioritize making sure that y'all feel whatever type of way about me in this moment, right here and right now. And to not see how that coincides with every other battle that I'm sure these same people have been there, or maybe not, fighting about misogyny and misogynoir and the way people treat black bodies and fat bodies and this and that and the other and blah blah blah. Talk social justice warrior shit. You get so, but when it comes to this or a man's issue, the man's issue trumps everything. Everything. Absolutely.
I think it's also scary that sometimes as black women,
there's a two-sided facet, right? There's this, oh, you think you're all that, you're everything. Then there's this, oh, you're not nothing at all. So it almost feels like sometimes people are with us, but at the same time, they have anger for us, if that makes sense. Like sometimes you don't know as a Black woman who really
I'm not
loves
going to
you
call it biphobia,
and who's
but I'm
jealous
not
of you.
bisexual. And I'm a firm believer in those who feel like they're impacted, like they can dig into it. I'm also not the trans person. Again, I think I've said this. It's a large part of me is I don't care. And what I'm about to say is like, I am not the trans person that feels like if you're not attracted to trans people, like I don't, it means something, but that's for that person to figure out. And you can't force people to be introspective about their why. And I think especially because we're talking, this conversation historically is only with Black folks. And I think that is the difficulty because I truly think what supersedes any phobia is the fact that Black women don't ever feel wanted enough by their men in the way that they want to feel. And they don't want to, because they know how men move, they don't want to compete against anybody who doesn't have access to the things like that, anyone who has things that they don't have. Because it already feels like a fucking race and a battle to just exist as a woman in the world. And that was before, bitch, what you was born with, you have. Now, it's like, okay, bitch, if you was born thick as fuck, this, that, and the third, and that's what your nigga lived for, it was cute. Now, a bitch can get her taxes back, and your neighbor is thick as fuck too. Now, instead of focusing on the fact that your nigga is trifling and doesn't know why he wants you besides you being thick, because there's something about you that nobody else will have. So if he is attracted to those components that other people may have, but he's in love with a component that nobody else has, that makes a difference. But the girls don't want to have that conversation. And I'm not going to force people to dig deeper than they want to, because I got enough shit to do with my own. You understand what I'm saying? But I think that's what it comes down to. In a world where you're being told that you are special, but you don't ever feel like it, I understand just not wanting to deal with it. I already don't trust these niggas, and you want to add other things to this. Like, I get it. Because I don't want to be with them, honestly, where women, all sorts of women, I'm fine with. I don't want to be with any man who wants to be with a woman who can have children. I don't feel like dealing with that. I can't do that. So why am I going to put I don't want it. That was the game changer. Children biologically. That was a huge thing with me and my ex. Like, one of the reasons that I was like, oh, I can really lean forward in this, because it was clear about not wanting children. Super clear. The other men that I've talked to that have been like they're interested in children, biological children is not the make or break. There's a lot of men who they only want kids if they're theirs. Now, those are the ones that they choose not to take care of, but that's another video. But it's just like, that's something I feel. Because I don't want to, I already have enough. I already have enough echoes and enough conversation and enough shit in the back of my head. I don't want to add something else. I don't feel like it. So I'm just like, I also think naming things, I also think declaring things at times prevents people from doing the work to figuring out their own why behind it. And when you present it in certain ways, it makes them flinch to where they completely shut down, and there's no generative processing that happens anymore. Because no one, even people who are outwardly hateful to trans people, outwardly hateful to queer people, they don't want to be called that. They hate it. That's why phobia means afraid. I'm not afraid. Shut the fuck up. Nobody wants those labels. Racists don't want to be called racist. They could be sitting in front of a black body on fire hanging from a tree and will be enraged if you call them a racist. Because people want to move with a certain energy, but they don't want that label. So if the desire for people to interrogate that, my question is, and I've seen some videos from black women on here that have been really thoughtful. This is like, bitch, there's just certain aspects of these. I'm seeing them talk about traits and behaviors more than sexuality. But at the same time, they associate those behaviors with sexuality. I even saw one sister that was like, bitch, I think Chris Brown is cute, but he keep a shellac on his nails, so he's a chop for me. My question is, like, if you don't want to know why, cool. I be wanting to know why. I want to know why that thing that I do it. I want to know why when I look at, as someone who knows that I favor more light-skinned men, I have to constantly ask myself, why aren't you interested in deeper melanated men? I have to ask myself, because if I don't ask myself, then why am I moving like that and I'm 44 fucking years old? Why am I 44 fucking years old still doing shit and I don't know why I do shit? Like, if I just talk about anti-blackness, that's one label, but there's deeper layers. Dominique, what is it about light skin? Where did it come from? I ask myself that. But I don't sit online and process that with the world, because that's shit that's deep work that there takes safety and there takes safety to do. And a lot of people think that infusing safety into spaces where people are being challenged is coddling people. So they only want to, like, do shit in a rambunctious way and rip the Band-Aid off. And I'm just like, bitch, you're not about to motherfucking G.I. Joe me through processing, bitch. Fuck you, But yeah, like, that's the thing, I don't know. But I just think that I just don't have the desire or the energy to invest in, like, labeling something. I more want people to ask themselves why. Because what I also know to be true is, I think the spectrum around sexuality exists more than men than women. And I would say that also asking yourself the why guarantees that you find a man who really exists the way you want him to exist, over a man who performs the way you want him to exist. Which is what I see most often, is that it's so declarative and there's no real, like, conversation about why that's a desire. And I think once you realize why it's a desire, again, I'll take the purse thing. If you know you love Louis Vuitton and you love it past the label, you know how that the leather looks, the stitching, all these other things. If you just are focused on the monogram, if you just I want a Louis Vuitton, the damier bag, somebody can put that in front of you and you're just going to take it. If you don't understand the stitching and all the intricate pieces, you're not able to see when someone puts a bag in front of you, oh no, that's not the real thing. And so you're not gagged when you put all this weight in that bag and the handles rip, which is what I see a lot, is that, oh, you express all that you wanted and what, and so these niggas perform that, but they are not that. I think asking myself questions, I think interrogating myself about why my desires are a certain way, it helps me process and discern experiences I have. Over when I was just focused on masculinity, I got a lot of performance of masculinity. I got a lot of toxicity in masculinity. I think that's why a lot of trans girls and a lot of gay queer folks end up dealing with DL and trade type men, because you're focused on masculinity and it's very violent and it's gobbledygook. It's not a man who really has established and massaged and curated who he is as a man. You're just looking at performance. And that's why I've had to ask myself those questions. So I think everyone should date who they want to date. I also think that it's really beneficial to ask yourself questions and interrogate that for yourself as you go through that journey. I'm not going to call it biphobia.
I like her.
Yeah, I was trying to do the thing real quick, but I couldn't get it up real quick, and I didn't want to start it before when you started talking. But I'm gonna do the outro, and
I'll
then we
bring the
going.
room.
No, that was my fault though, because I was sitting there. I was like, and I'm taking too long, and I know she gonna start talking. So let me talk to her first. But I'm about to do the outro, and then you can do final thoughts. All right, have at it.
Yeah, I really liked her perspective. I think, like I was saying before, I think sometimes you have these conversations online, but it still stays. You know what I'm saying? Like these are not really people that are really concerned with why we feel what we feel, how we feel what we feel. I think as we live our life, we examine things within our own comfort zone, and that's okay, right? You don't really want to be with someone that doesn't want to be with you and you're forcing them to be with you. Like, I mean, some people might want to do that, but that's not genuine, right? It's not genuine. And also it doesn't preach autonomy, which I think we all need to learn, especially as women. So I really did appreciate his conversation. Her conversation.
Yeah, she's definitely she gives a kind of nuance that is rare on the internet, and I, for one, I felt like that was an important way to kind of end it, to let people know, number one, there are people who get it, out there, because internet discourse is just that. It's internet discourse, and it is. I saw somebody somewhere, like I said, I went through countless clips in terms of like stuff I was planning on showing, or maybe possibly in the running for showing. And I know one of the clips was talking about how, outside of the internet, and that's said about a lot of different controversies on the internet, but they were saying like this is not something that is actually a problem outside of the internet. Like people don't respond to it this way outside of the internet, but still, I do feel like the internet is a really good litmus test, because people's inhibitions are so um unfettered on the internet. People kind of feel like they can go there to let loose and say what they feel like. There's a even if they show their faces, there's this feeling of anonymity that people seem to get, where they're just like, I can just do the thing and just say the thing, and it's jarring, because even if, like you said, it's not said, on some levels it is felt. It is something that you feel. The stuff that I heard men saying on the internet gave me, like I said, context to a lot of the things that I had already experienced in my life up to that point, and enough context to then adjust my thinking and do that introspection, or not even do that introspection, because I've always been introspective, but sometimes it's not introspection you need, it's context. And so I feel like that was the perfect way to kind of go out, because hopefully it lets anybody that's watching this help you regulate your system and be like, okay, I'm not activated. I'm not feeling like nobody gets it. I'm not feeling unheard, dismissed. Um, that and to help cement the idea overall that I want to leave you guys with, that how you feel matters, even if you cannot articulate it. It's oh, come stand with me on that edge, because this is what being on that edge feels like. It does feel like having to fight battles, and sometimes those battles are with other people, but sometimes those battles are internal too. And so I think that's all I need to say tonight. We've been on here for 7 hours. That's
We're
crazy.
getting nice here.
Yeah, but you know what? I don't feel as drained, and I think because I was very, to me, it was very important to get this message out in its totality, because this will be sitting there, and hopefully the girls will come and, like I said, and be able to watch it, intermittently with our other conversations that I love. By the way, this felt really, really good to have like everybody up here talking. But they can get the full conversation, and close the circle of it within their mind and everything.
I don't
So,
always catch them because I usually have my kids. That's probably why I've
oh,
been.
okay. Yeah. So, oh, you kicked it with us. Thank you so
Yeah,
much
I
for
usually my
kicking
kids
it
are
with
with
me.
their dad today, so that's
That's
why
nice.
sometimes some things online, like sometimes it feels like when I come online for me, it feels like it's another world. Back in the days I was married, so that was even worse. I really felt like I was in another world. But even now with the kids, it's like okay, I'm one of those active moms. Like I was at the library. We did a what is it? We did a terra something, and I do the plant in a jar or whatever. A terrarium. I'll be outside. I'll be outside the festival. I don't live online like that.
Girl.
I'm
Oh
that
yeah,
person at the block party.
I be forgetting to get this stuff. Now y'all said y'all wanted shirts and I made shirts. Wait, where the shirt at? Y'all said y'all wanted shirts and I made shirts. Only one person bought the shirt. So then I was talking to Wake Up and I realized she couldn't wear a shirt because she got her baby and her baby would be like, what the hell is this? So I made mugs. They're in all my colors. It says the same thing as the shirt, but that way. And also on the back of the mug, if you gotta like hide that part because you're at the office or something like that, it just says Level Up Single Mom on the back of the mugs. So you don't have to worry about if you want to hide that and you don't want everybody in your business to be like, what does that say? But yeah, so get these mugs.
I'm screenshotting
You screenshot.
because I have to
And
screenshot it then search on Google to get their link.
if you go to my page too, like to my channel, my Shopify store is connected to the channel, so you could just go to my
Okay,
page.
I'll order some next Friday.
Okay. Daniela said I popped in and out of this live stream. Really happy I got to see the end with these final thoughts. Always glad to listen to Dominique. Thanks for this conversation. Thank you, Daniela. It's always so good to see you, and I appreciate it. So yeah, that's everything. I think I'm gonna go ahead and wash my face off and get in this bed, girl.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody. Love y'all. Thank you so much to Milan too. Good night.